how he controlled the Greeks, Alexander the Great replied, "By putting off nothing that ought to be done today until tomorrow." Chapter 1. Near Elatia in Phocis, autumn 198 BC. Despite the waning year, the narrow Phocian plain was bathed in warm sunlight. It was bordered to the north by mountains, on the other side of which lay Thermopylae, the gates of fire, where Leonidas and his Spartans had fought and died. South of these peaks, the flat ground sprawled, bisected by a road that was as important now as it had been during the Persian invasions almost 3 centuries before. South of here lay Athens, open to attack. Harvest time was not long past. The fields were yet full of golden stubble. Neat rows of vines lined the road in places, their heavy clusters of blue-purple grapes an invitation to the thirsty traveller or soldier. Long trails of dust hung in the air, marking the passage of Titus Quinctius Flamininus's army. 6 days had gone by since its defeat at the Macedonian fortress of Atrax, 80 miles to the northwest. Its dead buried, the injured in wagons or left behind, it had come southeast to protect the Roman fleet at harbour nearby. Other than the keen-eyed vultures following the legions from above, few creatures were abroad. The approach of such a host meant many things, none good. Local farmers had fled with their families and animals, most taking refuge inside Elatia, the town outside which the first of Flamininus's troops were deploying. The Roman vanguard had spread out, forming a protective screen for the rest of the army to deploy behind. Among the Principes stood a friendly-faced man by the name of Felix. Black-haired, sallow-skinned, he stood a head taller than most. He stared at the walls of Elatia with sullen resentment. So did his brother and his comrades. Elatia, with its defenders atop its walls, was a sharp reminder that the war wasn't over. More of them would die here, thought Felix grimly. Not many, perhaps, but some. Wise to the proximity of their acting commander Livius, no one complained. Instead, the Principes leaned on their shields, drank sly mouthfuls of wine, and waited, for orders, for time to pass. Nothing would happen before the next day, Felix judged. After the cavalry and scouts who'd travelled in front of the army, his unit had been among the first to arrive, which meant that at least 3 more hours would pass before the last of the miles-long column caught up. The wagons, laden down with supplies, and the dismantled catapults travelled slowly, and the score of war elephants did too. Stragglers would still be trailing in after the sun went down, and until they were told otherwise, Felix and his comrades had to watch out for a sally by Elatia's defenders. An attack seemed doubtful. This was no mighty fortress built to protect Macedonia's borders, but a small town with a fortified rampart. The majority of its garrison would be bakers and carpenters, smiths, leather workers, and wine sellers, not soldiers. They would certainly not be the phalangists of Atrax, on whose sarissa spears the legionaries had broken like waves on a harbour wall. Their centurion, Pullo, had been the most grievous loss, but plenty of ordinary soldiers in the century had fallen too, among them Felix's always laughing friend Mattius. Others had died during battles earlier that summer. Felix's original Contubernium tent group was down to 3 men: him, his brother Antonius, and Fabius, the crusty old veteran who snapped whenever anyone asked if he was related to Fabius the Delayer. "Won't be long now," said a voice. Felix started. Livius was an optio, but he had the unnerving centurion's knack of appearing when one least expected it. He had been in command since Pullo's death. Felix threw him a curious look. "Until what, sir?" Livius grinned, revealing the gap between his front teeth. "Until you can start digging. The second half of the Legion is almost here." Constructing the defensive ditch that would surround their camp, and after that the rampart, was better than fighting, but Felix was unable to muster any enthusiasm. "Aye, sir," he mumbled. "It's been a long march. I'll see that there's a ration of wine issued tonight." Livius walked off, leaving Felix open-mouthed. The journey from the fortress where Pullo had fallen had been simple and through easy terrain. The only difficulty had been the grief weighing them down, and Livius had just acknowledged it, albeit indirectly. "He's a good officer," said Felix under his breath. "More's the pity that he won't become our centurion," said Antonius. Shorter, more serious than Felix, he was 4 years the elder. Rumour had it that those in command had been impressed with Livius's holding together of the shattered century after Pullo's death. Promotion to the centurionate wasn't unheard of for similar feats of bravery, but it was something that none of the Principes wanted for Livius, for it would mean losing him as well. "God's will it that he'll stay with us," said Fabius, giving his phallus amulet a rub. It was the norm for surviving junior officers to remain in place. "Who's the new centurion going to be?" said Felix. A chorus of "I don't knows" filled his ears, and he grimaced. There was no reason for his comrades to have any more idea than he. "Don't let it be a cunt like Matho," he prayed. Both brothers had served in the legions during the war with Hannibal. 5 years before, they had been dishonourably discharged by the malevolent Matho after the Battle of Zama. Civilian life had not worked out for the pair, and when war was declared with Macedonia, they had risked their lives by joining the army again. Capricious to the last, the goddess Fortuna had again crossed their paths with Matho. The only witness to their final confrontation with him, which had resulted in Matho's death, had been a Macedonian, a youth who was fortunately dead. "We need new men, too," said Fabius. "Who ever heard of a contubernium of 3? "I don't see that happening any time soon," observed Antonius. "More likely that we get shoved in with another tent group that's in the same position." Felix raised his voice so it could be heard. "Let's hope it's not the shower of bastards in the next rank." He grinned at the hail of insults and threats that came by way of response. The next few hours were spent in similar fashion. Wise to their need for diversion from the grim reality of life, Livius let them be. Other than the occasional wink of sunlight off a helmet, there was no activity atop Elatia's walls. This was also heartening, as was Antonius's observation that the defenders were shitting themselves at what would happen in the coming days. Darkness blanketed the Phocian plain. Inside Elatia, dogs barked at one another in the annoying way dogs do at night. Peace reigned over the great camps built by Flamininus's legions. Sentries paced the walkways, checked on every so often by junior officers. A short way beyond the ditch facing the town stood the catapults that would soon wreak havoc on Elatia's defences. The hour was late, and most men were abed. Among the neat lines of Principes' tents, a handful of fires still glowed, including that of Felix, Antonius, and Fabius. Orders had come in at sunset. An attack on Elatia was planned for the next day. The Principes would be taking part. This unwelcome news had seen the wine procured by Livius left unfinished. No one was stupid enough to get rat-ass drunk with a fight in the offing. By unspoken consent, the assault went unmentioned. "What will you do after the war?" Fabius inched his toes closer to the glowing embers, and then eyed Felix and Antonius, who were lounging on their blankets on the other side of the fire. "You left your farm once before. Could you go back to it?" "I'll give it another try," said Antonius, as he had each time the topic had been discussed during the previous 2 summers' campaigns. "By the time this war is done, I should have enough coin to buy mules and a slave. That will make life a good deal easier." He glanced at Felix, trying to gauge his interest, but Felix pretended not to see. Fabius, who knew only that their farming life had been brutally hard, grunted. His gaze moved to Felix. "And you?" "What will you do, old man?" countered Felix. "Me? Same as I've always said. I'm going to buy a tavern and slowly drink myself to death." Felix snorted. "How long will that take?" "Many years, I hope." A rare smile appeared on Fabius's face. "Why don't you come in with me? You're young and strong.
Taverns need men like that around. With you there to keep me straight, I'll last into my 60s. It could only be better than our last experience in the trade, admitted Antonius. My ribs hurt just remembering it. Felix rubbed his jaw, which had ached for days after a fight with a brute who'd nearly had the better of the two of them. Where would it be? Fabius gave him a look. I'm from Rome. Where else would a man want to open a tavern? There are plenty of shitty areas in Rome, challenged Felix. Do you think I came down with the last shower? Retorted Fabius. I know that. We would decide on the location together. Felix glanced at Antonius and then at Fabius. Equal partners? As long as you can come up with a third of the coin each, aye. Fabius spat on his hand and shoved it at Felix. Felix held back. What do you think, brother? Running a tavern has got to be better than working a plough day in, day out. Better than breaking your back at harvest time, too. Antonius's eyes met his and moved to Fabius, who nodded encouragingly before returning to Felix. Aye, why not? He muttered. If it doesn't work out, the farm will still be there. The three shook hands, grinning. Fabius produced a skin of wine, an event so rare that Felix declared it to be another reason for celebration. Under normal circumstances, this acid comment would have soured Fabius enough to make him refuse to share, but tonight he merely grumbled about youngsters having no respect for their elders and betters. The skin travelled around the fire, and the three partners took small sips as they discussed their new enterprise. Fabius was the first to nod off. One moment he was enthusing about the wines he could buy from an old contact with a farm south of Rome, the next his chin was on his chest and he was gently snoring. There was no response from Antonius, and Felix saw with amusement that he too was almost asleep. Felix prepared to stir himself. It wasn't that cold, but the fire had burned down to embers. Despite the wine warmth coating him, the tent was only a few paces away and was worth getting up for. Tipping up the skin, he swallowed a few last drops. It had been a decent vintage, he decided. He nudged Antonius and Fabius into wakefulness and went to empty his bladder in the latrine trench, which was close to the wall nearest Elatia. Job done, Felix smoothed down his tunic and turned to retrace his steps. He aimed an idle glance at the walkway, thinking he hadn't heard a sentry's tread while he'd been pissing. There was no one in sight, which was curious. He moved back a little to take in more of the earthen rampart, which stood tall as two men. Not a soul. He felt a prick of alarm. Sliding his feet now so they made no sound, he paced 20 and then 50 paces along the base of the wall. There were no sentries visible, but a telltale prone shape made his mouth go dry. Felix studied the nearest tents, but could see and hear nothing to suggest that attackers had entered the camp. He warred with himself for a moment. Scream a false alarm, and he would be punished. Better to check on the man, he decided, stealing towards the nearest ladder. He crept up it, heart pounding, eyes darting to left and right along the walkway. Halfway up, he noticed a second figure slumped in a sitting position. It had to be another sentry. Ill deeds are afoot, thought Felix, his pulse quickening. The Elatians weren't without spine, after all. Crouching below the top of the rampart, he sped to the nearest sentry. The man lay face down and still as stone. A dark pool around his neck was grim warning of what had befallen him. Felix dipped his fingers into the liquid to be sure, and wished he hadn't. A grappling hook lay nearby, and from it a rope snaked over the rampart. This was how the enemy, or enemies, who'd killed the sentry, had climbed up. He couldn't see a soul along the entire walkway, which meant this wall was undefended, but bizarrely there was still no sign of attackers within the camp. He risked a look over the fortifications, and his eyes widened. Around the two large catapults that had pounded a hole in the walls of Atrax, dozens of figures loomed. Torches flickered in their hands. The distinctive tang of pitch carried through the air. Felix leapt to his feet and bellowed the alarm with all his might. Heads turned among the attackers, and their efforts to light the catapults grew more urgent. Felix heard sentries on the other walls taking up his call. There were men stirring in the nearest tents. It was slow, however, too slow. Flames were licking up the side of one catapult, and the attackers had moved on to the second weapon. He wondered about rousing Antonius and Fabius, but that would also take too long. Cursing himself for a fool, Felix stripped the dead sentry of his baldric and sword. He tossed the man's javelin and shield into the defensive ditch, checked the grappling iron was secure, and clambered over the rampart. Down he went, hand over hand, balancing his feet against the wall. He paused at the bottom to stare at the attackers. None appeared to have noticed his descent. Not that they'd worry about one man, Felix decided grimly. He peered into the ditch, thinking, one slip and I'll end up on a caltrop, if not two. There was nothing for it, though. Sitting on his arse with his hands on the edge, he eased himself down. He gingerly found safe footing, and then crouched to spot the shield and javelin. Fortuna smiled on him. They had landed close by. Probing for caltrops with his fingertips, he retrieved both and heaved them over the lip of the ditch. Praying that no one was waiting to brain him, Felix scrambled out of the trench. No one had noticed. Although there was good light now from the first burning catapult, the attackers were absorbed with trying to set the second piece ablaze. For some reason it had not ignited with the ease of its companion, but given their frantic efforts, it wouldn't be long going the same way. Felix wavered. He had raised the alarm. He could not put out the fire alone, and the attackers would soon be driven off. Why throw his life away? One of the attackers turned and saw him. Felix had time to think what an old bitch Fortuna was, and then he was beckoning to imaginary comrades and shouting, "Come on, brothers, with me!" He threw the javelin, spitting one of the enemy between the shoulder blades. Then, roaring, as if he were a century of legionaries, not one, he drew the sword and ran towards the burning catapults. The man who'd seen him was nervous. His badly aimed spear hummed past, nowhere near Felix. Felix was on him in another heartbeat. The shield boss slammed the man backwards onto his backside. Felix left him behind, closing on a second man, who, panicked by his wild face, turned to flee. Felix stabbed him in the back and drove on. Two attackers joined forces, one going left of Felix, the other right. "I'm dead," he thought. "They'll have seen I'm alone." He made a snap judgment. The one to his left was no more than a youth. Dart forward, punch with the shield, stab with his sword, and the youth went down, mewling like a babe ripped from the tit. Felix spun, wary of the second attacker. The man was hanging back, however. Paunchy, holding his shield and spear like a new recruit, he was no soldier. Felix felt a glimmer of hope. He charged, not seeing the discarded torch underfoot. Skidding, balance lost, he stumbled forward and fell flat on his face. A cry of triumph rose from his opponent, who stepped in, spear raised high. "Roma!" The cry was some distance off, but it was being made by scores of voices. "Roma!" Felix flinched, still expecting a spear in the back. The blow didn't fall. Feet pounded. Men cried to one another in Greek. Felix rolled over, unable to believe his luck. A trained soldier would have killed him before running away, but the paunchy man had given in to fear and saved his own skin. An odd peace fell. Wood crackled. Heat radiated from the catapults. Felix got to his feet. Both artillery pieces were ablaze now. Attempt to put out the fire, and he would get badly burnt. He stood back, deciding that Fortuna had been tempted enough for one night. The siege of Elatia was going to be more difficult than everyone had assumed. Chapter 2. Tempe on the Macedonian border. Rolling hills marked the northern border of the Thessalian plain. They ran from west to east all the way to the Aegean Sea. Cloud-wrapped peaks stood behind, part of the mountainous girdle that encircled Macedon. Some 70 stadia inland, far from any village, a defile marked a rare path northward. It was a mark of the times that scores of peltasts stood guard over it, fierce-faced Thracians, watchful Macedonians, and Thessalians. Their horses grazed the short grass nearby. Halfway through the morning there was a flurry of activity as half a dozen horsemen emerged from the narrow pass.
At their head, astride a feisty grey stallion, was Philip, 5th of his name, ruler of Macedon. Slim, bright-eyed, chin covered by a neat beard, he was dressed in a simple chiton and sandals. A plain scabbarded coppice hung from a baldric over his shoulder. He acknowledged the sentries' salutes and cries with friendly waves. "Anything to report?" asked the king. The nearest man came running over.
"No, sir."
"Berisades!" cried the king with genuine pleasure. The peltast was old enough to be his father. He had served in the army for perhaps 2 decades.
"Greetings, sir."
Berisades' grin was broad. Tall, lanky, with skin turned walnut dark by the sun, he wore only a belted chiton and sandals. Philip reached down to clasp Berisades' hand.
"It's good to see you." "And you, sire. Come to lead us south? Word of your latest success is on everyone's lips. Men are eager to have another crack at the Romans."
"Nothing would give me more pleasure." Philip put the back of a hand to his mouth and whispered loudly, "But would you not rather be warming your bones by the fire at home?"
"No, sire, I would follow you,"
said Berisades. Seeing Philip's grin, he said with a shake of his head,
"You make fun of me, sire."
"I do so only because I know you have the heart of a lion, Berisades." Philip glanced over his shoulder at his companions and cried, "See this man? He is the most valiant of all my soldiers. 70 years he's seen, and still he marches to war. Faithful and valiant, Berisades shall always be honoured." Discomfited, Berisades shuffled his calloused bare feet.
"You didn't have to go saying that, sire."
"Never have I spoken truer words," said Philip warmly. "I must take my leave now. Forgive me, Berisades, but we shall talk again soon, God's willing. Keep an eye out for carts. Wine and venison for you all will arrive by nightfall. See to it that everyone knows it came from me. A small gesture of gratitude for the days you've spent here." Beaming from ear to ear, Berisades bowed low.
"1,000 thanks, sire."
Raising a hand in farewell, Philip rode on. He reined in a short distance onto the plain. "Menander?" "I'm here, sire." A heavy-set nobleman in late middle age eased his mount to the king's side. "That was well done, sire." Philip glanced at him. "They don't come much better than Berisades." "And you've just bound him to you even tighter, sire. He'll be talking about you for days. So will his comrades. They would have done anyway, with you visiting, but the wine and the meat, it was smoothly done." "Show your men you care, and they fight better." "It has ever been your way, sire." Menander's eyes were full of respect. Philip waved an expansive arm at the vista, an expanse of stubbled fields and gentle hills. In the distance to the southwest, the walls of Larissa were just visible. "A fine view." "It is, sire, and all the better for being empty of Romans." "Indeed." Philip relived the satisfaction of hearing the momentous news from Atrax. After a summer of setbacks, the victory had been much needed. It was regrettable that the success had not been complete. The Roman general Flamininus's losses had been heavy, but by no means overwhelming. To make matters worse, the year's campaign, which should have been drawing to a close, was being prolonged. After the recent winds and rain, a period of unseasonable warm weather had set in, and seemed set to continue for a time. Consequently, the legions were still at large. Philip cast an eye at Menander. "Has there been any word?" "Yes, sire. As you know, Flamininus's army marched south. Latest reports indicate that it rounded the Malian Gulf and passed through the Gates of Fire 2 days hence. He's set on besieging Elatia, just as I thought. Control the surrounding area, and it becomes impossible for us to launch an overland attack through Boeotia from Chalcis." Chalcis, the king's fortress on the island of Euboea, was of vital importance. It seemed Flamininus was aware of this, thought Philip. "You're thinking you should have sent more soldiers to Elatia, sire." Mere days before, Philip had ordered a spear of phalangists to move south to reinforce the garrison.
You know me well." Philip's smile was rueful. "And if you had, sire, and the town fell anyway?" "I know, but it's galling to think of losing it." A grimace. "I suppose even if we'd held the town, the chance of moving troops over from Chalcis was a slim one." "With luck, there will be heartening news from Elatia, sire. The townsmen sent word a few days since that they intended to try and torch Flamininus's catapults in a night attack." "May the gods be with them. Even if they succeed, however, Elatia is no fortress." "It is not, sire, and the siege leaves the fate of Phocis in the balance, and Boeotia." These two regions, historically friendly to Macedon, lay to the south on the road to Athens. "Everyone within 500 stadia must be wondering when Flamininus will come knocking at their door." Philip made a fist in frustration. "There's precious little I can do to help either. Send more troops, and I weaken my own army." "I know, sire." Philip's mind was on the move again. He indicated the empty plain for a second time, impulse taking him. "If we marched south, there's a good chance we could surprise the legions outside Elatia." "On flat ground, the phalanx would butcher the Romans, sire, but it might not be that simple. What if Flamininus leaves scouts to watch over Thermopylae, or a local seeking coin brought him word of our passage? If the legions contrived to ambush us, the army would be far from home." "Level heads are ever the bane of surprise tactics," said Philip with a regretful shake of his head. "Yet in this instance, Menander, you are right again. If Elatia should fall, I will have lost a single spearer and an allied town. But if the phalanx were to come to grief, Macedon would lie defenceless. That I cannot risk, not yet." Menander looked relieved, and Philip laughed. How he wished that he had listened more to Menander in times past than he had to Heraclides, the silver-tongued but treacherous Tarentine. At least Heraclides was no more. Unmasked as a traitor, the Tarentine had died under the torturer's hands, with him watching. "I know," he said again. "I must forget Flamininus for the moment, and Phocis and Boeotia. He will not advance on Macedon before winter. It is time for us to consider our options, marshal our forces, and to prepare for spring." "Wise counsel, sire." "It would be fine to see Achaean neutrality continue, eh? It will never happen, though. They are in an impossible position, with the Roman fleet on their northern coast, and Flamininus not much further away. Meanwhile, Nabis of Sparta skulks about on their southern and eastern borders like a hungry wolf." Achaea and Sparta both lay on the Peloponnese. "It would not surprise me if the Achaeans broke faith with Macedon soon, sire." "Enough of the filthy Achaeans. I will not waste my breath on Aetolia either. It will send every man that can be spared to join Flamininus when he attacks Macedon." The city-state of Aetolia was the bitterest of the king's enemies. Philip made an impatient gesture. "As ever, we are surrounded by enemies, or those who will not commit one way or the other." "Let us not forget Acarnania, sire. It remains loyal," said Menander. "Harsh it may sound, but Acarnania is too far away to be helped. Gods forbid they ever ask for aid. All I should be able to send are encouraging words." An unhappy silence fell. "About this time last year, we went hunting together. Do you remember? I had Peritas with me." The thought of his favourite dog brought a fleeting look of happiness to Philip's face. "I remember, sire. The hounds brought a fine boar to bay. And we were talking about the same thing." Menander saw Philip's mood blackening. "You hadn't defeated Flamininus a year ago, sire. Atrax may not have won the war, but it revealed the enemy's weakness. On flat terrain or in a confined space, phalanx can defeat legion." "More's the pity that the gods filled Greece and Macedon with mountains, eh?" They both chuckled. Philip swept his arm from left to right over the plain. "Thessaly has plenty of suitable ground. If Flamininus can be persuaded, or more likely tricked into battle here, we have a chance of winning." Despite his combative words,
Philip knew he was in a weaker position than before. Shorn of almost every ally, effectively trapped within Macedon, he could do little but await Flamininus's return. That test would be far sterner than the clashes of the summer that had just ended. Flamininus is no fool. Sire? To make him deploy his legions here would require a ruse worthy of Zeus himself. The portents have been good of late, sire. The priest's fine words mean little, everyone knows, said Philip quietly. We must make our own fate as best we may. The gods will do what they please, as they always do. A short silence followed, and then Philip said, There is another possibility that we have not discussed. Sire? Antiochus. The Seleucid emperor? One and the same. Antiochus was the ruler of a vast empire spanning Asia Minor and Syria all the way to India. No great friend to Philip, they had nonetheless come to secret agreement in the past. He will be well aware of Rome's intention here and in Greece. He's rubbing his hands together, sire, or I'm no judge. Your loss will be his gain. Think of your spy's recent messages about his arrangement with the Rhodians. Between them, they intend to capture every one of your towns and cities in Asia Minor and the Cyclades Islands. Ruefully, Philip admitted, That was bound to happen while I'm caught up here with Flamininus. What I am thinking of will take Antiochus's attention from Asia Minor. I will offer him a military alliance against Rome. With respect, sire, he will judge your intention to be, let us say, precarious, warned Menander. Even if he were to agree, is it not likely for him to promise much, deliver on nothing, and watch from a safe distance as the war with Flamininus progresses? Of course it is. In that case, sire, why consider entering into an agreement with him? Even an emperor cannot rest on his laurels, Menander. Antiochus's forebears lost half their territories to rebellion over the last century. It has taken him years to reconquer them. He must see that Rome's legions, fresh from their victory over Hannibal, are a fearsome enemy. He must also realize that if Macedon falls, Rome's attention will soon wander east to his empire. Let Antiochus send but a portion of his army to Greece, and together we would smash Flamininus's legions, thereby protecting his empire. Menander stroked his beard, his habit when deep in thought. Well? If he agreed, sire, and you beat Flamininus, Antiochus might then use his foothold in Greece to try and overthrow you. Indeed he might. That is only a potential problem, however, whereas Flamininus's legions stand in Phocis this very moment. Menander sighed and said, If you are sure, sire, I never thought to see the day we allied ourselves with the Seleucids. Nor I, and yet it might work. We have little to lose. If Antiochus refuses, our situation remains as it is now, precarious. If he agrees, our position would be a good deal stronger, although we would have to be wary of his treachery later. True, sire. Menander bent his neck in acceptance. Philip could picture the Thessalian plain filled with an immense phalanx. Together, he thought, his and Antiochus's phalangists could easily number 25,000. Flamininus's legions would never stand before it. Chapter 3. Inside Elatia. Dawn had broken not long before. It was the second day since the legion's appearance outside the town. Demetrius was standing on the battlements, watching the enemy camp. Sunlight winked off a section of bronze breastplate visible under his cloak. Average in height, well-muscled, he had untidy brown hair and a wide, friendly face. His helmet perched on his aspis shield on the walkway. His long sarissa lay parallel with that of his friend Kane, the next sentry to the left. Demetrius stamped to and fro. It had been a long, sleepless night. After the success of the catapult burning, everyone had expected the Romans to mount a retaliatory assault. In anticipation, the garrison commander, a solid greybeard named Damophon, had ordered double sentries from sunset to sunrise. Nothing had happened, however. Demetrius eyed Cimon, who was yawning. "Your turn to buy the bread?" "Nice try. It's yours, as you well know." Cimon had longish hair and an impressively sized nose. He regarded everyone as his friend until proven otherwise, a characteristic that Demetrius liked, although he did not share it. In his mind, friendship had to be earned over and again. "No, it isn't," he retorted. "Antilian, it must be you." Antilian, the third member of their little group, snorted. Tall, brawny, and with curly hair, he liked nothing better than to construct an argument from nothing. As Demetrius often said, Antilian would argue with a statue. Despite this tendency, he was brave and a loyal friend. "I'll buy it, with your coin." He held out a meaty paw. They laughed, glad of the light relief. Victory at Atrax had seen their morale soar. That their spearer had been sent to Elatia by Philip himself seemed recognition of their role, but since the arrival of Flamininus's legions, the phalangists' mood had grown solemn. Tartarus beckoned again. Trumpets sounded in the enemy camp, and Demetrius felt the familiar plucking of fear. Eager not to let it take hold, he admitted, "You have me. It is my turn." "As if you were going to get away with pretending it wasn't," said Cimon, as Antilian jeered. Demetrius had spied their replacements. It was safe to leave his post. Eager to keep his mind off the legions beyond the walls, he decided to play a trick on his friends. "Want me to buy the bread?" "Catch me!" he challenged, edging past Cimon before there was time to react. He broke into a run. The pair gave chase at once. Being the furthest away, Antilian was at a disadvantage, but his sheer power soon saw him catch and then outstrip Cimon. Demetrius's head start was whittled away almost at once. The walkway was narrow and, thanks to loose bricks, treacherous underfoot. Every 30 to 40 paces was a sentry, not all of whom saw him coming. He dodged around the first few, but a more alert one took him for a thief and grabbed his arm, calling to Cimon and Antilian that he'd caught the bastard. Demetrius's protests were in vain. It wasn't until the do-gooder saw how hard his friends were laughing that he was able to break free. His lead lost, he was nearly caught then by Cimon, who put on an uncharacteristic burst of speed. Demetrius got away thanks only to a corner tower. Darting through its first door, past a trio of startled men sitting around a glowing brazier, he managed to half-slam the second in Cimon's face. Along the northern wall they pounded, Demetrius shouting at sentries to get out of his way. A scrawny mongrel, one of the many that lived in the town's alleys, assumed he was after it and shot down a staircase, tail between its legs. Doves scattered into the cool air. A bemused greybeard, come to survey the enemy, gave him a solemn bow. Grinning, Demetrius saluted in reply. By the time he had cleared the corner tower that spanned the northern and eastern walls, Cimon had given up and fallen away. Antilian continued in grim pursuit, but any time he narrowed the gap, Demetrius broke into a sprint. Sure now that he had won the contest, he would still have to buy the morning's bread, but that didn't matter, he slackened his pace. It was as well he did. A four-file leader he recognized appeared at the top of the next staircase, about to check on his men. Luckily, the officer's interest was drawn by a large group of Romans marching past the walls. Demetrius was able to saunter past, giving the closest sentry a broad wink. Confident now, ever more aware of his rumbling belly, he imagined the sweetmeats on sale in his favourite bakery. Although the effect of the siege would soon bite, shortages hadn't yet become apparent. 1 honeyed pastry each for Cimon and Antilian, and 2 for him, Demetrius decided. If they wanted more, they could pay out of their own purses. Reaching the spot where the race had started, he cast an eye towards the Roman camp. Little was going on, thus far anyway. He didn't see Cimon until it was too late. His friend leapt in, grappling him to the walkway. "Who's the clever one now?" demanded Cimon in triumph. Demetrius's grin was rueful as he clambered to his feet. "Not I."
Antilian arrived and gave him a couple of none-too-gentle kicks. "Smart ass! Neither of you pricks want a honeyed pastry?" "Ah, you do!" Demetrius shoved Antilian. "Best be nice to me, then." "Here stand the dusty feet, bleating like the sheep they are," said a voice. "Nothing changes." "Piss off, Empedocles," said Cimon and Antilian in unison. "You're late," sneered Demetrius. It was past the time to be relieved. Empedocles and the others must have been gossiping at the foot of the stairs, while he and his friends had been sprinting around the walls. He watched Empedocles climb, remembering how the wavy-haired, sturdy phalangist had taken against him the first moment they'd met. His dislike had been cemented by Demetrius's surprise victories in 2 of their 5 rounds of pancration. Some months later, Empedocles had tried to seriously injure him in training. Then Demetrius had almost let Empedocles have his throat cut by thieves in an alleyway. Suffice it to say, thought Demetrius, their relationship had soured from there. Empedocles looked up and curled his lip. "Last time I heard Simonides mention you, Empedocles, he said you were from a farm. That makes you a dusty foot as well," Demetrius jibed. Or was Simonides lying? Their file leader was a quiet but ferocious soldier, and not someone to cross. Empedocles muttered something. I didn't catch that," said Demetrius, noting his friend's encouraging gestures. "Simonides is no liar." "So you are a dusty foot too," crowed Demetrius. He could hear Andriscus and Philippos, the 2 comrades who'd come with Empedocles, join in the laughter that followed. It warmed Demetrius's heart. Empedocles was one of the 4 front rankers in the file, but his sneering, unpleasant manner meant he wasn't popular. "Listen to the mouthy pup," cried Empedocles. "A round or 2 of pancration would sort you out. Fancy it later?" "I almost beat you 4 years ago," said Demetrius. "I'm full sure I could now, and at boxing too. Name a time." A contemptuous noise. "Simonides wouldn't allow it." This was Empedocles' stock answer. "He doesn't need to find out about it," Demetrius shot back, pretending that he was not also wary of Simonides' response. Aware of their enmity, their file leader had banned them from wrestling, boxing, or fighting pancration with one another, because he said the contest would end with someone maimed or dead. "Why can't you pair set your differences aside? Almost neighbours in the file, a common enemy and all that?" Philippos, who was just behind Empedocles, boomed his great belly laugh. A big man with a big heart, he had become a father figure to Demetrius. "Andriscus and me, we rub along well, apart from his farts, of course, which I end up breathing every time we're in line." Even Empedocles laughed now. Andriscus, a step below Philippos, grinned, but made no attempt to deny Philippos's accusation. An excellent soldier and handsome, Andriscus stood second in line behind Simonides. Philippos was next, and Empedocles after him. Then came the new quarter-file leader, Taurian, the replacement for Dion, who had died at Atrax. There was no chance of friendship, thought Demetrius, glaring at Empedocles, glaring at him. Too much had happened. If there was anything to be taken from the unpleasant situation, it was that as 6th ranker in the file, he stood behind Empedocles rather than the other way around. It was scant consolation. Demetrius was not surprised when the trumpet summoned every phalangist to the walls, perhaps an hour after his race with Cimon and Antilian. Despite the loss of his catapults, perhaps because of their loss, the Roman general Flamininus was impatient to prosecute the siege. Other factors would also have influenced him. Heavy dew had blanketed every tent at dawn. The damp smell of autumn in the air was undeniable. Great banks of rain-heavy clouds swept in from the sea, a sharp reminder of the changing seasons. If Elatia was to be taken before spring, it had to be done fast. The trumpet's peal had not faded when Simonides' voice rang out, telling his men to ready themselves at once. Demetrius relished a final mouthful. He'd saved the sweet cakes until last. At least our bellies are full, eh? Aye. Antilian ran a finger around the plate, picking up the last traces of honey. A shame there weren't more. Buy as many as you like for us when it's your turn, said Cimon, winking at Demetrius. Good-natured insults filled the air between the friends as they dressed and armed themselves. No one hurried. Whatever Flamininus intended, it would take time for the legions to march out of their camps. Cimon and Antilian wore the mail shirts they had stripped from Roman dead at Pluina the previous year. Simple pilos helmets protected their heads. Demetrius had had similar armour, but now he was the proud owner of a fine bronze panoply, a gift from Philip for saving his life. Soon everyone in the Spira was ready. Missing only those on sentry duty, the files formed, aspides and still disassembled sarissy on men's shoulders. Led by their file leaders, the phalangists tramped from the agora, the only space in Elatia large enough to accommodate their tents. Simonides' file had a position on the western wall, the one facing the largest Roman camp. It was already a familiar walk, first passing the municipal offices, and then a temple to Zeus. After came the paved street that led to the west gate. It was lined with businesses. Wine shops and open-fronted restaurants, both popular with the phalangists, stood beside ironmongers' premises, and those belonging to potters, carpenters, and leather workers. The pavements were jammed. It seemed the entire population, apart from those already on the walls, had come to watch the phalangists march to the defence of their town. A sombre air prevailed. Some voices called encouragement, but most people just stared. Hunched greybeards muttered to one another. Hairy-chinned crones mumbled prayers, asking the gods for their blessing. Women of childbearing age, whose husbands were part of the garrison, watched in worried silence. Little girls, half hid behind their mothers, staring wide-eyed at the intimidating lines of soldiers, while a few of the bolder boys strode beside them, offcuts of wood, their pretend sarissy. The subdued atmosphere was uncomfortable, and it was a welcome relief when a plump old woman shuffled out of the throng to plant wet kisses on any phalangist she could reach. Increasing his pace, Demetrius managed to avoid her clutches, as did the next few men. Cimon could not get away, however. Raucous cheers rose from his comrades as the crone embraced him. He managed a strained smile. Emboldened, she pinched his arse, declaring that if he had a moment later, she'd show him a good time. The alarming image sent everyone within hearing into uncontrollable laughter. Demetrius and the rest gave Cimon no peace for the rest of the journey to the walls. "The battle's worth winning, just to see you two spend a night together," Antilian chortled, wiping away tears of amusement. "I like them well covered," Cimon grumbled. "I never said I liked grandmothers." The hilarity came to a halt at the top of the stairs, where the Spira commander Stephanos was waiting grim-faced. "Intersperse yourselves between the townsmen," he ordered. "One phalangist to every 3 locals." No one liked being separated from his comrades, but the command made sense. Perhaps 1 in every 10 Elatians was a trained soldier. Few faces on the walkway looked anything other than terrified. The townsman's apprehension was understandable, thought Demetrius grimly, as he found a spot halfway along the wall. The flat ground before the town was packed with the enemy. If even a fraction gained the ramparts, Elatia would fall. They were in dire need of the gods' favour again, yet there seemed no chance of such fortune befalling them. There was every chance that this place would be his graveyard. His right-hand neighbour, a stout man with a badly fitting linen corselet, was at least 10 years older than Demetrius, and looked as if he hadn't used his rusty-bladed spear in many years, if ever. The man leaned it against the stonework and stuck out a sweaty hand. "Euryclides." "Demetrius." He wrapped an arm around the 2 parts of his sarissa so they didn't fall, and took Euryclides' grip. "Was it this bad at Atrax?" "That was far worse." Euryclides gave him a disbelieving look. "There were 2,000 of you. We number less than half that." "Aye, but there was a cursed great hole in the wall. The Romans had only a short climb to get inside the fortress. With their catapults reduced to piles of ash, here they must rely on ladders and battering rams, if they have them. All we have to do is hold the gates and knock them off the walls into the ditch," said Demetrius, aware that however scared he might be, Euryclides was in far worse shape. "That's what we did for 40 days in the Aus Valley, and we could have kept going if the horse sons hadn't found a way round our defences." He pulled a confident grin. Euryclides looked a little happier for a moment, then his expression grew dubious. "I can always build more catapults." "Of course they can, but look, they're not. Time is against Flamininus. He needs a quick victory so his men can settle into winter camp without having us at their backs." "What if they use the elephants?" Euryclides shuddered. Demetrius hadn't liked seeing the great grey beasts either, but he was confident they wouldn't be used here. He shook his head. "Flamininus will keep them back for more important battles." "You think we can win?" It was quiet on the rampart, and Euryclides' tremulous voice carried. Men's heads turned. A year and a half before, Demetrius might have faltered. Not now. A veteran of several brutal battles, a gulf separated him from the likes of Euryclides and his fellow townsmen. The awe and respect in the stout man's eyes was proof of this. "We don't have to win. That's the thing," Demetrius cried. I don't understand." Euryclides looked to the next men along, a spiky-haired type who looked just as nervous as he, and a snaggle-toothed greybeard who looked too arthritic to be on the rampart. He received shrugs by way of reply, and turned back to Demetrius. "Our task is to stop the bastards from getting inside the walls, nothing more. Throw them back 6 times, kill enough of the filth, and they'll soon piss off." It sounded good, but everyone knew that the number of local towns falling to the legions was growing by the day. There was nothing to say Flamininus wouldn't have new catapults constructed here, as he had before. The defenders' artillery consisted of 2 poorly maintained bolt-throwers. Even if they didn't break, the weapons would wreak few casualties among the enemy. Yet the scared faces watching him needed to believe that all was not lost. Demetrius stared hard at each defender, willing them to believe his words. "Every Roman out there was at Atrax too, remember. Hundreds of their comrades died there. They won't have the stomach for a prolonged fight. Hold fast. That's all we have to do." "Aye." A light sparked in Euryclides' eyes. He clapped spiky hair on the back and nodded fiercely at the greybeard. "Aye. Keep them from gaining the rampart. We can do that." "That's the spirit," said Demetrius, relieved that the men further away also seemed a little encouraged. The moment Euryclides looked away, he caught Cimon's attention with a glance. His friend dipped his chin to say yes, he understood what Demetrius had done, and that he would do the same, and pass the word on to Antilion, who stood further over to the right. Philippos, who was to Demetrius's left, was already talking to his neighbours. Demetrius could have kissed the merchant who arrived soon after with a file of slaves in tow. They carried wine for every man atop the rampart. "A small gesture of thanks," cried the merchant. His timing couldn't have been better. A more settled air fell. Stephanos was next to make his way around the walls, checking that everyone had assembled his sarissa and that the long, forked poles he'd ordered were in place. Like the good officer he was, he encouraged and poked fun at his men by turns, and exchanged a few words with each townsman. "Demetrius!" Cimon's tone demanded attention. Demetrius looked, and managed not to curse out loud. At Atrax, Flamininus had sent in his allies first, wild Epirot, Illyrian, and Dardanian warriors. Only when they failed had the legionaries attacked. Today would be different. The closest units to the walls now were Principes, some of the best soldiers in the legions. Demetrius's father had been fond of saying a man should never plan his future, because each time he did, either the gods or the fates would intervene. He could have been talking about this exact moment, thought Demetrius bitterly.
His words to Euryclides seemed hollow beyond belief. Their fate would hang in the balance from the outset. Another hour passed as the Romans deployed on all four sides of Elatia, proving that Flamininus was eager to take it fast. Only when the town was surrounded did the assault begin. 2 battering rams presented the most serious threat. One was moved towards the west gate, not far from Demetrius's position, while the other was carried towards the north. Telling himself that fire arrows would see to the rams and heated sand lay low their crews, Demetrius readied Euryclides and his companions as best he could. He had the arthritic greybeard, another Dion, change places with Euryclides so that he stood directly to Demetrius's right. He had no idea if Euryclides and Protogenes, the man with spiky hair, would hold their own, but at least they were able-bodied. Dion's breath rattled in his chest, and he struggled to keep his spear upright. A coppice in a simple scabbard hung from a baldric over his bony shoulder, although Demetrius doubted he had the strength to wield it. Demetrius would have sent him down from the walls before the fighting began, but he hadn't the heart, after Dion related the story of his son's death at Ptolemy the previous summer.
A peltast, he was. Fine shot with a spear, too.
A bout of phlegm-laden coughing. Dion grimaced.
And a good stonemason, too. I do my best, but the workshop isn't the same without him. His wife didn't want me up here, but I told her, my son is watching from the other side. What kind of father or grandfather would I be if I didn't defend his family?
Demetrius tried to imagine his feelings if he were untrained, like so many here, and had his long-dead mother and father in a house somewhere in the town. It didn't take long to conclude that he, too, would have been terrified.
This is my only choice.
Dion fixed his rheumy eyes on Demetrius.
You're doing the right thing,
said Demetrius, and meaning it. I would do the same. Together we will prevail.
Zeus, he prayed, let that be true.
Here they come, cried Cimon. Demetrius licked his lips. In neat ranks, the Principes were marching towards Elatia. At a rough estimate, there were 3 for every man atop the walls. The Principes looked calm and determined. They were carrying dozens of ladders. At 200 paces, the lone catapult on the west wall twanged. Its bolt hummed over the Romans' heads and vanished. The second shot missed as well. Demetrius wanted to shout his frustration. There was no chance of devastating the enemy, as at the Aus, but causing even a few casualties would hearten townsmen and phalangists alike. Cheers rose as a third bolt punched through a shield and into the princeps carrying it. Several more fell to the bolt-throwers' missiles, but the ranks of Principes reached the defensive ditch looking as neat as if they were on parade. Officers shouted. Teams of men worked the ladders into the ditch, while others clambered down alongside. 2 ladders were about to hit Demetrius's section. Ordering Euryclides and Protogenes to tackle the rightmost one with the forked pole they shared between them, he told Dion to stand ready for the left-hand one.
"What if a third appears?" asked Dion.
"Do your best to throw it down. God willing, you'll manage it. If not, either Euryclides or I will get to you as fast as we may." Demetrius turned his sarissa so its point faced downwards. He fed it hand over hand until it hung suspended over the enemy. The nearest Principes quailed, and he grinned. The long spear could have been made for defending a wall. Moments later, he pithed the first princeps onto the ladder, but the blade stuck fast in the man's backbone. As he struggled to free it, another princeps reached up and hacked off the tip. They remember what happened at the Aus, thought Demetrius grimly. He managed to knock another Roman off the ladder with the splintered stump, but then, in a clearly prepared move, a pair of Principes worked together to seize its end and cut off a lengthy piece. Demetrius hurled the ruined sarissa into the ditch with a curse and focused on the ladder instead. There would be no help from Euryclides and Protogenes. They were still battling to push their ladder out from the wall. Splinters ran into Demetrius's fingers as he seized the rough-hewn timber, but he paid no heed. The princeps trying to climb was a heavy-boned, meaty individual.
It took Demetrius a little time to shake him off. Quickly he heaved the ladder to one side, watching with satisfaction as it injured a princeps at the base of the wall. "Another ladder!" Dion's voice shook. Demetrius darted to the old man's side. The ladder projected 3 handspan over the top of the rampart. He grabbed hold and tried to wrench it towards him. Failing, he attempted to push it to the right, but couldn't. Peering over the wall, he saw that Flamininus's men had learned a great deal indeed. The ladder was being held upright on each side by a princeps wielding a forked stick, a shorter version of the poles being used by the defenders. Nothing Demetrius did shifted the ladder more than a few fingers' breadths. Abandoning this tactic, he grabbed Dion's spear, and a moment the princeps climbing it was in range, stabbed him. "Eurycledes!" Demetrius didn't dare take his eyes from the ladder. Another princeps was already 2 rungs up. "Aye? How are you feeling?" "Holding our own." There was a note of pride to Eurycledes' voice. Dion was babbling about a 4th ladder. Demetrius had seen it from the corner of his eye. Indecision battered him. Abandon his position, and the enemy would gain the rampart. Leave the new one to the frail Dion, who was only armed with his coppice, and he risked the same. "Philippos!" he roared into the din of shouts, screams, and, from further off, trumpets. A moment's delay, and then, "What?" "I need you!" There was no answer. Demetrius went with his gut, deciding that the princeps on Dion's ladder would reach the top before the one on his. He shuffled sideways, leaned out, and killed the Roman. Within 3 breaths he'd returned to his ladder. He was just in time. The princeps there had seen his chance and was already swinging a leg over the rampart. He screamed like a woman when Demetrius's spear skewered his right thigh. Raising his sword to fight back, he left his armpit unprotected. Demetrius tugged free his spear and ran it deep into the man's chest. His fight had afforded fresh Principes the chance to start climbing not just his ladder, but Dion's. Demetrius's skin crawled as he thrust down at the men on his. It was only a matter of time before the attackers timed their ascent so that they reached the top of the wall at the same time. He killed one Princeps and injured the second, which made the man at the ladder's foot hesitate. Pulse hammering in his ears, Demetrius went to help Dion, finding to his relief that Philippos had arrived. It made no difference that 2 Principes with forked poles were now supporting the ladder. Philippos was so strong that he had simply wrenched it free. Laughing, he used it to batter the Principes with great sideways sweeps, over and back, like a giant swatting rats with a stick. Using their forked pole, Eurycledes and Protogenes had heaved down another ladder. Beyond them, the walkway appeared clear of Principes. It was the same to Demetrius's left. In the ditch below, surrounded by their dead and wounded, the Principes looked a great deal less determined than they had a short time before. Even better, the faces of the men in as yet undeployed units, those waiting a little distance away, looked unhappy, wary, fearful. Hope flaring in his gut, Demetrius twisted to study the entire rampart. Not a Princeps was to be seen. At the base of several staircases, groups of women were hauling wicker baskets of rocks up to the walkway, ammunition to hurl down on the enemy. A brief grin creased his face. The gods continued to smile on Elatia. Chapter 4. Antisera on the coast of Phocis, northern shore of the Corinthian Gulf. The harbour of Antisera was small, a pair of semicircular walls reaching out from a quay at the town's heart. It held perhaps 20 fishing smacks. Too confined a space for large vessels, it forced the Roman triremes now stationed here to tie up just outside the harbour mouth. Standing atop the tower that guided one side of the port's narrow entrance, Titus Quinctius Flamininus was feeling impatient. 2 days earlier, a report that his elder brother Lucius was leaving an important conference at Sicyon had brought him south. Leaving a senior officer in charge of the siege of Elatia, "I won't be gone long," Flamininus had said, he had hurried to Antisera. Rather than find Lucius waiting, Flamininus had, on his arrival that morning, been greeted by a flustered triarch, the officer commanding one of the ships at anchor. His brother was on his way, A letter in the Triarch's possession confirmed it, but when he would reach the port was impossible to say. Flamininus had opted to remain when he could have returned to Elatia, a frustrating affair that seemed set to drag on without a successful conclusion. He had chosen to believe the still flustered Triarch's assurance that Lucius was bound to sail in with the afternoon tide. He hadn't. Irritated, but more interested in what might have happened at Sicyon than taking yet another shithole town, Flamininus spent the rest of the day catching up on paperwork, penning letters to his many spies in Greece and Italia, as well as a smoothly crafted missive intended to keep the Senate in Rome happy. While the summer's campaign had not all gone his way, Atrax in particular was hard to ignore, it was impossible to deny that many advances had been made. Flamininus had repeatedly cited his successes. He had neglected to include mention of Pluina. The loss of 1,500 legionaries was a flesh wound, not a mortal injury, and underlined the importance of Gomphi fortress, the occupation of which opened a much shorter route for supplies to reach his army. Lucius still hadn't arrived by sunset, testing Flamininus's patience further. He decided to stay in Antisera, telling himself that while his brother's timing was rarely good, he could be relied on to do what he'd said. Lucius would arrive with news from Sicyon eventually. Flamininus returned to his post atop the tower not long after dawn the following day. A short, brown-haired man with protuberant eyes, a long nose, and fleshy lips, he had none of his brother Lucius's looks. This had troubled the youthful Flamininus, but no longer. Truth be told, he would not have changed places with Lucius for all the gold in Croesus's treasury. His ruthless determination, unbreakable confidence, and a refusal to accept defeat were of far greater value than an Adonis-like physique and a face that made women, or in Lucius's case men, go weak at the knees. "Whoring." Flamininus's tone was distasteful. "That's what he'll be doing." For the umpteenth time he looked south. 30 miles away, the coast of the Peloponnese was a brown smear on the horizon, the water between a mass of grey-blue flecked with white. There was little wind. Weather hadn't delayed his brother. It was possible, thought Flamininus, that he had been attacked or laid low by illness, but given his history, it was a great deal more probable that Lucius was dallying with a youth who'd caught his eye. One day something Lucius had done would come back to haunt him. Flamininus was sure of it. When that came to pass, he would distance himself from his brother without a qualm. Family ties were important, but not if the price was loss of power and political influence. Nor could his reputation as one of the greatest Romans ever, to be remembered in this fashion was Flamininus's heartfelt desire, be marred. Inevitably, an image of Galba came to mind. His political rival, enemy, and blackmailer, Galba was a sizable obstacle on his path to everlasting greatness. Even if Flamininus kept to the terms they'd agreed, a legateship here in Greece for Galba and the payment to him of vast sums for the next 10 years, there was still a risk that the malevolent ex-consul would make public Flamininus's secret and treasonous dealings with the Aetolians. If that happened, his career would come to a premature end. It wasn't impossible that the Senate might order him to commit suicide. Flamininus had never been one for fighting, but if Galba had appeared in that moment, he would have beaten him to a pulp. "Calm yourself," he thought. "Brute force might subdue an aggressive dog, but a stealthier approach is required for a snake." Fresh letters of instruction needed to be sent to his spies in Rome. Every man had a weakness, and Galba was no different. It had proven impossible thus far to find his Achilles' heel, but persistence paid off. One day, God's willing, he would be at Flamininus's mercy. His attention drifted to the harbour below, where fishermen held shouted conversations with one another from their boats. Off-duty crewmen from the triremes watched pairs of local youths wrestle on the edge of the quay. Roars of laughter went up as the loser of each bout was unceremoniously tossed into the water. A trio of greybeards squatted on their haunches by the base of the tower, gossiping and repairing nets.
The ordinariness of the scene was reassuring. Life goes on, no matter what, thought Flamininus. A muffled sound from the stairwell made him turn. "Passion?" There was no reply. "Who's there?" demanded Flamininus, a little unsettled. "Passion?" He hurried to the opening that communicated, via a wooden ladder, with the tower's interior. On hands and knees he peered into the guard-room below, a simple chamber with bunk beds, a brazier, a table and chairs. There was no sign of anyone, least of all his Greek secretary. It must have been a rat, Flamininus decided, glad that no one had witnessed his unease, but wondering if his impulsive decision to leave his escort at the tower's base had been wise. "What are you?" he asked himself. "An old woman?" Pretending that his heart wasn't beating a little faster than normal, he stood and smoothed down his tunic. Another study of the horizon revealed no sails. His enjoyment dampened, his irritation at Lucius simmering, Flamininus decided he'd wasted enough time. His brother would arrive no sooner, whether he stood on the tower or sat at his desk, and doing the latter would keep Passion off his back. Flamininus felt a flicker of amusement. His secretary was a slave, but by the gods he could be as annoying as a nagging wife, and as every sensible man knew, the best way to placate an unhappy wife was to accede to their demands. Several hours later, Flamininus was at his evening meal in his tent. Night had not yet fallen. Most Romans would not dine so early, but of recent years he had found that eating late gave him terrible indigestion. Various surgeons had been unable to remedy this affliction. By a process of experimentation, Flamininus had found this simple solution. In Rome, he often had to eat in the evening, formal dinners being the most common reason, but here he could suit himself. As usual, his cook had done a fine job. The fish, sole, mullet, and sardines, decorating the large platter at the centre of the table, could not have been fresher. Lightly fried in oil with herbs, their white flesh was succulent and delicious. Boiled greens, something he had grown to like only in adulthood, made a fine accompaniment, and crusty, just-baked bread served well to mop up the juice left on his plate. A large cup of caecuban washed it all down. Flamininus eyed the jug, wanting more. He held off. It was too easy, when on his own, to drink more than was good for him. Although there was little that could happen in Antisera, fresh news from Elatia would not arrive before the morn, and of Lucius there was no sign. He was at war. It was best he remain in full command of his senses, just in case. This resolve lasted long enough for Flamininus to consider that there was nothing to do, apart from paperwork. His efforts had only reduced the mound on his desk, or retiring to his bed. "Curse it all," thought Flamininus. "I deserve another cup." He poured a healthy measure, and then, with a shrug, the same again. "Master." Passion was framed in the entrance to the dining area. "Enter," Flamininus beckoned. Passion came closer, his eyes moving, as they always did at such times, to the food on the table. "A ship is approaching the harbour, master." Flamininus held in his excitement. "What direction does it come from?" "The south, master." "It's Lucius, it must be." Flamininus permitted himself a little smile. "How long until it docks?" "Soon, master." "Bring him to me the moment he disembarks. No visit to a tavern or anything else. Understand?" "Master." Passion vanished as unobtrusively as he'd arrived. Flamininus heard Lucius's voice long before he saw him. His brother was complaining about how tired he was and how hungry and thirsty. Throwing back the last of his wine, Flamininus filled his cup and one for Lucius. "There you are!" Lucius came striding in, cheeks reddened by the wind, his hair tousled. "Is all well?" Flamininus gave him a frosty look. "The conference at Sicyon ended some days since." "What way is that to greet your brother? I've been travelling for 2 days." Without asking, Lucius swept up the second cup and drained it. "Not bad." He poured another. Eyeing Flamininus, he asked, "Need a top-up?" "No," snapped Flamininus. "What took you so long? Didn't you know I would be here waiting for you?"
a vague, apologetic gesture. "I was worn out. You know how boring politicking is, and gods, the Greeks love the sound of their own voices even more than Romans. I spent one night on the wine after the conference ended, that's all." Lucius made a face. "It took a day to recover, but that couldn't be helped." "Jupiter's prick, Lucius." Now a shrug. "I'm famished." Lucius sat and began loading food onto a plate. Flamininus ground his teeth, but to demand more information straight away would prolong the agony. He watched in silence as Lucius ate his fill. Only when his brother had finished did he speak. "Is your news good?" "Fish is tasty." A belch, a smirk. "Apologies, brother. You wish to hear my tidings?" "I do," said Flamininus dryly. Lucius drained his cup. He stared at Flamininus, daring him to demand he reveal the details of the Sicyan conference, where the leaders of Achaea, a powerful city-state on the Peloponnese, had met to discuss their future. Flamininus refused to lose his temper. To play coy and then reveal that his news was bad would be too much, even for his wastrel brother. Showing none of his impatience, he said, "Tell me." "My pleasure. It was clear from the outset that the Achaeans were beset by indecision. An hour spent in one of the better taverns, there weren't many, I can tell you, soon revealed that, to a man, they felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Men were saying that if Achaea remained neutral, we Romans might prevail on Nabis of Sparta to join us." Flamininus made an amused gesture of acknowledgement. "The presence of my fleet at Cenchreae has sharpened their awareness of how easily Rome can strike at Achaea. And then they had Philip to consider, their ally of old, and someone to whom many still feel obligated. The King of Macedonia is a good friend, and a bad enemy, I heard more than one man say." Flamininus chuckled. "The same might be said of Rome." "True," agreed Lucius with a smirk. "When the assembly convened, our envoy Lucius Calpurnius was given the floor first. He waxed lyrical about the benefits of joining with Rome and its allies. Fight Philip together, he said, and he will soon fall. When it was Philip's ambassador's turn, he spoke much of the old, long-standing alliance between Achaea and Macedonia. His speech went down well, but the Athenian envoy spoke last, in order that his honeyed words did not linger in men's minds. An entire day went by in this fashion, and God, my arse hurt by the end of it." Lucius leered. "Because I sat from sunrise to sunset, you see. It wasn't for the usual reasons." "Spare me." Lucius sat back, allowing Pacian, who had reappeared with a fresh jug of wine, to refill his cup. After a large mouthful, he sighed with contentment. "You have always had good taste, brother. Cuban?" "You know it is," said Flamininus, but he was pleased. "The second day's proceedings had to be seen to be believed. The Achaean assembly members were given the floor. This was their opportunity to discuss their thoughts of the various emissaries' contributions and come to a decision." "And?" "Not a man stood forward." "Eh?" "After the herald spoke, beginning the proceedings, silence fell. Men looked at one another. You could have heard a needle drop." "No one wanted to be the first to make his opinion known," said Flamininus, guessing. "Children act thus. Many adults are the same." "Even so, a decision had to be made, however. The Achaean general Aristinus harangued his fellows for a time, and still none would speak. Frustrated, Aristinus repeated the offers made by the various envoys the previous day. The benefits of joining with Rome and its allies were clear. Although old ties linked them to Macedonia, Philip was in no position to offer them anything more than words, barricaded as he is behind Tempe. Why, Aristinus asked, should they answer Philip's request for troops when he could not offer them the same to counter the threat of the Roman fleet at Cenchreae and the legions close to Achaea's borders? It was more important for Achaea to concern itself with its own interests. To reject the alliance offered them would be madness. Far better, Aristinus said, to have Rome as a friend than an enemy. That swayed them, surely. So you might think, and you'd be wrong. Flamininus could not hold in his surprise. They rejected our offer? A ballot was taken, which resulted in a draw. 5 of the 10 senior magistrates voted for Achaia to ally itself with Rome, and 5 against, for fear, they said, of breaking the terms of their agreement with Philip. The arguments around this went on for the rest of the day. Lucius made a face. I could take no more. Retiring to an inn, I left Calpurnius to monitor the fools. Flamininus rolled his eyes, although he suspected his own patience would have been tested to the limit by the Achaeans' inability to agree. I take it that matters came to a head on the 3rd day. Indeed. Lucius's tone was droll. The representatives of the 3 cities with the strongest links to Macedonia refused to go back on their word and stormed out of the assembly. With their departure, the vote for an alliance with Rome was carried at last. I swear the Greeks would argue with one another on the threshold of Hades. Flamininus raised his cup to Lucius. But the result is what we wished for, so I suppose we must be thankful. The Achaean army is being mobilized even as we speak. 2,000 to 3,000 hoplites and several hundred cavalry will be at your disposal. Excellent, said Flamininus with a smile. I have a task for you, brother. The Achaeans can help you achieve it. Compared to Flamininus, Lucius was poor at concealing his emotions. He leaned forward, eyes glinting. Tell me. Instead, Flamininus began a protracted explanation of his tactics for the following spring. The more impatient Lucius looked, the slower he went. Point made, brother, said Lucius when he was done. I annoyed you by holding back with my news. You have done the same to me. Are you going to keep me in the dark forever? Flamininus's lips twitched. This banter reminded him of their childhood, when Lucius had always got the better of him. No longer, he thought. I want you to besiege Corinth. Corinth? Lucius looked delighted. It will be a tough nut to crack. Take it, however, and we protect ourselves from surprise attacks to the south. The capture of one of the fetters of Greece will humiliate Philip, too, even more than the loss of the garrison and his influence over the Peloponnese. He will be incandescent to hear of Corinth's fall. An enemy who loses his temper is prone to make mistakes. You're not just a pretty face, brother, jibed Flamininus, or a wine-sack. Lucius seemed about to come back with a biting retort, but thought better of it. They exchanged a not entirely friendly glance. Lucius was the first to look away, leaving Flamininus content. As the elder of the two, it would have been usual for Lucius to be more senior, the consul in this case, but he had little of Flamininus's ambition and even less of his ruthlessness. Lucius was a lover of wine and of flesh, a debauch who from time to time needed to know his place. Which was precisely the lesson he had just delivered, thought Flamininus. A discreet cough. Master? Pacian might have been listening to their conversation. In all likelihood he had been, but Flamininus didn't care. What? I have a letter for you, master. This hour? His senses a little dulled by the wine, it took Flamininus several heartbeats for the significance to sink in. He beckoned to his secretary. Where did it come from? He asked, hating the suggestion of a high note in his voice. I don't know, master. I went to answer a call of nature. Upon my return it was on my desk. Pacian shuffled forward, a wooden message tablet in his hands. Flamininus seized it. He longed to smash the thing into pieces, but he couldn't bring himself to. Galba, he thought. It's from that whoreson Galba. The noise at the tower earlier must have been his agent. I disturbed him before he could leave the letter there. It was one explanation, but Flamininus could not put from his mind the disturbing notion that the noisemaker could have been someone like Benjamin. Galba's Judean slave had seemed harmless, yet he had slain Flamininus's huge bodyguard Thrax with ease. "Are you going to open it?" Lucius's voice, a little concerned. Flamininus gave his brother a brittle smile. Breaking the wax seal, unmarked, he opened the tablet. Atrax was a disaster. Now you waste time on Elatia, a town of no importance. Time marches on. Philip remains undefeated. Must I stand at your shoulder to see this war brought to a successful conclusion? Remember, I am watching."
The note had no signature, just like the one Flamininus had received just over a month before at Gomphi. It was from Galba, of that there could be no doubt. "He has men in my camp," thought Flamininus. "How else can these letters be delivered to my very door?" "Brother?" Flamininus did not respond. Hard as stone, his eyes slid to Pacian, who was hovering before him.
"This was on your desk, you say?"
"Yes, master." Pacian's throat worked. Could Galba have got to Pacian? Flamininus wondered. The Greek had been with him for years. He had come to rely on him as few others, freeborn or no. He was part of his household. Flamininus crushed the sentiment at once. Only a fool would think of slaves as trustworthy. Pacian had to be behind the letter's delivery. Who else could have sneaked past his sentries? The circumstances of the previous letter's delivery had also been odd. Flamininus observed the beads of sweat on Pacian's brow, and his suspicion hardened. "What's in the letter, brother?" asked Lucius. Never taking his gaze off Pacian, Flamininus tossed the tablet across the table. "It's from Galba." Lucius was aware of the ex-consul's hold over Flamininus, although not its full degree.
"Yes.
Cocksucker." Despite the appositeness of the oath to himself, there was no trace of irony in Lucius's voice. "His agents must be invisible to deliver them without being seen by a soul."
"There must."
Flamininus jerked his head, dismissing a pale-faced Pacian. It was late, and he had not the energy to supervise a torture session. It mattered not if Pacian were to inform Galba that Achaia had allied itself with Rome. There was little else he could do before morning. After a good night's sleep, Flamininus decided he would see the ministrations of his bodyguards make Pacian sing like a bird. Or perhaps he would observe Pacian discreetly for a time, as a hawk hovers unseen over its prey. With the year's campaign almost at an end, there was no need to make a premature move. Well-laid traps caught the most prey. Chapter 5. Corinth. Down the dusty track along the isthmus that linked the Peloponnese to Greece, an army was on the march. Southward it had come from Elatia, one legion of Flamininus's 4 sent to help Lucius attack Corinth. The consul had acted the moment he'd returned from Antisera 5 days prior. Abandoning the attack on Elatia, he had moved to take other towns in Phocis, many of which were making overtures of peace. It was Felix's and Antonius's bad fortune to serve in the unit chosen to go south. Instead of easy marches between towns with open gates, they were wearing down their hobnails, eating once a day at best, and heading for yet another siege. After the scouts and cavalry came the Hastati, and then the Principes and Triarii. Losses since the spring had seen the Principes' numbers whittled from a shade over 1,100 to somewhere under 900. These casualties weren't all dead, close to half were wounded. A decent number would return to the fight after the winter, but others still hovered somewhere between this world and the next, in various makeshift hospitals left in the army's wake. Felix and Antonius were marching close to the front of the Principes. Recommended for promotion by Livius after he'd spotted the attack on the catapults, Felix was now a tesserarius. It had been a popular decision. Indeed, plenty of men had told him they thought it was long overdue. They didn't know that he had tried to refuse, or that Livius had laughed in his face and written the official document anyway. "You can't keep a good soldier down," Livius had said, and Felix had grimaced and thanked him, and prayed that the promotion would not cause someone to remember him from Scipio's army, and how Matho had had him and Antonius dishonourably discharged. Thus far things had gone well, and he could only hope they continued to do so. "We must have walked the length of fucking Greece by now," said Felix. "Any further and we'll be at Olympia." "I've always wanted to see it," said Daedalus,
one of 4 men from another contubernium that had been amalgamated with theirs. "Pity the games aren't on. What a sight they would be!" Coming from Daedalus, a self-confessed pimp in Rome before he joined the legions, this was revelatory. Hoots of derision followed the comment, and Daedalus, a pock-faced individual with 1 blue eye and 1 brown, glowered. "Here's me thinking your only concern was ploughing women, or should I say selling women to be ploughed," said Periplectomenus, another addition to the tent group. Quick-witted, but shorter than most, and scrawny to boot, he was a natural target for bullies. In the short time since Felix and Antonius had known him, he'd been beaten up twice by men from other units. Periplectomenus, or Perry as he was known, waited until the laughter had died down before crowing, "But no, you're an athlete too." More laughter and crude jokes followed. "Fancy your chances at the wrestling or boxing?" Felix eyed Sparax and Clavus, the last additions to the contubernium. Sparax, whose name meant mangler, and his close friend Clavus, whose name translated as nail, were 2 bruisers from the roughest part of the Esquiline in Rome. Sparax had cauliflower ears and was a lot larger than Clavus, but both had the look of men who knew their way around an alley fight. Clavus wore 2 daggers rather than the usual 1. "You're twice the size of any Greeks I've seen, Sparax," said Felix. "You at least would place." "It's not all about size, sir." At odds with his fearsome appearance, Sparax had a lisp. Few men were foolish enough to mention it. The last who had, a man from another century, had ended up one dark night with a broken arm and 2 black eyes. "Technique is just as important." "He's not wrong, sir," rumbled Clavus. Blue-eyed, with dark brown, almost black hair, he had a small scar on the back of his right hand. He chuckled. "I still fancy my chances, or Sparax's. Non-Greeks are forbidden from taking part, as well you know." Livius had materialized along their rank. "Barbarians, they call us, and them, the ones who run, box, and wrestle naked." Everyone laughed, but Felix caught Daedalus and Clavus exchanging a look. It added to his suspicion that there was more to their friendship than met the eye. The fact that they lay beside each other in the tent wasn't unusual, but he'd spied them sloping out of camp twice during the march from Elatia. Felix didn't care what they did in private, but if another officer found out, or even an ordinary soldier, the pair would be beaten within a hair of their lives, perhaps worse. He resolved to have a word about being less obvious. "Look, brothers." Livius was pointing to the south. "There it is, Corinth." The jokes died away. Thanks to their current elevation, the Principes could see how, pinched in by the sea on both sides, the isthmus narrowed to just a few miles' width. Occupying a site where the land opened out again stood the city of Corinth. Even at a distance, the long wall marked by regular towers was an impressive sight. So, too, was the great rock of the Acrocorinth, the stronghold towering south of the centre. It defended the city from all comers. "That's a big bastard of a fortress," said Antonius, voicing the thought in everyone's heads. Sensing the mood waver, and aware of his new position as a junior officer, Felix jumped in. "None of that. There are 4 armies to lay siege to the place. Us, the crews from Flamininus's brother's fleet, the Achaeans, and the Pergamines. Word has it that there's no love lost between the Corinthians and the Macedonian garrison. A couple of good assaults, and we'll take the place, you mark my words." The Principes rumbled their pleasure at this prospect. Felix wasn't sure if he was right, but keeping up morale was vital. Pullo had been good at doing that, even Matho had, and Livius, who was giving him an approving nod, knew its importance too. Felix grinned. Whatever happened, he decided they were together. Despite being a tesserarius now, he was still a comrade to his friends and to the rest of the century. By the time the sun was falling in the sky and the air growing chill, the Legion had set up camp close to the position occupied by the sailors and marines on the eastern side of the city. 5 miles away, at Cenchree on the isthmus' eastern coastline, the Roman fleet lay at anchor. To the west, Attalus and his soldiers were attacking from Corinth's second port, Lecium, where their ships were moored.
The freshly mobilized Achaeans had encamped in and around the road that led from the city to Sicyon. As Livius jubilantly declared, the Corinthians and their Macedonian garrison were surrounded by land and sea. This welcome news bolstered the Principe's morale, but there was little merriment around the fires that night. The imposing defences looked impregnable. Thorn hedges stood in front of each of the two deep defensive ditches, the first of which lay 200 paces from the walls. The second was situated much closer. Not only were there catapults on top of the frequent towers, wooden shuttered slits indicated the presence of more artillery. Hades would stalk among them on the morrow. Cackling evilly, Fortuna would roll her dice to determine who fell and who didn't. And so the Principes concentrated on ordinary things, a good supply of fallen timber for their fire, eating a hot meal. They drank wine to dull the fear, but reminded by a newly responsible Felix, not so much that they'd have pounding heads at dawn. Sleep evaded Felix for a lot of the night. Each time he did drop off, his old nightmare returned, the occasion when he, Antonius, and their comrades had been subjected to the fustuarium. It had been a cruel irony that Ingenuus had been the least suited to army life among them. Horrific scenes filled Felix's mind over and again. His ears rang with screams and pleas for mercy. Bathed in sweat, he jerked back to reality. In that moment, he would have given everything in his possession to forget Ingenuus's bloodshot eye, framed by strands of gore-sticky hair staring at him. The image was seared into Felix's mind, however, deeper than any slave brand could go. He sucked in a ragged breath. "Forgive me, brother," he asked silently. "I wanted only to end your suffering." He felt no better after the prayer. Fed by the sneaking awareness that he would do the same again if forced to, Felix had concluded long since that his guilt was deserved. The alternatives, refusing, even killing Matho, would have resulted in his own death, and like as not, those of Antonius and the rest of his comrades. "Night terrors, sir," whispered a voice. Felix started. He lay closest to the tent's entrance, at right angles to it. Antonius's spot was beside him, and he hadn't moved. "Who's that?" Felix muttered. "Perry, sir." In the silence that followed, Felix warred with himself. If his slain comrades had been aware of his nightmares, they had never said. Antonius knew, but he was Felix's brother. Now it seemed Perry had also realized. Felix didn't want to be thought of as weak. He was an officer now, and an impression of being strong at all times was vital. Before he had decided how to cut Perry down to size, however, his comrade spoke again. "I get them too, sir." Feeling a little sympathy, Felix raised himself up on an elbow. In the gloom, all he could see of Perry across Antonius's slumbering form was the whites of his eyes. "I? Ever since Antipatrea, the things I saw there." Perry's voice caught. "You know what it was like, sir?" "I do." Felix threw up a prayer that the girl he'd rescued was still alive, and that she hadn't been driven mad by her savage ordeal. "Zama did it to me." The lie wasn't so far from the truth. That battle had been the most brutal he'd ever fought. "You killed an elephant there, sir." There was a trace of awe in Perry's voice. "My brother talks too much when he's drunk." Fresh worries coursed through Felix. There were few veterans who could claim to have done such a thing. If the wrong person heard the story, he and his brother could be found out. He tried not to think about crucifixion, one punishment for men who rejoined the legions after being dishonourably discharged. It was even worse than the fustuarium. "Is it true, though, sir?" Perry again. "Venus cleft! Will you two shut up?" Antonius's sleep-fuddled voice irritated. Perhaps 100 heartbeats went by. Antonius's snoring grew louder than ever. Perry hissed. "Is it, sir?" "Inquisitive, aren't you?" retorted Felix. "I did, aye. And it's no one's business but mine. Tell a soul,
and I'll cut your balls off and stuff them down your throat."
At dawn, Felix made sure to pin Perry with a vicious stare the first chance their gazes crossed. Perry gave him a cowed nod that said, "My lips are sealed." Felix drew a thumb across his throat to underline the point, and left it at that. Crouched around the fire, spooning down mushy, bland barley porridge, all they had to eat, he studied his comrades' faces for an indication that they had overheard the murmured conversation. If any had, they were experts at concealing it. Even when Antonius grumbled about being woken by Felix and Perry, the only responses were chuckles and comments about the foul bastard who'd been farting in the tent.
"They're a low lot, sir. Solid, though."
Livius rounded the corner of their tent, accompanied by a short, ruddy-faced man with a distinctly rounded head. Without a helmet or armour, it was hard to know his exact rank, but his tunic was of a finer cut than any ordinary soldier's. His fat lips were fixed in a sneer.
"On your feet!"
barked Livius. Felix and the rest scrambled up into a line, and, nervous, saluted Livius and the stranger.
"This, maggots, is your new centurion."
Livius leered at their surprise.
"Gaius Attilius Bulbus."
"Sir!" They all saluted again and shot curious glances at Bulbus. Bulbus paced along in front of the Principes, looking down his long nose at each.
"They can fight, you say?"
he asked Livius in a gravelly tone.
"Aye, sir. 3 have been with us centuries since Apollonia. The other 4 have only been with us for a few days, but their previous centurion spoke well of them."
"Even when at war, personal appearance continues to be of importance." Bulbus's forefinger poked at the large, irregular, discoloured area on the belly of Fabius's tunic.
"What is this?"
Fabius looked alarmed.
A stain, sir."
Bulbus's Vetus, which he'd been holding by his side, came up lightning fast. He struck Fabius on the head so hard that his knees buckled.
"Do you take me for a fool?"
No, sir,"
slurred Fabius.
"Explain it, then."
Bulbus's voice cracked like a whip.
"It's a wine stain, sir."
This time Bulbus drove his Vetus into the offending mark, and behind it Fabius's gut. He smiled a thin smile as Fabius bent double, retching.
"Next time I see you, your tunic had best be clean."
Bulbus moved to stand in front of Clavus.
"Ugly bastard you are, but at least your garment is cleanish. Where's your helmet? Your mail?"
Hades, thought Felix, as Clavus hurried to find his kit. We've got a kit polisher for a centurion. He was right. Clavus was beaten because of rust spots on his mail, Sparax because a helmet strap had been repaired with a knot instead of renewed. The dull sheen to Perry's scabbard earned him several blows of the Vetus. Antonius, a stickler for keeping his equipment and weapons in good order, escaped Bulbus's attention. There was no praise, however, and then it was Felix's turn.
"This is the new Tesserarius, sir,"
said Livius. Bulbus stared at Livius. "New?" Livius explained what Felix had done. Bulbus didn't look impressed. He peered at Felix as closely as he had done the rest. By pure coincidence, Felix had cleaned his gear the night before. The mind-numbing task, a way not to think about the impending assault. He took relish, therefore, as Bulbus poked and prodded at his mail shirt, helmet, sword, and shield to no avail. Search away, Felix thought.
"Lift up your right foot."
Surprised, Felix didn't react at once. Bulbus's Vetus clattered him across the face, making him see stars. Swaying, he lifted his sandal-clad foot. The onion-headed prick is checking the hobs, thought Felix. The bastard is treating me no differently from the rest of the men.
"Look,"
crowed Bulbus.
"That's 2, 3 missing hobnails. Lift the other foot."
Resigned, he knew the left sandal was a little worse. Felix obeyed.
4 hobnails gone.
Bulbus swept the Vetus sideways. It made meaty contact with Felix's calf. Felix gasped with pain. Unsteadied, he would have fallen but for Antonius's arm.
What kind of Tersarius doesn't maintain his footwear? Bulbus was right in his face. There was wine on his breath. What kind of officer do you call yourself?
A bad one, sir. Felix took care to stare straight ahead. Onion Head, he thought. That shall be your name from now on.
Correct.
Half a dozen vicious swipes of the Vitas came next, on Felix's shoulders, arms, and head. He staggered, but managed to stay standing. Aware that men like Bulbus needed no excuse to deliver further punishment, he pulled himself upright the instant the last blow landed, and came to attention as best he could.
"You're all on sentry duty for the next 10 nights, declared Bulbus with a curl of his lip. "And a 20-mile march every day that we're not fighting."
He turned to Felix. "The only reason you're not demoted to the ranks is because I'm in a good mood." To Livius he said,
"If the rest of the men are as poor as this shower, I've been given the worst century in the whole legion. Lead on."
Livius, who had never been insistent on spit and polish, kept his face blank.
"If you'll follow me, sir."
Felix and his comrades watched in silence as the men in the next tent received the same treatment. Wary of the long ears possessed, it seemed, by every centurion under the sun, they said not a word until Bulbus was 50 paces or more away. Then the tirade began. Their new centurion was cursed high and low. By rights, Felix's new position meant he should have put a stop to it, but, incensed, he did no such thing. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't the only one to think of the nickname Onion Head for Bulbus. It caused much hilarity, which Felix didn't join in with. As he muttered to Antonius, they seemed to be cursed with disciplinarians for centurions. Matho, who'd hounded them from the legions, hadn't cared about kit shining like new-minted coins, but he'd been a brutal taskmaster. Bulbus could have been his brother or his cousin. Once again they had worries close to home, as well as the enemy, to contend with. The brothers' old worry that their illegal re-enlistment might be found out was once again in the forefront of their minds. A day of back-breaking toil and death passed. Every soldier in the legion played his part, for to reach the walls, the ditches had first to be filled. That meant felling trees, chopping off the branches, and hauling the trunks in wagons to where they were needed. Watched by the enemy, the Romans came under attack the moment they began to cut gaps in the thorn hedges. The wooden screens they'd built for this purpose afforded some protection, but direct hits, particularly from the stone-throwing catapults, wreaked a heavy toll. The first ditch was filled, despite these setbacks, and the legionaries pressed through a vicious artillery barrage to the second. Bulbus's men weren't alone in seeing their initial efforts a miserable failure. Waiting until the ditch was almost full of timber, the defenders poured down oil and after threw lit torches. Mocking laughter echoed from the walls as flames rose to the sky. Hours were then wasted as seawater was hauled from the coast to soak their remaining stocks of wood. By sundown, their toil and the blood they'd shed had finally yielded results. Along the legion's allocated section of Corinth's wall, 7 bridges provided uneven but relatively solid access over the second ditch. Guards were set over them after dark, and when the inevitable enemy attempts to destroy the bridges came through the postern gates hours later, they were beaten back with heavy casualties. At dawn, the Roman attack began in earnest. Armed with a battering ram borrowed from Lucius Quinctius Flamininus's sailors, Bulbus's Principes advanced to the base of the wall, pounded at every step by the enemy bolt-throwers and catapults. Close in, they were subjected to rocks and bricks dropped from above, as well as lethal showers of hot sand. After the ill luck of gaining Bulbus as their new centurion, the capricious Fortuna smiled on his men during this assault. Their casualties, 5 dead, 7 injured, were lighter than in other centuries, perhaps because their task was to shield the Principes wielding the bronze-headed ram rather than climbing the ladders. Success came sooner than they'd expected, too. Sharp-eyed, Bulbus had noticed a hairline fissure in the wall and directed the ram's attentions to the stonework below. Ominous cracking sounds, after a dozen blows, were a portent of things to come. The ram's 20th impact saw large sections of masonry collapse in a great cloud of dust. A dozen more, and the entire section of wall gave way. Screams rose from defenders who'd been trapped or injured in the fall. Their fellows watched in horror from the broken walkway on either side. The artillery fell silent.
"This is your chance, men!"
shouted Bulbus. Oddly for a centurion, and a disciplinarian at that, he never seemed to curse. It was as if, Felix maintained, he thought himself too good to sully his fat lips with bad language. "The onion-headed cunt," Felix would add, to the amusement of his close comrades. He took care not to use the insult in front of anyone else in the century. Bulbus, who was standing behind a screen, pointed with his sword.
"Up!"
"Here we go," muttered Felix, willing away his nausea, wishing he could take a piss.
"Just like Atrax,"
said Sparax, his face working.
"Shut your trap!"
Livius came stalking among them. Like everyone, he was coated in dust. The horsehair crest on his helmet turned a dull grey, but he exuded energy.
"It's a bastard of a job, but it's our job. Let's get it over with. The faster we get up there, the more chance of success."
Without a backward look, he began clambering up the fallen masonry. Felix threw himself forward with an oath. Antonius and the rest were with him. The remainder of the century followed, but not Bulbus. He stayed where he was, shouting encouragement. Perry prayed as he climbed.
"Mars, protect me! Mars, protect me!"
Sparax and Clavus stuck close together. Daedalus, wily, climbed behind them. Despite his age, Fabius kept up with Felix and Antonius.
"I'm old, but not done yet,"
he declared to the world at large.
"First to take a section of city wall gets a corona muralis."
Livius called over his shoulder.
"I've always wanted one."
Felix had been glancing from the rampart to his feet and back, trying not to fall while watching out for the enemy. An odd, choking sound drew his attention. He glanced at Livius. To his horror, an arrow had driven through both Theoptio's cheeks. Not a lethal wound, at least immediately. The agony of it still caused Livius to drop his sword. An instinct for survival made him hold on to his shield, raise it towards the archer who'd shot him. A second shaft thunked into the layered wood, and Livius staggered.
"Come on!"
shouted Felix, memories of Pullo tearing at his conscience when he had been powerless to do anything.
"To Livius!"
Fear powered his legs. He heaved himself up beside the Optio within a few heartbeats.
"You're all right, sir. The surgeon will soon have it out."
If we ever get to the cursed surgeon, he thought. Another arrow dinked off a rock close to his head. Felix wanted to help Livius to safety, but someone had to lead the attack or men would hesitate, and when that happened, men died. He locked eyes with Antonius on the other side of Livius.
"Someone's got to take him down." "I'm coming with you, brother,"
muttered Antonius.
"I'll look after him."
Sparax's voice just behind them.
"You can lean on me, sir."
It was up to him now, thought Felix. This is what being an officer was about. He quickly checked that the remainder of his comrades were with him, dust-coated, shields held high, it was hard to tell, but they seemed to be, and left Sparax to it. Hobbs scraping on the irregular footing, left knee smarting and missing a gouged-away chunk of skin, he clambered towards the breach. An arrow shot overhead. There was a yelp as it hit someone to Felix's rear. Balls tight with fear, knowing the archer's next effort could strike him, he peeked around the side of his shield. Sunk. The force of the strike halted him in his steps. His gaze moved. An arrow had lodged in the shield's edge, 3 fingers' breadth from his face. Felix could see the archer now, a slim figure perched atop the breach. He was close, no more than a dozen steps upward.
"Bastard!"
shouted Felix in Greek, adding in Latin,
"I'm going to gut you, ass-humper!"
His scare tactic worked. After loosing another shaft that shot wide, the archer scrambled to safety on the nearest walkway. Panting with relief and not a little fear, there were other archers shooting from the walls and spearmen too. Felix worked his way towards the top of the shattered wall.
"Tonius!" 3 steps behind you, called his brother. Daedalus has taken an arrow in the leg, but the others are here. The rest of the century is too, bar a few.
It's not so bad, thought Felix, taking heart. There are no phalangists with Syriae inside. We'll carve a way through, one way or another.
"Ready, brothers?"
shouted a voice on the other side of the breach.
"Aye!"
came the answering roar.
"With me!"
Latin. They're speaking Latin, thought Felix in confusion.
"Antonius, do you hear that?"
He twisted.
"Aye."
Lines of sweat had streaked through the dust, coating Antonius's face.
"Romans here?"
Together they neared the top. Swearing profusely, Fabius was at their backs, followed by Perry and Clavus. Rocks moved, hobnails clashed, men hauled themselves into sight, formed a line along the breach.
"Fuck!"
said Felix, not believing what he was seeing.
"That's right, cocksucker!"
shouted one of the Principes facing him. It seemed impossible, but that is what they were.
"We speak Latin."
"Romans!" cried Perry, his face a pasty grey.
"You should be fighting with us, not the arse-humping Greeks!"
roared Antonius. The leader, an Optio by his helmet crest, sneered.
"We Bruttians burnt that bridge a long time ago, didn't we, brothers?"
His men bellowed in reply. Like much of southern Italia, Bruttium had gone over to Hannibal during the war, Felix remembered. The conflict might have ended, but Bruttians who'd fought in the Carthaginian army would receive short shrift from any Roman, which is probably why these men were fighting for Macedonia. Nonetheless, their behaviour rankled. It felt wrong.
"A cross each is what you'll get," Felix shouted. "That or worse."
Another sneer from the Optio.
"You'll have to take us alive first."
Clattering swords off their shield bosses, his men hurled abuse at Felix and his comrades. With the advantage of height and of a courage born of desperation, the Bruttian deserters had all the advantages in the fight that followed. It was brutal fighting up a slope, and only about a dozen Principes could engage with the enemy at any one time. Felix shouted constant encouragement, much as he'd seen Pullo and Matho do. The remainder had to stand waiting, as spears and arrows showered in from defenders on the ends of the shattered walkways. If anyone tried to clamber up to reach them, they were shot at close range by the archers. After a time, it seemed like hours, Felix ordered the battered Principes to retreat a little way down the slope. Behind the protection of their upraised shields, they conferred. Felix looked around the filthy, sweaty, bloody faces. Alarm filled him.
"Where's Fabius?"
"Dead," Antonius muttered.
"And Perry?" "Gone as well, sir,"
said Clavus. Felix bottled up his rage and grief. To crumble now was to die, but their situation was grim. Livius had been helped to safety by Sparax. Bulbus's shouts from the bottom of the wall were incomprehensible in the din. He was the ranking officer. He had to make the decision.
"We've lost 2 men, sir,"
said a princeps from another contubernium.
"4 of us, sir,"
came a voice little further down the slope. Felix cast a look at the Bruttians, who hadn't moved a step from their position atop the breach.
"Shitty-ass traitors."
Again his gaze moved over his comrades' faces. They were grim, yet still determined. If I lead them forward again, he thought with bursting pride, they'll follow me. A fresh tactic was needed, however.
"Attack again," said Felix, "and more of us will die. We won't break those goat-molesting, sister-screwing whore sons either. I know it in my bones. It's time to pull back."
No one argued.
"What about Fabius's body?"
Antonius's voice was toneless.
"And Perry's?" "We'll ask for a truce to retrieve them later," declared Felix.
Their ears rang with the Bruttians' insults every step of the treacherous way down. Chapter 6. Acraia Promontory, northwest of Corinth, opposite Sicyon. Demetrius's eyes roved around the encampment. General Philocles had chosen the location with care, he decided, approving. He and his comrades, part of a 1,500-strong force, were on a scrub-lined peninsula poking westward into the sea from the narrow isthmus that joined Greece to the Peloponnese.
In essence, it was surrounded on 3 sides by the Gulf of Corinth. Eastward, it was a short distance from the besieged city of Corinth, their destination. The peninsula's only inhabitants were simple shepherds, men happy to say nothing to the Romans after a little silver crossed their calloused palms. Demetrius and his comrades had been busy since their arrival earlier in the day, seeking out every local fishing tub and hiring it with its crew. The small craft had been hauled up on the beach of a narrow inlet several stadia from the camp. There were enough to carry all of Philocles's troops. Unless an enemy vessel strayed a good way off course, they would not be seen. Before dawn the next day, Demetrius and the rest would embark and sail the short distance to Lacaio, Corinth's western port. There they would lie low in the hills before making their way at sunset to the city. Delighted by their unexpected arrival, the Corinthians would feed and water them like kings, or so Philocles had told them. After that, he had joked, it only remained for them to defeat the Romans, Pergamenes, and the treacherous Achaeans. The witticism had raised a few laughs, but Demetrius was unamused as he wandered the shore with Cimon and Antilian. Most men's food had run out that morning. Scarce rations meant that few of his comrades had any wine either. Those in the rest of the Spira weren't sharing theirs. All Demetrius had was a quarter-filled bag of musty-tasting water, and he was saving that for the next day when there might be fighting. Catch some fish, went his reasoning, and he might fall asleep later without having to listen to his growling stomach. "I'm going to try my luck here," called Cimon from Demetrius's left. They had wandered away from the beach and the shallows there to the rocky outcrop that sheltered the fishing boats from being seen to the west. Antilian had already secured himself a position above a deep-looking area of water and was about to toss in his line. Grumpy, wanting solitude, Demetrius waved at Cimon. He continued to clamber over the smooth, sea-washed boulders until his friends were out of sight. Happening upon a sheltered spot, he placed his drinking cup down, eyeing the worms within with distaste. There had been no other carrying container. He'd wash it out with sea-water when it was empty. That would have to do. Slipping a fishing line from around his neck, he fitted a juicy worm to the iron hook. With a practised couple of twirls, Demetrius threw hook and bait out over the water. A small lump of lead at the line's end gave it weight. A patch of old leather prevented the shooting outward line from stripping his palm bare. Lead, hook, and worm plopped into the water, perhaps 20 paces away. Not as far as he would have liked, but not worth starting over again. Demetrius began pulling the line in, nice and slow, winding it around his hand. By the time the dripping hook emerged, the worm still writhing upon it, he hadn't felt even the faintest nibble. He wasn't discouraged. There were fish out there. Time was all he needed. His next throw was better, dropping into the sea half as far again as his first effort. This time the gentle tugs on his line began almost at once. Picturing a fat bream roasting over the fire, he yanked and lost the fish. "Patience," Demetrius told himself. "Patience." A more measured approach yielded results. By the time the sun dipped towards the horizon, turning the western sky red-pink, 6 mackerel and several mullet lay at Demetrius's feet. Imagining the bread or cheese he might trade for a portion of his catch, he began to whistle. When Cimon shouted that he and Antilian were returning to the camp, Demetrius called that he'd see them back there. "Make sure the fire's good and hot," he added. "Poseidon is in a generous mood." He rebuffed their instant offer to join him, lying that there was no space amid the rocks for their fat asses. The truth was he was enjoying himself too much to want to share with anyone. Cold, muscles cramped, no doubt, his friends didn't climb up to see. If he'd had a drop of wine, thought Demetrius, life would have been perfect. The sunset was glorious, his cloak was keeping him warm, and soon he'd have enough fish to feed his friends in the file and to sell for extra provisions. Fishing was also a welcome break from the monotony of the previous few days' march. At least, he mused, he had only had to march from Elatia. Dispatched south from Pella, the rest of Philocles's troops had sailed down the coast of Macedon to Euboea, and then had to cross the island to Boeotia, where they had met with Demetrius's Spira. The task set them by Philip was a double-edged one. It was a great honour for the unit to have been selected from all those in the army, but death beckoned again in Corinth, yet Demetrius would not shirk it. There was a strong bond between him and the king. Philip had saved his life once, and he had returned the favour, taking wounds from an assassin's blade that had been meant for his monarch. Nursed back to health by Philip's own surgeon, rewarded with magnificent armour and weapons, Demetrius's devotion now knew no bounds. Atrax, Elatia, Corinth, he would march wherever he was ordered. Deep in thought, his concentration lapsed. A sharp tug on the line surprised him. He pulled it in, to be confronted by a worm-free hook. Affixing another to the barb, he threw again. His luck had ended, however. Try as he might, the fish had stopped biting. A breeze sprang up, blowing into Demetrius's face. The sun had dropped below the horizon, and the light was leaching fast from the sky. Night would be here soon. It was time to return to the camp, he decided, starting to feed the length of springy branch he'd brought along through each fish's gills. A noise made Demetrius turn. He peered into the gloom, unable to pick out anything among the jumble of rocks. "Cayman?" he called. "Antillean?" No answer. Other than the gentle lap of waves, no further sound. Demetrius shrugged and knelt again to attach the last few fish to the branch. Done at last, he glanced at the darkening sky and regretted staying so long. With his catch to carry, it would be a job to reach the beach without turning his ankle between the rocks or falling into the sea. Eager for this not to happen, he stood to rummage in his purse, coins the only offering to Poseidon he could think of. Deciding that a drachma was better than the potentially insulting alternative of 2 obols, the price of the cheapest whores, Demetrius twisted from the waist, right arm cocked to hurl the silver coin. From the corner of his eye he saw a shape looming behind him, and managed, barely, not to throw the drachma. "Hades, Empedocles! What are you doing sneaking up on me like that?" "Been fishing, have you?" Empedocles towed the line of fish. "What does it look like?" Demetrius snapped, wondering if Empedocles meant him harm. "Spare a few." "Catch your own," said Demetrius, stooping to pick up the fish just as Empedocles grabbed the other end of the branch. "Let go!" Demetrius cried. Empedocles' reply was to pull with the hand on the branch and shove Demetrius in the chest with the other. Caught off guard, Demetrius moved a foot, which met only air. Unbalanced, he fell. Wind rushed past his ears, his arms flailed, and an inarticulate cry escaped him. Before the water closed over his head, he saw a grinning Empedocles holding the line of fish. Entangled, blinded by his cloak, and pulled down by its instantly saturated wool, Demetrius gave in to blind panic. He thrashed back and forth, unable to free himself from the voluminous garment's folds. Bubbles streamed from his mouth. He was already desperate to take a breath. Down he sank, down, down. "I'm going to die," he thought. "Drown like a fool." Overcome by despair, he let his arms and legs relax. Then, by some magic, the cloak floated up and away from his body, attached now only around his neck. The new-found freedom struck a tiny spark of hope. Demetrius grasped the sodden fabric with both hands and lifted it over his chin. It caught a little on his ears, and then, unbelievably, it came away, off his head. Frantic for air, sure that he would still sink to the bottom, he struck out for the surface, discernible from the enveloping gloom by a marginally greater amount of light. How deep he had sunk, Demetrius would never know, but his struggle upwards seemed like an ascent of Mount Olympus in a winter snowstorm. At last his head broke free of the water. He sucked in a sweet mouthful of air, and along with it a good deal of brine. By the time he had stopped coughing and managed to get his bearings, Empedocles had vanished. "The cowardly bastard," thought Demetrius. "He wanted me to drown." Poseidon had been kind, however. He was alive, and the currents weren't strong. It was a short dog paddle around the rocks to the beach. Demetrius staggered ashore, arming himself at once with a sharp-edged piece of stone. If Empedocles was capable of leaving him for dead, he was also capable of trying to finish the job. He crouched for a time, listening, but the only sounds came from the men among the beached fishing smacks further down the sand. Eyes peeled for danger, he set out in the direction of the camp. Not until the points of light that marked men's fires came into sight did Demetrius allow his rage to take hold. "That bastard," he thought. "I'll get him back." Cimon's hoots of laughter at his bedraggled state and Antillion's jeers that he had returned empty-handed died away as Demetrius beckoned them into the darkness, away from the other men with whom they shared a tent. Safe from eavesdroppers, he told the pair everything. Anger chased shock across their faces. "It was an accident, surely," said the ever-reasonable Cimon. "Maybe," said Demetrius, "but he didn't try to help when I went into the water. He took off, hoping no doubt that I would drown." "Treacherous horse, son," said Antilion, fingering his dagger. "I say we go and cut him a new arsehole." Demetrius shook his head. "No, as my word against his. When he sees that I'm alive, Empedocles can easily say that he saw me swimming to shore, which is why he didn't raise the alarm. The best I can do is to take back my fish and make sure he knows not to leave camp on his own." Cimon and Antilion glanced at each other. "If I accuse him of attempted murder, Simonides might take it higher up. Gods only know what will happen if Stephanos gets involved. It's better to say nothing and deal with it myself. I'll get the bastard back in training, something like that." Demetrius could still remember the dunt to his helmet from Empedocles' Sarissa. Head spinning, he had sunk to his knees. Happy that there was no violence impending, Cimon nodded. "If you're sure," said Antilion reluctantly. "I am," said Demetrius. He led the way to their file leader Simonides' tent. Empedocles was one of the half-dozen who shared it. Since his promotion to 6th ranker in the file, Demetrius could have been among them. He had cited not wanting to leave his friends as his reason for refusing, but every phalangist knew that his enmity with Empedocles was a major factor. Demetrius had assumed Simonides' silence on the matter was tacit recognition of the situation. The 7th ranker, a block-jawed man called Scopas, had been happy enough to take Demetrius's place.
"Ho there!"
boomed Philippos as they emerged into the firelight.
"You look like a drowned rat, Demetrius. Been swimming?"
"Something like that," said Demetrius, casting about for Empedocles. "You fell into the sea." Simonides was a man of so few words that people said he had Spartan blood. "I did. Is Empedocles about?" Demetrius could sense Antilion bristling beside him. Cimon's smile was forced. "He's off somewhere with Scopas," said Andriscus. Simonides twisted to regard Demetrius full on. "What's going on?" "The bastard stole my fish."
"Did he, by Zeus?"
Philippos frowned, then he peered into the gloom.
"Ah, here he is, with Scopas.
Empedocles, Demetrius wants a word." Surprise flashed across Empedocles' face, then he sneered. "Been swimming?" "In a manner of speaking," said Demetrius. "You've got my fish, I see." The branch hung from Empedocles' hand. Demetrius shot a glance at Scopas, and seeing nothing sinister in his expression, concluded that he hadn't known about it, which signified Empedocles had meant only to steal his catch. That said, Demetrius thought darkly, the bastard had made no attempt to save him from drowning. "What in Tartarus is going on?" demanded Simonides. "Empedocles appeared as I was about to come back to the camp," Demetrius explained. "Being too lazy to catch his own fish, he grabbed for mine. We struggled, and I fell in the sea. I swam to the beach while he sauntered back with what he'd stolen. The bastard didn't try to help me," he wanted to add, but he kept to his decision about not getting officers involved in his quarrel and held his peace. "Well," Simonides scowled at Empedocles, "you haven't been gone long enough to catch that many." Empedocles spat a curse. "Aye, I took his fish, but only because he wouldn't sell me a few. I didn't have any luck catching any, while Demetrius had landed plenty. It's only fair that a man should see another comrade right, isn't it?" "True enough," said Simonides, adding, But shoving a man into the sea would make most disinclined to sell, however. What do you say, Demetrius?" It was obvious that Simonides wanted the matter settled, so rather than protest that Empedocles was lying about asking to buy fish, Demetrius said, "I'll give you 2 for 3 obols each. I choose which ones." Simonides nodded. Empedocles could not refuse. He walked to Demetrius and, glaring, handed over the laden branch. Demetrius slid off the 2 smallest mackerel and took 6 obols from Empedocles, who stalked back to Scopas. An uneasy air fell. Simonides took the situation by the scruff of the neck. "We're old comrades here. Dig out the wine you were boasting about earlier, Empedocles. Share it with everyone." The command made his opinion of what had gone on clear. Furious, Empedocles rummaged about in his kit, producing a mostly full wineskin. Simonides produced a simple black and red crater, and an unhappy Empedocles filled it. A libation to Poseidon, the god of the sea, was poured, making the fire hiss, and then Simonides filled cups from the crater and passed them out. Toasts were made, as were loud comments about how tasty Empedocles' wine was and how generous he was to share it. Simonides, who had caused the mischief, drained the cup and demanded it be refilled. Scowling, muttering under his breath, Empedocles emptied the skin to his comrades' cheers. Demetrius took enormous satisfaction from the hatred in his enemy's gaze as he saluted him with his cup and mouthed, "Watch your back." A day later, and Demetrius and his comrades had achieved the task set Philocles by the king. Despite the numerous trips needed to ferry all the men to Lachaio, no enemy vessels had come upon the little fleet of fishing craft. Attalus and his troops appeared to have left their ships at Cenchreae, meaning Lachaio could be safely approached. The defenders' delight and surprise at their arrival had been memorable. Even the sentries atop the paired walls that ran from Lachaio to Corinth had cheered, as the phalangists and light infantry had marched towards the city. Best of all for Demetrius and his friends, Philocles had seen to their needs the moment they had passed through the great western gate. Ignoring the messengers from the garrison commander, who descended on him, he had declared that Androsthenes could wait an hour. "My soldiers are hungry and thirsty," Philocles had chided the messengers. "Do you expect them to fight on empty bellies with parched throats? No? Then bring wine and bread, bring cheese and meat and olives." That done, he had ordered space to be cleared in the Agra for his troops' tents. Only then had he departed to take counsel with Androsthenes. Demetrius hadn't been party to the 2 generals' conversation, but the result saw first the light infantry and then the entire Kyliaki march out of the northern gate the following morning. 500 men of the garrison followed after. A sense of optimistic anticipation hung in the air. Some soldiers were singing the paean, while others loudly discussed what they'd been told by the defenders, that the Romans had not ventured across the ditches since their defeat by the Bruttian deserters from Hannibal's army some days before. A stadion beyond the first ditch, trumpets halted their advance. Stephanos and the other spearer commanders bellowed orders. Smoothly the files moved from marching formation, with each spearer at half its usual width and double depth, to that used in combat. Another barked order saw Sarisi grounded, pointing at the wind-blown sky. On either side, the light infantry were moving to protect the Kyliaki's flanks. Beyond them, the garrison soldiers moved into position. A little time passed. Sentries ran along the wall of the enemy camp, which lay perhaps 5 stadia away. Trumpets signalled. Voices shouted orders. The heavy tramp of feet followed. Crested helmets appeared on the camp's rampart. Officers, come to look at the Macedonians. The gates, nothing more than stacked bundles of fresh-chopped timber, remained closed. 2,000 of us against, 3,500 legionaries? Demetrius declared. Memories of the victory at Atrax were vivid in his mind. Enemy numbers here were an unknown factor, but he was working on the rumours of 300 men lost at the breach, and the fact that no 4,200-strong legion was ever at full strength. "I'll take those odds." "And I," rumbled Philippos. "Let them come.
Taurian chuckled. Empedocles glowered. Scopas remained silent, and Demetrius's skin prickled. Since the episode at the fire, he hadn't trusted the seventh ranker. It was bad enough having Empedocles, 2 men in front of him, without also having a friend of his right behind. Demetrius had to hope that Scopas truly hadn't been involved when Empedocles had stolen his fish. Antilian and Cimon were too far away to be of help. "You're dwelling on it overmuch," Demetrius told himself. "Scopas and Empedocles drink and gamble together, that's all." "Here they come," said Simonides. Men were muttering with excitement. A tinge of nervousness was also palpable. Demetrius forgot about Empedocles. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the enemy camp. First came the Velites, swarming out in their usual undisciplined mob. Rather than move towards the Macedonians, however, they loped off to the east. "Cenchree lies that way," said Demetrius. Empedocles let out a contemptuous snort. "And they'll be sweeping around to cross the ditch further along, and then take us in the rear." But they didn't. The Velites disappeared. Curiosity rippled through the phalangists. Men began to say that perhaps the enemy had had enough, and few argued with them. The cavalry attached to the legion emerged next. Stiff-backed, they rode off, following the Velites. Incredulous, delighted, the phalangists watched as the Hastati and Principes marched out and took the same path as their comrades. By the time the Triarii came out, guarding the legion's senior officers, it was clear that the Romans were withdrawing. Riotous cheering broke out among the Macedonians and the garrison soldiers. Philippos cupped a hand to his mouth. "Call yourselves soldiers!" Roars of laughter, more insults hurled. Demetrius shouted as loud as the rest. This was incontrovertible proof of the phalanx's superiority over the legion. Let the day come when Philip's entire army faced that of Flamininus, he thought. Victory would be theirs. Chapter 7. Temple of Zeus, Gonos. It had been too long since he had worshipped here, Philip decided, as he rode closer to the sanctuary which lay on the north bank of the river Penios, a short way from the town. Surrounded by tall cypress trees, 4 plain stuccoed walls formed a long rectangle. The main gate was in the eastern wall, one of the 2 shorter sides. Simpler than Zeus's shrine at Pella, and half the size of the great complex at Dio, it was less dear to the king's heart than the Asclepion at Tricca. Yet it was close to his camp, by the narrow defile of Tempe, and with Mount Olympus nearby, sure to receive the god's attention. Unease tickled Philip, and he hoped his failure to sacrifice here in months hadn't angered Zeus. "I had been busy with my army," he muttered, "and affairs of state." Truth be told, the war occupied his every moment. Philip woke thinking about it. He discussed it with his generals and advisers for hours each day. When alone, he schemed and plotted ways to defeat Flamininus, and he dreamed of battle every night. "I also pray to the gods every morning and evening," he thought, "and I'm here now with a fine offering." The rope in his right hand led to a ram that trotted behind his horse. Every so often a jerk signified its resentment. Rather than come with a party of officers and have fawning priests fill his ears with things that they thought he wanted to hear, Philip had come early and alone. Astride one of his companions' mounts, wearing an old cloak, and under that a plain chiton, he would be taken as a king's cavalryman, not as himself. At least, that was his hope. "Mind your horse, sir!" An urchin had materialized from between the cypresses. His bare feet made no sound as he ran alongside Philip. "It'll be stolen while you're praying, otherwise." "By the likes of you." "I'm no thief, sir." The boy's thin face was the picture of wounded innocence. "I'm the one as will stop any thieves." Philip's lips twitched. The spiky-haired urchin was 8 or 9 summers old. Ill-fed, puny-looking, he wouldn't be able to stop anyone from taking the horse. Whether he was trustworthy was far from certain either. But there was something to him, and the beast had to be left outside the sanctuary. Better to pay the boy than not, Philip decided. How much?
3 obols.
Do I look like a fool? Philip slipped off and handed over the reins. 1. The urchin's chin jutted.
2.
Philip snorted. You'll get whatever I give. Know that if a hair on his mane is out of place when I return, I will tan your hide. If he's gone, and you with it, best ride for your life. When I find you, your death will be slow and more painful than you can imagine. Cowed, the boy nodded. Without a backward glance, Philip made for the entrance, the reluctant ram following. One of the great doors had been propped open. Several steps inside sat a collection box on a stone plinth. Philip didn't hesitate. He rummaged in his purse. Zeus's bearded face stared back at him from the first drachma he pulled out. Pleased, he had felt for the coin without looking, Philip dropped it and 3 of its fellows into the slot.
"Blessings on you,"
called a soft voice. He turned. Hidden in the shadows, an old man was watching from the colonnaded walkway that ran around the courtyard. His twig broom proved him to be one of the temple keepers. Given the sanctuary's quietness, perhaps the only one, thought Philip. Greetings. He waited as the greybeard came shuffling over. You are here to ask Zeus for his favour. His rheumy eyes moved to the ram. I am, replied Philip. You are a soldier. A cavalryman, yes. One of the king's men, bless his name. Yes. Philip was even gladder that he'd come alone and in simple clothes. Being able to venture among his people unknown was a rare experience. It was a thing to treasure when he heard himself being talked about in good terms. Are any of the priests in attendance? At quieter times of the year, shrines were often empty but for temple keepers like this greybeard. There is one. The old man twitched his brush towards the main building, which stood in the middle of the courtyard. My thanks. Philip had gone a dozen steps when the temple keeper spoke again. The Romans will return in the spring. Is that why you are here? Tartarus, thought Philip. He has no idea who I am, yet he sees through me with ease. A lot of soldiers must come for the same reason. Aye, many. The ram is a worthy gift. Zeus will look kindly on it. Philip's worries about the war, which he'd been suppressing all the way from his camp, flared up. Zeus was no different from the other gods. He might accept the plentiful sacrifices being offered here, but whether he would intervene in anyone's favour, let alone Philip's, during the next campaigning season was far less certain. One step at a time, he told himself. The ram, which had pulled on the rope all the way from his camp, now followed meekly. This was pleasing. An animal that went unwilling to its death could never be regarded as a suitable offering. Crossing the courtyard, his eyes were drawn to Mount Olympus, which towered over the sanctuary. Clouds obscured the snow-capped peaks where the gods dwelt, but that didn't stop a shiver from running down Philip's back. He muttered a hasty prayer. Tethering the ram to an iron ring in a post by the altar, he studied the temple properly for the first time. 6 Doric columns formed its frontage, stuccoed in white. On the portico above, a magnificent frieze depicted Zeus wielding his thunderbolts. Everything needed attention, thought Philip, noting the peeling paint and the cracked plaster. He would see to it. A cat sat at the top of the 3 steps that led to the shrine, a neat, poised shape with its tail curled around its feet. The creature didn't move as he climbed up, regarding him with a calm, inscrutable expression. Although cats weren't sacred to Zeus, Philip still gave it a wide berth. A dim gloom pervaded the shrine, at the back of which stood a mighty statue of Zeus, tall as 2 men. Entering, Philip dipped his head in respect. A fine likeness, is it not? A portly, robed figure emerged from the darkness to Philip's left. Perhaps 5 years older than the king, he had straggling brown hair and an untidy beard. Despite his dishevelled appearance, the eyes regarding Philip were shrewd. It is. You are the priest? A dip of the chin. That is my honour. Have you come to make an offering? A ram. Silver glinted in Philip's palm. And this." The beginnings of a smile. The handful of coins vanished into the priest's purse. "What is your request of the god?" I... Hating how his voice had momentarily turned traitor, Philip cleared his throat. "I seek to know the outcome of the war with Rome." "A common question." Indicating that Philip should follow, the priest led the way outside. It wasn't surprising that his soldiers were worried too, thought Philip, but it was unsettling. They must never see his doubts, or all would be lost. The temple keeper was waiting by the altar, upon which sat a small wicker basket of wheat. The ram had lain down, a good omen. Philip stood close by as the priest chanted a prayer and the temple keeper lit a small fire on top of the altar. Without urging, the ram got to its feet as the rope was untied from the iron ring. Following tradition, the temple keeper poured a gentle stream of water on its head. Its neck bent, signifying acceptance of death. From nowhere, it seemed, a blade appeared in the priest's hand. Now the temple keeper lifted the ram's head towards Olympus, the god's home. Swift and sure, the priest reached down and cut its throat from underneath. The ram's legs buckled, but the temple keeper was there, holding its chin up and catching the gouting blood in a bronze bowl with his other hand. Philip's mouth was dry as he watched the priest swirl the crimson-frothed liquid around the bowl. "Zeus accepts the sacrifice," intoned the priest. Philip couldn't help thinking, "Of course he does. It's the best ram in Thessaly." The dead beast was rolled onto its back. Blood continued to run from the gaping wound in its neck, staining the fleece and filling the cracks between the paving stones. With practised cuts, the priest opened the belly, easing out long loops of glistening pink-grey intestine. "I see no blemishes," he said, running the guts through his hands. Philip paid little attention. An animal had to be worm-ridden or at death's door to show disease there. It was the liver that mattered. Working his blade inside the abdomen, the priest cut and tugged. A moment later, he lifted out the slippery purple organ and, standing, placed it on the altar. Philip leaned forward, unable to contain his eagerness. "Well?" A sharp look from the temple keeper. The priest gave no sign of having noticed. Philip had seen 1,000 sacrifices over the years. He had heard the most outlandish things being promised, almost none of which ever came to pass. He had thus learned to regard prophecies with a good deal of scepticism. That didn't stop his heart from pounding now, or prevent the queasy feeling in his belly. The solitude of this sanctuary, the lowering, cloud-bound mountain, the strange cat, and most of all, the grim situation facing him, combined to imbue this offering with more significance than any in his life. "The path ahead is fraught with danger." Philip's eyes darted to the priest, who was running reddened fingers over the liver's surface. "Rome is a dangerous enemy." Philip stifled a savage retort to this statement of the obvious. Only a few hill-loving shepherds would have escaped news of his loss of western Thessaly and the fortress of Gomphi. "Success can come from unexpected places, if only they can be found." Yes, yes, thought Philip. That's a vague comment that applies to everything and nothing. "The man who commands the legions is determined, implacable." Philip's cynicism faltered. Here, in remote Gonos, the priest could know little of Flamininus. Was he making an assumption because of Flamininus's successes, or was the liver actually revealing the future? "The Romans can be beaten, however." "How?" The word had escaped before Philip could stop himself. Again the temple keeper shook his head in disapproval. Again the priest seemed not to have heard. Silence fell. Despite his burning desire to know more, Philip dared not interrupt again. At last the priest spoke. "Remain steadfast, loyal to your king. Keep your face to the enemy. Macedon will prevail." Philip wanted to scream. These platitudes told him nothing. In all probability the priest was a charlatan like most of his kind.
To show anger or frustration might anger Zeus, however, and that was not something Philip was prepared to risk. Even his cynical thoughts might be enough to draw down the god's wrath.
"Is there anything else?" he whispered.
"When he wishes it, Zeus's cloak is impenetrable." The priest's tone was final. Philip put on a pleased face.
"My thanks."
He took a step away from the altar. "The meat?" asked the temple keeper. "Offer the best cuts to the god. Do as you wish with the rest, but make sure the boy outside, the one who watches over horses, receives a good lump." Philip waved an acknowledging hand as the priest and temple keeper cried their appreciation. He had no further interest in the ram. It was time to get back to camp. If his memory served, he had a meeting with the quartermasters. The bane of his life, they were still some of the most important men in his army. Feeding and supplying his troops was as important as winning battles, for the one could not come without the other.
"Sire!"
His head shot up. A companion came striding through the doorway at the far side of the courtyard. "I am here," called Philip, feeling his brief freedom slip away.
"I bring news, sire."
The companion broke into a run. Barely hearing the priest's gasp of surprise and horror, springing from the realization that the man he'd taken for a soldier was in fact the king, Philip paced forward. Terrible images flashed through his mind, Flamininus's legions being augmented by the arrival of more from Italia, Corinth falling to the enemy, the fortress at Demetrius under attack, plots against him in Pella. "Stop it," he told himself. "Speak." The companion skidded to a halt and executed a sloppy salute. He was grinning all over his face.
"It's good news, sire."
"I see." Philip controlled his surprise and relief. "Tell me."
"Philocles has been victorious, sire. Corinth yet stands. The Romans and Pergamenes have withdrawn, and the Achaeans are skulking back to their holes."
"This is a happy day," cried Philip, turning to look at the priest, who pulled a sickly smile. The temple keeper went to one arthritic knee.
"There's more, sire," said the companion. "Argos has come over to you."
Philip spun, unable to believe his ears. After Corinth, Argos was the second most important city on the Peloponnese.
"Is it even so?" "Aye, sir."
The companion's smile broadened.
"The leaders of the assembly were so sure of their people's support that they sent word to Philocles, who entered Argos at night with several hundred men. A few Achaean fools insisted on dying at their posts, it seems, but the rest of the garrison surrendered."
"Cleverly done, Philocles." Although Philip was delighted that Corinth was still his, he was less pleased about Argos. To regain a city in the middle of Achaean territory was a hollow victory, and he could ill afford to have Philocles blockaded inside it. That was surely what would happen once the perfidious Achaeans reorganized. And yet, after the setbacks of the previous month, the loss of several towns in Phocis, and Elatia under assault for a second time, this was welcome news indeed.
"Sire!"
The priest came hurrying across the courtyard. A few paces from Philip, he bowed deeply. "Yes?" Shame mixed with frank fear in the priest's face.
"Forgive me, sire, for not recognizing you. If I'd known,
"You would have told me victory over Flamininus would be mine," said Philip. He raised a hand, cutting off the priest's protest. "It matters not. Zeus accepted my offering, and for this messenger to arrive with good news while I'm in the sanctuary, well, that feels like a message from the god, does it not?"
"My very thoughts, sire."
The priest's double chin wobbled. "In gratitude, my workmen will redecorate the temple. That is, if you wish it."
"1,000 thanks, sire,"
gabbled the priest. Again, Philip's ears were filled with fulsome praise. Fresh ideas already coming to him, he had forgotten the priest and temple keeper within a few steps. The urchin was waiting with Philip's horse right outside the entrance. Gone was his previous confidence. He had heard the companion's shouts. Eyes full of terror, he dropped to both knees.
"I did not mean to offend, sire."
Philip took gentle hold of the boy's elbow. "Rise." The urchin stood,
Trembling, he kept his gaze fixed on his dirty, broken-nailed feet. "You have spirit," said Philip. "Have you a father, a mother?"
"They're both dead, sire."
"So you fend for yourself. That takes courage." A tear fell to the ground. The boy wiped his face fiercely. "You looked after my horse well." At last the urchin looked up. His gaze was nervous but proud.
"I did, sire. No one touched him."
"A man who does his job must be paid." Philip upended his purse into one palm, counting 8 drachmae and almost twice that many obols. "Here." He tipped the lot into the disbelieving urchin's hands, knowing that it was more money than he had ever seen in his life. "When you've hidden that away, go inside. The priest has meat for you." The boy's face lit up.
"Zeus bless and keep you, sire."
Philip took the reins and gestured to the companion to mount up. 3 stadia from the sanctuary, he could still hear the urchin shouting his thanks. Night had fallen over Philip's camp. Sentries stood guard round the perimeter, while inside bursts of song and shouted conversations rose from around the fires. A discontented mule brayed. A moment later it was answered by another. In his great tent, Philip sat across a table from Menander. Between them, a stack of writing parchment was weighted down by a little bronze figurine of Alexander astride his horse Bucephalus. An inkwell and several plain iron style lay alongside. Menander was filling his cup from a magnificent black and red crater decorated with diners reclining outdoors under vines. Philip snorted. Menander lowered the vessel. "I hope you're laughing at the prick and ball, sire, and not me." "Of course I am," answered Philip. They both chuckled. Rather than a simple circle of clay, the foot of the crater had been shaped into a phallus and testicles. Menander made a rueful face. "The fact that I'm holding it tip downwards, sire, would be about right. As they say, wine quickens desire, but does little for performance." "Our wives are far from here, so we have no concerns in that regard," said Philip, waving at a slave to fill the crater again. "We can drink to our heart's content." They took turns to toast one another and drank again. "I'm still thinking about Flamininus's face when he heard how his brother had broken off the attack on Corinth," said Philip. "Between that and Argos switching sides, he must have looked as if he'd swallowed a wasp." "You're right, no doubt, sire," said Menander. A heartbeat's hesitation, and he added, "Yet he has renewed his siege of Elatia." "Curse him, he has. It will fall, too, without my phalangists there. Would have fallen anyway, or I'm no judge. And here we are, safe behind Tempe, powerless to prevent him." Philip thumped the desk, sending ripples through the wine in the crater. "Difficult times, sire. Corinth may well stand with us, Argos too, but as you say, we can do little for them but send encouraging words. When taken with the successful defence of Atrax, however, these developments leave you in a strong position as winter approaches." Philip scraped a thumbnail across his teeth. "That position might change come the spring. Argos will not withstand a prolonged siege from the Achaeans. Corinth is not invulnerable either." "Indeed, sire." Philip made an impatient gesture. "Spit out whatever it is you're thinking, man." "May I be frank, sire?" "You are one of my most trusted advisers. My most trusted adviser. Speak." Menander gave him a nod of thanks. "Flamininus knows that despite his legion's numerical superiority, the battle for Macedon will be bitter, sire. In the right place, for us, he could be defeated. The successes at Corinth and Argos will have rammed home that point. They might make him more amenable to a negotiated peace. I know that his terms were unacceptable before, sire, but leaving you as king of Macedon would suit Rome for many reasons, not least of which is the threat posed by Antiochus." Menander made to fill his cup again, but he was really taking refuge behind the upraised crater. "Put that thing down. I'm not going to punish you for voicing your opinion." Philip's tone was amused. Looking a little embarrassed, Menander placed the crater back on the table. "Sire, you have read my mind."
Philip chuckled at Menander's expression. "Are you surprised that you and I have the same thoughts?"
No, sir, but I didn't expect you to be so calm."
"He who ignores what's staring him in the face is a fool. Let us pen a missive to Flamininus together. Now." Philip eased a sheet of parchment from under the Alexander figurine, thinking that while the Lion of Macedon might not have treated with an enemy so, he hadn't had to face the legions. Nor was it admitting defeat to write this letter. It was buying time. After Philip had finished the message to Flamininus, he would write another, the one he had been thinking of writing for months, to Antiochus. Chapter 8. Near Elatia. It was nearing midday, and Flamininus was riding through his camp. He wasn't a keen horseman. The cursed creatures made him sneeze for some reason, but a better way to escape the mounds of paperwork in his tent he hadn't found. An hour's ride through the surrounding countryside, pretending to ignore the turmoil of cavalry sent by his staff officers as protection, and a man felt more at ease with the world. Unwilling to return just yet to his onerous duties, Flamininus decided to have a hot bath when he got back. To Hades with anyone who thought it an odd hour for his ablutions. "Salute the general!" Flamininus didn't normally pay attention. This happened all the time, but for some reason he turned his head. The officer, a centurion, who'd shouted at his men, was ruddy-faced and round-headed. An unfortunate-looking type, thought Flamininus. I'd wager his men call him Onion-Head. Flamininus's lips twitched, imagining the jokes. His good humour evaporated as he neared his tent and spied Passion waiting for him. That was never a good sign. Invariably it meant extra paperwork to wade through. Flamininus could see his chances of a bath disappearing before his very eyes. Passion had a way of sighing and mentioning how important such and such a letter was. More often than not, because doing nothing only made things worse, Flamininus would give in and work until the pile of official documents was a manageable size. Curse him, thought Flamininus with a certain sneaking admiration. How does he do it? Inevitably, thinking of Passion, his mind turned to Galba's letters. Flamininus had held off questioning his secretary since Antiochus, in the hope of catching him in the act of delivering an anonymous letter, but the tactic had failed. He suspected that Galba had not yet penned another, rather than Passion suspected anything. Interrogating Passion carried some risk. If he was Galba's agent and Galba found out, his enemy's demands might become even more punishing. And yet, decided Flamininus with glee, Galba was far away in Rome. There was no reason for him ever to discover what had happened to Passion, if that's what it came to. A new secretary might have to be found, but it was better to cut out a canker than to leave it to fester. It was time to act, decided Flamininus. He had left off dealing with the problem long enough. He acted as normal when he reached his tent. Leaving his horse in the charge of his groom, he stalked past the sentries without any indication of having seen their salutes. He unclasped his cloak in the meeting-room, a partitioned area towards the front of his massive pavilion, and a waiting slave darted in to take it. Flamininus's belly rumbled, and he wondered whether to eat first. He wasn't of a delicate disposition, and even though he didn't wish to use violence, things might get messy. Better to eat later, he decided after his bath. "Passion!" "Master?" A stool scraped back in the small antechamber that served as Passion's office. A moment later he entered. Ink stains marked his fingers. He was clasping a bundle of documents. "Set them down," ordered Flamininus, tapping his desk. This was not their usual routine. Looking confused, Passion obeyed. Straight to the point, thought Flamininus. "Odd how that letter appeared in Antiochus, was it not?" "Yes, master. I hurried outside the instant I saw it, but could see no one. The sentries had nothing to report either. Whoever it was must have lifted the tent leather and slipped under." "Whoever it was," repeated Flamininus in an ironical tone. "And the sentries saw nothing." Passion's eyes flickered. "Yes, master." He's nervous already, thought Flamininus, his suspicion increasing. Would this have been the same person who delivered the letter at Gomfi?
I have no idea, master, said Passian, quickly adding, that letter was given to one of the sentries, a dark-haired man, he said, who spoke Latin like a Roman. So you said. It's true, master.
Tell me what the sentry looked like, and I'll have him brought here to confirm your words.
I can't remember, master, said Passian nervously. It was more than a month ago, and there are so many sentries.
You must recall a detail about him, a scar, the colour of his hair, something. Silence. Well? Passian's hands fluttered.
No, master, I cannot remember.
Flamininus didn't believe him. Taking a deep breath, for he had never resorted to such measures, he dealt his secretary a meaty slap across the face with the back of his hand. It sent Passian stumbling backwards. Passian clutched his cheek and stared at Flamininus with a terrified expression. This had never happened before, but he knew better than to protest. It's a little odd, don't you think, that 2 letters should come into your possession in such a mysterious manner?
I suppose, master.
Passian's voice trembled.
What I told you is true, however. The message at Gomfi was delivered to one of your sentries. The other—
Yes, it appeared on your desk while you were answering a call of nature. How convenient. Flamininus rubbed his fingers. He felt bad for striking Passian, who, while acting suspiciously, hadn't been proven guilty. His loss of control was also lamentable. A surgeon had once told him how easy it was to break bones in the hand punching with a fist.
Better to use an implement, he'd said.
I don't know what to say, master. The letter's appearances were more than coincidence. Flamininus felt sure of it. He decided with regret that more force was required. Having no desire to inflict further suffering on Passian himself, he cupped a hand to his mouth. "Guards!" Passian stood mute, eyes wide. 2 Principes entered. They came to attention and saluted.
Sir.
Flamininus waved a hand at Passian.
Hold him.
The Principes glanced at each other, then one strode to Passian, who allowed his arms to be seized from behind. The 2nd Princeps looked to Flamininus. "It's not too late, Passian," said Flamininus, still hoping that his secretary would say something that proved his innocence.
I am your faithful servant, master. I have done nothing.
A tear ran down Passian's cheek. Who sends the letters? I need a name.
I don't know, master.
Hit him, ordered Flamininus. The 2nd Princeps punched Passian in the gut. A rush of air, a grunt of pain. Flamininus waited. When Passian's sobbing had eased, he spoke again. A name.
I work for you, master. Only for you. I am loyal, master.
He's lying, thought Flamininus, and he's really good at it. Who would have thought it? Hit him again. Harder. Thump. Vomit spattered the carpet. The Princeps' face twisted with distaste. A few drops had landed on his feet and sandals. Passian now hung from the 1st Princeps' grip. A string of drool ran from the corner of his mouth. He coughed.
Loyal, master.
I know it's you who delivers the letters, said Flamininus, deciding that this was what happened. He could think of no other plausible explanation.
No, master,
said Passian. Passian's continued protests made Flamininus certain of his guilt. The Greek was a liar, he concluded, like all slaves. Not for nothing was their testimony admissible to courts only if it had been obtained under torture. It was incredible to think that he had ever trusted him. He glanced at both Principes. Move my stool away from the desk. Sit him down. Flamininus picked up the pliers he'd demanded from a bemused carpenter the day before. Here. The Princeps who'd been punching Passian bared his teeth as he took them. Sir. Start with his left hand, said Flamininus, thinking he uses the other to write with. He might yet survive. 1 fingernail to start. These words brought Passien's head up. His gaze darted wildly from the pliers in the approaching princeps' fist to Flamininus and back again.
"No, master, please!"
He struggled to rise from the stool, but the first princeps was leaning down on his shoulders. Using another tack, Passien clenched his hands tight. The second princeps had to lay down the pliers to unpeel his fingers. When he reached down to pick them up, Passien closed his hand again. The princeps didn't try a second time. Instead, he brought the head of the pliers down on one of Passien's toes with immense force. The shrill scream that followed brought the officer in charge of the guards running. He stopped at the entrance to the chamber, taking in the scene. Flamininus stared.
"Yes?" "Just checking all is well, sir," said the officer.
"It is."
"Sir?"
Looking a little uncomfortable, the officer withdrew. Flamininus's amazement at Passien's duplicity and endurance had increased, but his patience was ebbing.
"Continue."
The princeps bent to his task. Another agonized cry rent the air.
"Passien,"
said Flamininus. It took the secretary long moments to drag his pain-filled eyes up to Flamininus's.
"Master,"
he whispered.
"You work for Galba, do you not?"
Let him confess now, thought Flamininus, and I will let him live. There was no question of the Greek remaining in his service, but someone would buy him in the slave market.
"Galba, no, master."
Gods, but he puts on a good act, thought Flamininus. Galba must have put the fear of Hades into him. "Another," he said to the princeps. Passien could not stop crying and whimpering after the removal of a second fingernail. Angered, Flamininus ordered a third pulled out, after which he paused to let his secretary recover a little. Then, approaching with care, the carpet was now dotted with vomit, blood spatters, and fingernails, he lifted Passien's chin.
"The pain can stop. Admit that Galba threatened you into his employ, that you have sent his letters to me so you can deliver them, that you write back to him revealing everything you know about me, about the campaign."
Passien mumbled something. Hopeful that his secretary was about to confess, Flamininus leaned closer.
"What?" "Loyal."
Passien swallowed.
"I am loyal only to you, master."
Frustrated, Flamininus almost struck Passien again. Having no desire to get bodily fluids on himself, however, he leashed his anger and buried the last of his regret. Passien was guilty, of that he was certain. The torture would have to continue, and the Principes seemed well capable. Flamininus had had enough, however.
"Take this piece of shit away," he ordered. "Somewhere quiet. Make him talk. I want to know where those letters come from and what information he has shared with whoever his employer is. Use whatever force you wish."
"And if he dies, sir?" asked the pliers-wielding princeps. Hardening his heart, not looking at Passien, Flamininus shrugged.
"It matters not. If he's still breathing when you're done, kill him. He's no longer of use to me."
"Yes, sir." The Principes lifted Passien between them. Head lolling, he gave no indication of having heard his death sentence pronounced. "Wait!" Flamininus spoke again. The Principes glanced around.
"Sir?"
asked one.
"Speak a word of what you heard in here, or whatever that fool may say when you continue your work, to anyone but me, and I'll see you both on crosses. Understand?" "Yes, sir."
Flamininus was pleased by the naked fear in their faces.
"Dismissed."
Passien's feet dragged along the floor as they hauled him away. Flamininus shoved his secretary from his mind. An hour later, Flamininus was at table, bathed and relaxed. There had been no word from the Principes yet. Before him was a plate of the honeyed pastries he so loved, made by his magician of a cook, a princeps he would ensure never had to fight again. They were what Flamininus most looked forward to every morning. He'd taken to having them in the middle of the day as well. An unexpected benefit of being a consul, he mused, was that the time didn't matter. If he wanted to eat honeyed pastries in the early afternoon, as it was now, he could do so, and no one would say a thing. His new habit wasn't without price. A surreptitious poke at his midriff revealed a fold more flesh than had been present when he'd arrived in Apollonia some 6 months before. Flamininus pursed his lips. This wouldn't have happened in Rome. His wife would never have let him eat 3 pastries each morning. Or 4, he admitted to himself. He stared with regret at the platter in front of him. 2 is enough, he decided, and I need more exercise. General I might be, but appearances have to be maintained.
Sir? Yes?
Flamininus was disappointed to see a 3rd sentry rather than one of the principes he had ordered to torture Passian. The secretary had hidden reserves, he decided. You could never tell with slaves.
What is it?
A herald has arrived, sir, from Philip. This Flamininus had not expected.
From Philip, he repeated. Aye, sir. What would you have me do with him? Keep him waiting. Summon my senior officers.
Flamininus stood, pastries forgotten.
I'll send word when to bring him in.
It didn't take long for his legion commanders and staff officers to gather. Flamininus had had his body slave run a polishing cloth over his cuirass. He had also insisted his red sash be retied. Content he looked every part the Roman general, for the herald would report back to Philip, he took up a prominent pose at the head of the long table in his meeting room and summoned the herald. Philip's messenger proved to be a heavy-set, bearded man in late middle age. In contrast to Flamininus's rich attire, he was clad in a simple chiton and wore a white Macedonian culsia on his head. Seeing Flamininus, he bowed.
"Greetings, consul."
His Latin was accented but understandable. Flamininus dipped his chin.
"You come from Philip?"
"I do." The messenger indicated the 4 stern-faced principes around him.
"Are these necessary?"
Flamininus gestured, and the soldiers stepped back several paces.
"What do they call you?"
"Menander is my name. I'm an adviser to the king." Flamininus knew that Macedonians liked to recognize no man as their master, but was still irritated by Menander's familiarity. Pettishly he snapped, "How is Philip?" Menander stroked his beard.
"The king is well. He asks after your health also."
Wrong-footed, he had expected a barbed reply, with mention of the king's happiness over Corinth and Argos. Flamininus grimaced.
"I have no complaints. Can I offer you wine?"
"Thank you, but no," said Menander.
"It is 3 to 4 days' ride back to Tempe, more if the weather worsens. When I have your answer to my message, I shall leave with my escort." "Speak, then. What has Philip to say?" "The king wishes to meet with you."
Flamininus's officers muttered between themselves, but he held his counsel. This was the news he'd hoped Menander might carry. Trapped behind Tempe, stripped of most of his territories, what other reason could Philip have for sending a herald?
"Why?"
Flamininus asked, probing.
"While the summer has seen some setbacks," said Menander, "the king's army, tens of thousands strong, remains undefeated. Achaia may have broken faith, but Corinth and Argos are yet in Macedonian hands. Acarnania still stands with us." "Not for long," said Flamininus, his tone wry. "Acarnania is isolated, far from here. It will fall to the first determined attack, and Philip will be powerless to prevent it."
Menander was unruffled.
"It is true that Acarnania's future lies with the fates, but there is no denying that if the war continues, the battle for Macedon will be bitter. Thousands of your men will die, even if you win. A peaceful settlement would prevent that undesirable outcome."
Flamininus ignored the ripple of excitement sweeping his officers. Was it possible, he wondered, that Philip knew what might happen in December, when the elections for the magistracy took place? One of the new consuls could seek to replace him, as Villius had succeeded Galba, and he himself had done to Villius. Accept it, thought Flamininus bitterly. One consul would want to take his place, would want the chance of military glory over Macedonia. It wasn't a certainty, of course.
During the war with Hannibal, the Senate had learned that it was better to leave a general in field rather than replace him each year, but his position wasn't guaranteed. Up to this point, Flamininus had relied on his friends and political allies, as well as goodly numbers of bribes, to argue his case in Rome. Now perhaps it was time to investigate the distasteful possibility that Galba might help, for it would also be in his interest to leave Flamininus in command. "Consul?" asked Menander. "If I reach an agreement with Philip," thought Flamininus, "and am ordered back to Rome after the elections, I will return as the man who forced Macedonia's king to the negotiating table. If I am to continue to lead here, I can break any agreement made easily enough and restart the war. That way I can smash Philip's army and bring all of Greece under Rome's control." His mind made up, Flamininus gave Menander a broad smile. "Where does he wish to meet?" Chapter 9. Nicaea, close to Thermopylae. Bulbus woke the Principes long before sunrise with resounding slaps of his vetus off the leather of their tent roof. "Up!" he cried. "Up, or I'll make you wish you'd never been born!" Hiding their resentment, Felix and his comrades clambered out into the dim pre-dawn light. Bulbus had already moved on to the next tent. A month had passed since the ignominy of their retreat from Corinth. Sadly, Livius had died from blood poisoning during the march north. Felix had grieved the popular Optio, as had every man in the century. A memorable night had been spent drinking themselves into oblivion, careless of the pounding heads they would suffer the next day. Even Bulbus had sensed their need to mourn Livius. Not a man had been punished for their poor appearance that day. Rejoining Flamininus near Elatia, the 8th had dug out a camp in which to spend the winter, but news had come not long after of a conference that was to take place between their general and King Philip. Half the Principes, almost 500 men, and all the Triarii had been chosen to escort Flamininus to the meeting at Nicaea. In addition to his military escort, representatives of Rome's allies would accompany the consul. The previous day they had marched to within a mile of the chosen spot, Nicaea, a beach on the Malian Gulf. It lay a little way north from the fortress of the same name which guarded the gates of fire, Thermopylae. Felix and his friends were still stamping about, trying to keep warm, when Callistus, their new Optio, appeared. Brutish and evil-tempered, he had been transferred in after Livius's death. Callistus was as fond of his bronze ball-ended staff as any centurion was of his vetus. He strode up and down in front of Felix and the rest, smacking it off the ground for emphasis as he spoke. "It's a real honour to be chosen to protect the consul." Thump. "A rare thing." Thump. "Every man of you has to look his best." Thump. "Those mongrel Macedonians must not outshine the legionaries of Rome. Hear me?" "Yes, sir," the Principes shouted. They had cleaned their kit and weapons long into the night. Whether their efforts had been sufficient would be clear in an hour when Bulbus would inspect everything. Still threatening and pounding his staff, Callistus moved on. Felix exchanged a glance with each of his comrades. Antonius rolled his eyes. Clavus curled his lip. Daedalus, who had discharged himself early from the hospital, shrugged as if to say, "What can a man do?" And Sparax muttered,
"Most officers are bastards, excepting you, Felix, of course. It never changes."
We were lucky with Pullo and Livius, thought Felix sadly. Matho's Optio Paulinus had been a decent sort too. Now, however, they were stuck with Bulbus and Callistus. Antonius had sensed his despondency. "Keep your head down, brother, and your mouth shut. We'll get through, same as always." It was sound advice, thought Felix, even if it was unpalatable. It was after midday when word came of Philip's approach by sea. At last Flamininus gave the order to leave the camp. "Arriving after Philip shows who's master," muttered Antonius to Felix as they tramped the gravel road along the coastline.
Best way to show that would be to slaughter the Macedonian dog the first chance we get, said Clavis. End the war at one stroke, it would.
Despite the risk of angering the gods by murdering someone during a truce, everyone liked the sound of that. Felix took the opportunity to recount how he had almost hit Philip with a javelin during the clash at Ptolemy more than a year before. To his annoyance, again, no one would believe him. Antonius, grinning at his indignation, refused to back him up. The subsequent slanging match was still going on, quietly, in case Bulbus or Callistus heard, when Philip's ships were spotted. 5 low-in-the-water lembi and a ram-armed trireme, that had to be the king's, lay at anchor a short distance from the beach. Not a soul had come ashore.
"Philip must have heard us talking," said Daedalus with his usual leer. "He's scared to leave his ship."
Daedalus couldn't be too far from the truth, thought Felix, studying the figures on the Macedonian vessel's decks. The movement there told him that they had been seen, but no order brought the ships into the beach. Pride filled him. Whatever had happened in recent months, Philip was wary of him and his comrades. The Principes halted not long after, and Flamininus soon came riding from his position at their rear. A large party accompanied him: legates, staff officers and scribes, Greek allies, Rhodians and Pergamines. Bulbus and the other centurions were ready, bringing their men onto the beach behind their commander. Felix was pleased to be deployed on Flamininus's right, quite close by. From his position in the front rank, he had an excellent view of Philip's trireme, which lay little more than 60 paces offshore, but was unable to pick out the king from those aboard. Sand crunched beneath sandals, and Felix turned his head. His heartbeat quickened. There was Flamininus, resplendent in his finest armour, and with him, similarly well-dressed, his legates, staff officers, and the representatives of Rome's allies in the war. 2 of these last Felix recognized, the sweaty-faced Amminander of Athemania and the hatchet-faced Achaean general Aristinus, but the others he knew only to be Aetolian, Rhodian, and Pergamene. Gulls sprang skywards as the group neared the water's edge, their mocking cries echoing in the clear sea air.
"Philip, are you there?"
called Flamininus in Greek.
"It is I, Flamininus."
There was movement on the trireme's deck.
"Greetings, Flamininus."
The figure who had spoken wore a gleaming bronze cuirass. More detail than that was impossible to see.
"Hail, Philip!"
Flamininus said something else, but Felix's poor Greek wasn't enough to let him understand. Surprise filled him as Clavis translated in a whisper, "He said it would be more convenient to all if Philip came ashore to talk face to face." The barbed comment made Felix, and those who heard the interpretation, grin. With Bulbus and Callistus some distance away, Clavis was able to continue translating what each party said.
"I will stay where I am,"
said Philip.
"Whom do you fear, then?"
called Flamininus, smiling a little at the men around him.
"I fear no one except the immortal gods," Philip shot back, continuing, "I have no confidence, however, in the integrity of your companions, in particular that of the Aetolians. In the absence of trust, all men who meet under truce are exposed to the same danger," challenged Flamininus.
Philip's laughter carried across the water.
"Not so. If treachery is afoot and blood were shed, it would be a great deal easier for the Aetolians to find another magistrate than it would for the Macedonians to replace me."
A prickly silence fell, and Felix thought, Philip is no fool. Antonius nudged Clavis.
"How in Hades are you fluent in Greek?"
"My mother is from Paestum. She grew up speaking Greek. She could never persuade my father to move away from Rome, so she made sure me and my brothers knew her tongue."
Clavis's grin was all stumps of teeth.
"Never had a use for it, really, until this campaign."
"We know who to have with us next time we visit a brothel, eh?"
Sparax winked.
"Maybe Clavis can get us a good price."
"Shh!" hissed Felix, who had seen Flamininus was about to speak. Again Clavis interpreted from the Greek.
"My demands are simple,"
said Flamininus. "But without them there can be no peace accord." Distance made it impossible to see if Philip rolled his eyes, but his tone suggested he might have done. "Might I see them written down? Having no one to consult, I wish to consider your proposals in my own time." Flamininus acted as if he hadn't heard. "You must withdraw your troops from every Greek city-state and return all the captives and deserters you have taken from Rome's allies in this war. Any parts of Illyria you still control will be surrendered to Rome. Ptolemy of Egypt must be given back the towns you stole from him, and it is only right that you listen to the demands of these allies who stand by my side." "I expect no less," replied Philip, his sarcasm carrying to the shore. "He's not happy," whispered Felix, grinning because he had understood these last words. He cocked his head to listen as Attalus of Pergamum's representative, a self-important type, stepped forward, but the speed with which the man spoke meant that once more Clavus had to interpret. The Pergamene king expected the return of his ships and crews lost at the Battle of Chios, Clavus explained, and for the buildings and temples destroyed by Philip's troops to be rebuilt. Next in line was the Rhodian emissary, who insisted that the Perea, Rhodes' territory on Asia Minor, was handed back. In addition, Philip would have to relinquish control of numerous towns, including some on the Hellespont. The Achaean general Aristinus requested the return of Corinth and Argos. The two Italian representatives were last to speak. This was, Felix suspected, because of the degree of their hostility towards Philip. Former allies with Macedonia, the Italians were now its bitterest enemies in Greece. The first Italian repeated many of Flamininus's demands, namely that Philip should withdraw entirely from Greece and restore to Aetolia the cities and jurisdictions that had formerly been under its control. His colleague weighed in too, accusing Philip of dishonesty in peace negotiations and deceit and cowardly tactics in warfare. He had burned a greater area of Thessaly during the summer than had all of Thessaly's enemies in the past. The king had also stolen more from Aetolia as an ally than he had as an enemy. Philip had to pay for these many wrongs, one way or another. By the time the second Italian had finished speaking, his voice had almost reached a shout. "Look!" Felix hissed to Antonius. "Philip's ship is going to come closer to the beach." He watched, rapt, as the anchor was drawn up, dripping from the sea. One bank of oarsmen was sufficient to ease the trireme into the shallows. Philip stood ready in the prow, like a soldier about to leap ashore against his enemies. Felix shot a look at Flamininus, whose face had tightened. He wasn't sure either what the king would do next. The consul had a word with the Aetolian, who smirked. "The Aetolian was trying to annoy Philip," said Sparax. "And he succeeded." "Aye," muttered Felix. Philip was no more than 30 paces from the water's edge now, and his expression was thunderous. He began to speak, but was cut off at once by the first Aetolian. The Aetolian's words elicited angry cries from the men around Philip. Two soldiers leapt into the sea and began wading ashore. Watching centurions barked orders, and the front ranks of Principes readied their javelins. A tiny devil in Felix's head wanted a fight to break out. It would be difficult and dangerous to board the trireme, but chances like this did not come often. Capturing or killing Philip would end the war here on this beach. A savage command from Philip, however, and the hot-headed pair waded back to the trireme, where they were hauled aboard. After a moment, Flamininus ordered the Principes to ground their javelins again. The tension, which had been wire-taut, eased a fraction. "What did the Aetolian say?" Felix demanded of Clavus. "He told Philip that he needs to win the war, or to do the bidding of his superiors." No wonder those warriors wanted to attack, thought Felix. It made Philip's self-control even more impressive. With calm restored, the king asked Flamininus to excuse his men's rash behaviour. Pointedly, his words were courteous, but he did not apologize. He then proceeded to belittle the Aetolians in eloquent and amusing fashion, causing Flamininus to laugh at one point. Philip then agreed, out of respect to Rome, to the Pergamene and Rhodian demands. Achaia could have Argos, but he wanted to talk to Flamininus in person about Corinth. Philip made no mention of the Aetolian demands, or, for that matter, the Roman ones. Barely had the king finished when the Achaean and Aetolian emissaries both began to speak. Angered by Philip, neither would give way to the other. Clavus would have struggled to interpret. In this case there was no need. Resembling two bickering children, the emissaries continued talking at one another rather than to Philip. He stood listening, a mocking smile on his lips. Flamininus intervened in the end. "The hour grows late," he said testily. "I shall send a copy of my demands out to your vessel. After that, I suggest that we adjourn for the night and reconvene in the morning." "An excellent plan," said Philip, conveying his amusement in just 3 words. The consensus between Felix and his comrades as they marched back to their camp was that despite his weaker position and the foolish behaviour of his soldiers, Philip had emerged from the first bout as the clearest speaker. Whether that would serve him in any effective way was another thing altogether. When Flamininus came to speak again, there was little doubt among the Principes that he would put the king in his place. If Philip refused to go along, the consul would use them, and the rest of the legions, to get his way in the spring. The recent setbacks had been temporary, they told themselves. Come the spring, Flamininus would lead them to victory. Later that evening, Felix, Antonius, and their 3 remaining comrades were taking their ease by the fire outside their tent. Wrapped in their cloaks to combat the autumn chill, they passed around a skin of wine and relived what they had witnessed earlier. "History in the making, that was," opined Daedalus. "How often do lowlifes like us witness such events?" "Speak for yourself, being a lowlife," said Felix, resentful. "You and your brother were at Zama, sir," said Daedalus, unperturbed. "But I'd wager you didn't see Scipio take Hannibal's surrender." Uneasy, as he always was when his previous career was mentioned, Felix responded sharply. "Of course I fucking didn't." Even as Daedalus apologized, Antonius intervened. "A shame those 2 fools didn't come all the way ashore, eh? A volley of javelins would have sorted them out double quick." "Aye," said Clavus, his eyes gleaming, "and the rest of the Macedonians might have jumped over the side to avenge them. We'd have slaughtered every last one. Won the war for Flamininus just like that." "I'll drink to that idea." Sparix raised his cup. "And I'll drink to victory, however it comes." They were still toasting one another and throwing back their wine when Bulbus appeared out of the darkness. It was late, past the time they might expect an officer to check on them, but the Principes leapt up as fast as they could and saluted. "Sir," they muttered, quiet and silently resentful. "Sir." "Kit inspection." Bulbus gestured at the stacked shields and piles of leather-covered kit by their tent. Felix wasn't drunk, but he'd had enough wine to make him think, "I'm an officer, and this is ridiculous." Without thinking, he said, "Now, sir." Bulbus was on him like a swooping hawk. His Vetus shot up, striking Felix's chin so hard from underneath that his jaw snapped shut. He was lucky not to bite his tongue. "What's that?" hissed Bulbus in his ear. "Nothing, sir." Gods, thought Felix, the fact that I'm a Tesserarius means nothing to the onion-headed prick. Bulbus hit Felix in the belly with the end of the Vetus this time, a painful blow that part-winded him. As he straightened, wheezing, Bulbus shoved his face right into Felix's and grated, "I heard you speak. What did you see?" "No, sir." I said, "No, sir." In all Felix's time in the army, he had never seen a centurion strike another officer. Bulbus was a different breed, he decided. "And what, precisely, did you mean by that?" The fact that Bulbus whispered made his words far more threatening. "I suppose I thought it was late for a kit inspection, sir." "You thought?" Drops of Bulbus's spittle hit Felix's cheeks. "You're not paid to think, are you?" "No, sir." Open your mouth again, and I'll break this and half a dozen others on your back." Balbus rammed the end of the Vetus right into Felix's face, who had to force himself not to recoil. "Again, consider yourself lucky not to be stripped to the ranks. You can dig latrines for the next 10 days. So can your brother, just because he's your blood. As for the rest of your idiot tent mates, they're sure to have some dirty kit." Balbus glared around the fire. "What are you waiting for? Lay it out, close to the flames, so I can see." Felix's punishment wasn't yet complete either. Balbus lingered over his equipment and weapons, finding among other things a few rust spots on his sword blade and a dirty buckle on his baldric. Latrine duties increased to 20 days. He also had 5 nights extra sentry duty thrown in, because, a leering Balbus said, "I don't like you." As Felix lay in his blankets later that night, furious and powerless, he did not even consider Flamininus's and Philip's second meeting. He had plotted to murder a centurion, Matho, before. Why not another? Chapter 10. Orestes, Western Macedon. Freezing rain sheeted down, obscuring the mountains that shaped the valley. The deluge was so heavy that Demetrius had it hard to see a score of paces in any direction. Sodden from the downpour, the ground underfoot more resembled a marsh than a track. His cloak was wringing, and he under it. 4 men wide, the narrow column afforded little protection from the cutting wind either. Demetrius had never been so cold in his life. Feeling had long since been lost in his feet, and his legs were mud-coated to the knee. The skin on his hands was chapped and cracked from exposure to wind and water. He had raw, chafing areas where he'd never imagined it possible. The muscles of his right arm and shoulder screamed with tiredness from the effort of carrying the 2 sections of his new sarissa. Cold, he thought. I'm cold and wet, and I'm fucking starving. There was no point complaining. Every man in the Spira was in the same situation. During the course of their long march inland, they had heard it all before. Demetrius had whinged. Cimon and Antilion were wreath-winning complainers. The file-closer Zotikos went on a rant at least once a day. Empedocles moaned whenever anyone listened to him. Andriscus's usual good temper had vanished. Even Philippos had given in, grumbling that he didn't care if he died as long as he was warm. Only the file leader Simonides had said nothing, and that, everyone knew, was because it looked bad for an officer to join in. He wasn't immune, of course. Never a talkative type, he now rarely said anything but an irritated aye or no. "What did we do to deserve this?" It was Empedocles again. "Some of the king's best soldiers we're supposed to be. Saw off the Romans over and over again we did." "Shut it," rumbled Philippos. Empedocles wasn't listening. "While the rest of the Kiliarchy, who weren't even at Elatia, marched back to Pella. They're already there, I'd wager, warming their cheesy toes by their fires or ploughing whores. We are ordered to the furthest shithole part of Macedon there is." "And we're not even there yet," said Andriscus, raising a few chuckles. "It's not right," grumbled Empedocles. "Life's not fair," said Demetrius, wishing he could smack his enemy in the mouth. Truth was, he wanted to do a lot more than that since Corinth, but the chance hadn't yet come his way. Deep down, however, he wasn't sure he could murder a man in cold blood. Maybe, as Cimon maintained, Empedocles had not intended him to drown. A good hiding would do, Demetrius decided. "Get on with it," he snapped. Empedocles' response, a string of curses, was brought to an abrupt halt by Simonides. "If you don't shut up, Decles, I swear I'll ram my copy so far down your throat it will come out your arsehole." Startled, Empedocles fell silent. "Whatever you unhappy bastards might think, there's a good reason we are here," shouted Simonides, his voice competing with the drumming rain. "The Kiliarchy at Corinth was the only unit in the entire army that was still in the field. We weren't that far from the so-called rebellion when news of it arrived. Philocles judged that the entire Kiliarchy wouldn't be needed, So the majority were always going to continue their journey to Pella. Our spearer was chosen by lot. The addled heads among you, that means we had a 3 in 4 chance of not being picked. He drew in a breath and continued, Before I hear anyone whinge that the fates must have had a hand in seeing that we're the ones here, not anyone else, I have heard it all before. Enough! The length of Simonides' speech, Demetrius had never heard him say so much, and the savagery with which it was delivered saw calm descend over his men. Those in other files who had heard held their peace too. It wasn't a happy silence. No one could be happy in this sodden version of Tartarus, but a more accepting one. It was, thought Demetrius, as if every man had decided, curse it, let's just march. We'll get there in the end. There was a village, a mountainous, hard-to-reach region. Orestes didn't have many settlements that could be termed towns, set among some of the western peaks that formed the backbone between Macedon and Illyria. Never a place that had been over-friendly or loyal to the incumbent on the throne in Pella, and a place that had suffered, as the Roman legions had marched through it twice in the past year and a half. It was rumoured to be at the heart of the rebellion. Demetrius's gaze was drawn to a slope-roofed hut set into the hillside, a spear throw from the track. A neglected shed, scarce more than a roof and 2 sides, held a pen of scrawny sheep. From the hut's half-open door, a lad of perhaps 12 summers watched the passing phalangists with an expression of sheer terror. Demetrius felt a pang of guilt. They had to do their duty, put down this uprising before it spread, but the locals here were Macedonian, not Roman or brutish Illyrians, or even Greeks. They were Macedonian. The same blood as the phalangists ran through their veins. Their ancestors had fought for Alexander alongside one another on battlefields from here to India. A woman's sharp voice came from behind the watching boy, and he vanished. The door slammed shut. Hostile reception and leaking roof aside, thought Demetrius wistfully, it would be warm inside, and drier than he was. Put it from your mind, he told himself. The only shelter you'll have tonight will be a damp, stinking tent, the only food, a bowl of cold gruel. It was hard to believe that he'd ever be warm or have a full belly again. In that grey, freezing world, absent of sun, it was impossible to judge the passage of time. If the track the phalangists were following had been in better repair, not a morass in which they sank to mid-calf with each step, a man might have been able to judge by the distance they had travelled. Unable to do either, Demetrius guessed that perhaps 2 hours had dragged by since he'd seen the boy peering from the hut. The phalangists had climbed steadily since. The rain had been replaced by snow. On either side, what they could see of the stony slopes were no longer shades of grey and brown. A white blanket covered all. Low over their heads, the clouds were an ominous, dirty yellow. Few people lived here. They had marched by perhaps 6 houses, each as miserable and deprived as the next. The only reason to build a village up here, Demetrius decided, was to serve as a defensive stronghold. Soon the place would be snowed in until the spring, or he was no judge. If the phalangists didn't finish their task first, they might be trapped here themselves. No one knew what kind of reception would greet them. Thus far, the rebellion consisted of the locals refusing to pay tax to a group of royal officials a month since. No one had been killed. The tacksmen had merely been escorted from the settlement at spear point. It was the message they'd been given that no lackey of Philip had better return here for fear of his life, which had caused concern in the palace at Pella. Philippos and the older phalangists reckoned sending the spearer here was using a hammer to crack a walnut, and Demetrius could see little reason to disagree. The inhabitants of this valley, hardened yet simple farmers, posed no threat to the kingdom. The people of the lowland towns would pay no heed to the activities of bumpkins in this God's-forsaken corner of Macedon. Philip, on the other hand, was furious, pride smarting at the recent losses of Thessaly and Phocis. "I want the rebellion crushed," he had reportedly thundered. "Utterly crushed." "That's why we're freezing our balls off in the mountains," Philippos had said, laughing his great belly laugh, "and we won't get to warm them again until the king's peace has been restored." It didn't feel right requesting help of Ares, the god of war, to help defeat his own people, thought Demetrius. He felt the same ambivalence about Zeus, thunder god and master of the other deities. Almost in the clouds here, they were in Zeus's territory, which meant he might look favourably on the locals. Demetrius opted for the shepherd's favourite, Hermes, messenger of the gods. "Let us bring this sorry matter to a swift end, Hermes," he prayed. "I'd like to be warm before the year's end, if not sooner." They climbed. The temperature dropped. A heavy mist fell, obscuring the junction between cloud and hillside, and making it seem as if they had climbed to the very skies. At times, Demetrius almost expected to look down and see nothing beneath his feet but empty air. Sourness filled him again that 3 in every 4 phalangists in the Chiliarchy were back in the army's camp at Pella, but not he and his comrades. "The king ordered you to Orestis," he told himself. "It's your duty to be here." A rumble from their left. "What's that?" Simonides' voice was taut, strained. "Halt!" The men in the Spira ahead, Demetrius's unit was second in the column, had not heard. They kept marching. Simonides' file was at the front of their Spira, and his halting forced everyone else to obey. Heads turned. Eyes searched the murk to their left. Visibility was terrible, no more than 15 paces, affording a glance of snowy, rock-covered ground. No houses, no livestock, no sign of life. Of the slopes above, the phalangists could see nothing at all. Scrape, clack. The sound of stone on stone was unmistakable. "Ambush!" Demetrius spoke before he had time to think. Empedocles sneered, but Simonides muttered, "I think the lad's right," and men gripped their sarissa shafts tight. "Face left, nice and quiet. Assemble pikes, shields ready," said Simonides. "Pass the word down the line." They were almost prepared, standing 4 deep, when harsh rumbling sounds dragged everyone's attention to the fog-shrouded slopes above. A blur of lichen-covered stone flashed past Demetrius, taking the man to his left with it. One instant he was there, the next he had vanished, gone, without so much as a yell. Pushed by unseen attackers, more hurtled from the gloom. Sarissa discarded as worse than useless, Demetrius dodged a boulder the size of a horse. To his right, Philippos was unhurt and cursing their attackers at the top of his voice. Demetrius called to Kane and Antiochus, who were behind him, but got no reply. More rocks rumbled out of the semi-darkness, threatening obliteration. A small landslide set off by the larger boulders followed, injuring men a little way to his left. Curses rang out. A man screamed and was cowed into silence by a furious file leader. A short pause. Men checked their weapons, wiped sweat away, glanced at each other, relieved to be alive. 1 or 2 hotheads advanced a little way up the slope and were ordered back into position. "Stay where you are," barked Simonides. "Break the line and we become vulnerable." "We're already fucking vulnerable," Demetrius wanted to shout. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared into the fog, wishing he could see the cowards who were attacking them. More rumbling noises carried from above. Philippos shouted, "Look out, Demetrius!" Several rocks, each large enough to maim, were heading straight for them. Philippos had seen he would be fine, thought Demetrius. The comrade to his left was in danger, however. Without thinking, he grabbed the man. Mid-lunge, he was horrified to find it was Empedocles, and propelled him several paces clear of the stones. Sneering at Empedocles' ungrateful reaction, a curse and a shove back at him, Demetrius palmed sweat from his forehead and listened. Voices muttered above, but no more rocks came. Injured men groaned and swore. Demetrius shot a look behind him. Everything was chaos. Bodies were scattered like discarded dolls in between the rocks that had felled them. He looked next for Philippos, but could not see him. Unease tickled the base of Demetrius's spine. He called Philippos's name. There was no answer. Heart pounding, Demetrius shouted, "Kane! Antiochus!" A moment's delay, and Kane replied, "We're here. You hurt?" "No. You seen Philippos?" Before his friends could answer, Simonides' voice cracked like a whip. "Set down, you Cynoscephalae! I want shields facing front. Draw swords and form a line, fast!" Demetrius obeyed. Philippos was somewhere close by, he told himself. He'd been tending to the wounded, like as not. Slipping out of the neck strap, Demetrius shoved his left forearm into the strap on the inside face of his aspis. Copis ready in his right fist, he closed up with the nearest men, Empedocles and Andriscus. Andriscus's usually happy face was pinched with concern. He glanced at Demetrius. "Have you seen Philippos?" Demetrius's worries swelled. "No." "Anyone else?" asked Empedocles without his usual animosity. Demetrius found his hate for Empedocles subsumed by his desire to find their attackers. "I don't know." "Nor I," said Andriscus, his expression hard. "We have to stay sharp, though. Those sheep-humping dusty feet might not be finished with us." "Should we advance up the slope?" called Cimon. Cimon didn't hear Empedocles snort with contempt, but Demetrius did. He had no opportunity to think of a suitably acid rejoinder, because Simonides interjected, "We stay where we are. Gods know how many of the bastards are up there in the murk." They stood and stared into the clouds. That's what they were, thought Demetrius bitterly, for the span of 100 heartbeats, before Simonides was satisfied their attackers had gone. Ordering every second man to stay in line, he directed the rest to see to the injured. Concern nipping him like a dog worrying a bone, Demetrius set down his sarissa and hurried to find Philippos. Seeing his big friend lying 15 paces to the rear, his head up, filled him with joy. "There you are!" Philippos laid his head back down without answering. Sudden fear clawing his belly, Demetrius sprinted forward. Philippos didn't open his eyes. He lay there, face a sickly grey, shallow breaths the one indication he was alive. Demetrius's eyes roved down Philippos's body. He seemed unharmed. The only damage appeared to be a massive dent in one side of the lower half of his breastplate. "It's nothing," Demetrius decided, even as he wondered why his friend wasn't responding. "Philippos, are you hurt?" A grunt. "Can you sit up?" "Maybe. Aye. But there's no point. I'm done." "You're a little shaken, that's all," cried Demetrius, setting down his aspis and sword. He knelt and slipped an arm behind Philippos's shoulders. "Come on, I'll help you up." Philippos's eyes opened. He stared at Demetrius. "I can't feel my legs." "Your legs?" Demetrius asked stupidly. "When I shouted the warning at you, there was a stone I hadn't seen. The bastarding thing hit me when I was half-turned. It must have snapped my spine. I'm a dead man." No, thought Demetrius. I saved Empedocles, and this happened. He flailed for something to say. "You're mistaken," he declared in a confident tone. "Come on." Philippos did not resist as Demetrius hauled him into a sitting position. He was too heavy for one man to lift. Demetrius called for help, and Antiochus came running. Arms linked around the big man's shoulders, they hauled him into a standing position. "There," said Demetrius brightly, turning his face towards Philippos's. "Look down." Philippos's tone was flat, resigned. Demetrius obeyed. Nausea tickled his gullet. Philippos's toes were dragging in the dirt, his feet were limp, and above his meaty calves hung slack. "The feeling will come back," said Demetrius, hating the false note in his voice. "Course it will," added Antiochus. "I'm finished," said Philippos. "There's no sensation in my legs. I was bursting for a piss just before the ambush, but I can't feel my bladder now. Put me down." They sat him down as gently as a small child. Over his head, Demetrius and Antiochus exchanged a look of dismay and helplessness. A heartbeat later, Demetrius felt a vice-like grip on his left wrist. He looked down into Philippos's fierce eyes. "I'll not be a burden to any of you." "You won't," protested Demetrius, already worried about hauling someone of Philippos's size to the settlement for a battle and then back to Pella. It would be a Heraclean task.
Odds are, I won't survive. Even if I did, I'd be a cripple. Good for nothing but pissing and shitting myself for the rest of my life. That's no kind of existence.
Even one-handed, Philippos was able to pull Demetrius's ear down to his lips.
I deserve a soldier's death. A blade death.
Horrified, Demetrius pulled free. I can't. Antilion, who had been about to ask what Philippos had said, realized. He shook his head at Demetrius. No.
I ask you, as a friend.
Philippos's deep voice had gone husky. I can't. Demetrius's throat closed. He stumbled away. Empedocles, he thought, his heart filled with a savage mixture of shame and hate. Why in Tartarus did I save Empedocles and not my friend? Demetrius! He ignored Philippos's cry. There had been no revenge-taking. When a light breeze shifted the mist, revealing the slopes to either side, Simonides had sent men to search for their attackers. They had come back empty-handed an hour later, having seen nothing but a few mountain goats. The locals had vanished, like wraiths returning to the underworld. By that time, Stephanos had brought the rest of the Spira back and ordered camp set up. Remaining where they were meant the injured could be tended to. The phalangists were on the only road to the settlement. Those inside were going nowhere. Let them dwell overnight on the reprisals coming their way, Stephanos had announced, to a fierce, cruel cheer. Morale was low, as the phalangists sat about the few sputtering fires they'd managed to light. The cleverly worked ambush had seen a dozen men die, including one of Demetrius's tentmates. Perhaps half that number again had broken limbs. One other had been maimed like Philippos. Demetrius's bowl of porridge lay untouched. The pitiful blaze at his feet gave off so little heat that Cimon had only been able to half-cook their dinner. Spying Antilion's greedy eyes on the porridge, he handed it over. Antilion spooned in a large mouthful. "Not hungry?"
"No."
"Philippos," muttered Cimon, sensing his reason. "Aye," said Demetrius, his heart heavy with grief and a smouldering fury towards Empedocles. Demetrius didn't quite realize it, but the guilt of not having saved Philippos had led him to lay the blame for what had happened at his enemy's feet. Their eyes moved to the fire by the next tent. Simonides, Andriscus, and Empedocles were sitting around Philippos, who had propped himself up on an elbow. Taurian and Scopas, who didn't know Philippos as well, were on the other side of the fire. It was impossible to hear what was being said, but everyone's expression was troubled or unhappy. Philippos seemed angry, something he never was, as well as frustrated. "He's asking them to end his life," said Demetrius. "They don't want to. They're telling him he needs time, that his injuries might come good with rest." "They won't?" Antilion, ever the blunt one. "You don't know that," said Cimon, the optimist. "Antilion's right," snapped Demetrius, his grief morphing into anger. "I had a dog once that fell from a low cliff and broke its back. I was too small to understand. I begged my father to let me nurse it. Against his better judgment, he agreed. After 10 days it was clear, even to an 8-year-old, that it was suffering." Demetrius could still see the spiritless dog caked in its own filth, coat staring, eyes sunken. Could hear the dull crack as his father brought down the heavy stone on its head. "Philippos deserves better than that." "I can't draw a blade over a comrade's throat," said Cimon, his expression tortured. "Nor I," said Antilion. Their 2 other tent-mates, quiet types, shook their heads in agreement. "One of the front rankers will do it," said Demetrius, even though it didn't look like it from where he was sitting. Philippos refused to let his comrades carry him into their tent when the time came to climb into their blankets. "I have a cloak," he shouted. "Leave me be." Demetrius, who had lingered outside after his own comrades had retired, waited until Philippos was alone before walking over. Join you? Do what you like. I can't stop you.
Philippos didn't look at him.
Any feeling returned to your legs? Piss off.
No. Did you see the boulder that hit me?
No. Philippos, I'm sorry.
For what? He sounded more like the old Philippos.
When you shouted, I thought you'd be all right. You're always all right. So I grabbed the man beside me and heaved him out of the way of the rocks. It was fucking Empedocles.
Unbelievably, Philippos laughed. Demetrius stared at him.
What?
My father always said that the fates were spiteful crones. I've always held different, but this proves him right. Philippos shrugged. It's not your fault, Demetrius. Demetrius felt no better. Guilt battered him still. He blamed Empedocles still. An uncomfortable quiet fell, allowing the groans of the injured to remind them that others were also suffering. Most of the poppy juice had already been used as well. It would be a long night, thought Demetrius. Poor bastards, said Philippos. At least I can't feel anything. They were back to this, thought Demetrius with a sinking feeling.
Did you ask Simonides or Andrescus?
I did. They refused. Said it was too early to be talking like that. Torian and Scopas said the same, even though it's plain as the nose on my face that I'm a cripple. Philippos waved a hand in frustration. Some truths are hard to accept, I suppose.
What about Empedocles?
A scornful look. I'm not asking that prick. He wouldn't have the balls anyway. Demetrius chewed the inside of his cheek. It's got to be you. Their eyes met. Demetrius held the gaze with difficulty. I'll be covered in bed sores within a few days, muttered Philippos. Don't make me beg. Demetrius hadn't cried since his father's death years before. Tears came now, however, unbidden. He wiped them away savagely.
I won't.
So you'll do it?
Aye.
Philippos smiled, the big grin that Demetrius knew and loved so well. Thank you. He reached out a great paw, and they shook, eyes locked on one another. Demetrius couldn't bring himself to let go the grip. It was Philippos who did, his smile still somehow there. I'll sit up. Grunting a little, Philippos pushed himself into a sitting position. He held out a bronze-hilted dagger. I sharpened it this evening. Demetrius hesitated. This way I can go to meet my ancestors with pride. The other way Philippos hung his head and shoved the dagger forward. Grief-stricken, Demetrius took it. He moved to kneel beside Philippos. The big man let his cloak slip down his back and unfastened his chiton on the left side of his neck, exposing his chest. Wordless, he guided Demetrius's hand to the flesh 2 fingers' breadth to the left of his nipple. Under the ribs, Philippos's heart beat slow and strong. Battered by horror, Demetrius gritted his teeth. You are a fine soldier, said Philippos. A good comrade. The best of friends. The acceptance in Philippos's voice and eyes was almost impossible to take. The gods were cruel beyond belief, thought Demetrius. So are you, he whispered, carefully placing the dagger's tip between 2 ribs. With his left hand, he gripped Philippos's right shoulder, the better to hold him when the blade went in.
Why did you welcome me that first night, after you'd knocked me out?
Philippos tensed, and then, incredibly, he chuckled. I had to show you some kindness after punching you halfway to Tartarus. When you woke, your eyes were still rolling in your head. Remember?
That's not true. I could have gone a 3rd boat,
said Demetrius, praying the lie would distract Philippos. The gods answered. Hey, you were... Philippos's eyes widened as Demetrius slid the dagger into his barrel chest.
He took a juddering breath. Demetrius drew Philippos into an embrace which forced the sharp-edged iron deeper. Philippos coughed once, twice. His left hand came up to Demetrius's right, as if he were trying to seize the blade, but instead he patted Demetrius's shoulder, the loving touch of a father to a son, and his arm fell away. Demetrius held Philippos close as the great heart slowed. He cared nothing for the blood soaking around the blade into his chiton. He cared not for the ache in his back from his awkward posture, or that his face was running with tears, that his body shook with silent sobs. "Forgive me," he whispered into Philippos's ear. No answer came. Demetrius had never felt so alone. A day and a half later, standing outside the village they'd been marching towards, Demetrius's guilt and grief had hardened into a burning desire for revenge. Loathsome though he was, Empedocles had not pushed the boulder that had maimed Philippos. The men who'd done that were staring at him from atop the palisade that ringed their miserable settlement. A mixture of youths, men in the prime of life, and hunched greybeards, they looked downright terrified. It hadn't been their intention, their wreath-bearing messenger had said not an hour since, to kill. The ambush had only been intended to be a warning. As his men cheered, Stephanos had told the messenger that he could take his lies and shove them up his arse.
"We're coming in," Stephanos had snarled, "and when we do, it won't be pretty. For every soldier of mine who died, 4 of yours will be executed."
Demetrius had roared his approval too, even as he'd thought that 10 lice-ridden mountain men couldn't replace Philippos, or even 20. Yet it would be something to kill the villagers, he thought fiercely, gripping his coppice. Someone had to pay for the death of his friend. It no longer mattered to Demetrius that the men on the palisade were Macedonian, and from the grim expressions on his comrades' faces, it didn't matter to them either. Early that morning, they had encircled the village to make sure no one tried to escape. A couple of hours' work had seen a dozen crude ladders, fashioned from the timbers of nearby outbuildings. Now they were ready. A few men might be lost scaling the defences, but the phalangists' fury was such that no one doubted they would soon storm their way inside. When Stephanos gave the signal, the entire Spira would attack. No quarter was to be given.
"I don't have to tell you why,"
Stephanos had said to loud cries of "Kill them all." Demetrius looked down at his coppice, a solid, well-made weapon. He'd only used it a few times in battle, but he hungered to wield it now, to bury it in flesh, to see blood spurt, to hew, to hack, to send men to Tartarus. Gods help anyone that comes within reach, he thought, feeling nothing but hatred for the villagers.
"Ready?"
cried Stephanos. The phalangists hammered their blades off their shields, creating a mighty clamour. Stephanos raised his arm. Demetrius tensed, ready to run forward. He'd been chosen to climb one of the ladders. He would run alongside the men carrying it, and the instant it had been leaned against the palisade, he would start ascending. It was a dangerous task, even more so because, in order to climb, he'd have to leave his shield behind.
"Look, sir!"
shouted Simonides. Stephanos stared. His arm fell. Loud creaking noises announced the opening of the gate into the village. Framed in the entrance was the messenger and a dignified-looking older man, possibly the chieftain. Both were holding wreaths aloft, a sign that they wished to surrender. Furious, not wanting to be robbed of his vengeance, Demetrius glanced at Stephanos. Stephanos hawked and spat towards the wreath-bearers.
"Faithless murderers! You think to escape justice?"
Turning to his left and right, he asked his men,
"Shall we accept their plea?"
"No!" bade Demetrius and everyone else.
"Shall we give them what they deserve?"
cried Stephanos, his face red with rage, veins bulging in his neck. The phalangists' answer was a death-promising, blood-curdling roar. No one heard Stephanos's command to attack a moment later, But when he pointed his coppice at the now petrified-looking pair in the gateway, it was signal enough. Demetrius and the rest charged forward like hounds slipped from the leash.
Chapter 11. The Malian Gulf close to Nicaea. The king's trireme was beating southward, both banks of oarsmen working in smooth unison to the flautist's measured tune. Close behind, in a long V formation, came 5 lembi. A low coastline, stone beaches with farms behind, ran along to starboard. The hilly island of Euboea lay on the ship's port side. Philip stood at the prow, cloak blowing in the breeze, gaze locked on the grey-brown mountains of Locris and Phocis, which filled the horizon before him. There lay the hallowed gates of fire, where Leonidas and his Spartans had won themselves immortal glory. Part of Philip would have given his entire kingdom to have fallen in that battle. Few deaths could be as magnificent. He was remembering Thermopylae, not from vanity, but for the events of the time, and how the Greeks and Macedonians had united against a common enemy. Their alliance had been riven by argument and treachery, but it had worked. Soon after the death of Leonidas and his men, a combined force of Greeks had won a glorious naval victory at Salamis. This was quickly followed by another success at Plataea. Not long after, the Persians had left Greece's shores, never to return. Why can't they see? Rome is no different from Persia, thought Philip. Agelaus of Aetolia knew it. He told everyone at the Naupactus conference almost a generation before for Zeus's sake. But all the short-sighted fools can see is Macedon. Philip let out a quiet sigh. It was fruitless to dwell on the past and what might have been. The Greeks were not going to unite, and the chances of any joining him in battle against Flamininus was slim indeed. "Can I join you, sire?" Philip turned. "Of course, Brachillus." Brachillus of Boeotia was one of his few remaining allies. A short, bald man in early middle age, he was 9 years older than the king. He was someone that Philip could easily have been enemies with, because his hard-drinking, strong-minded, and combative nature was so similar to the king's own, but the shared experience of going to war together had seen their friendship cemented. Brachillus could be trusted, of that Philip was sure. That was why he was here. Brachillus cast an eye at the sun, which had passed its high point in the sky. "We must be 3 hours late, sire." Philip shrugged. "Flamininus wants to talk. He'll still be there. So will his lick-spittle allies." He spat the last word. "They hang off Flamininus's words as if he was Zeus himself," said Brachillus. "Agreeing with everything he says, laughing at his jokes, apart from your one about the Aetolians, that is." He chuckled. "Didn't appreciate being told they weren't Greek, eh, sire?" They did not. It had been one of his better quips, Philip decided. Flamininus had certainly seemed to like it. The animosity that had marked their last meeting over the Aus appeared to have vanished, which Philip hoped was to his advantage. Yesterday, the consul had also laughed at his humorous offer to send gardeners to restore the precincts of Pergamene temples destroyed by his army. Gods willing, Philip thought, Flamininus would agree to a private meeting today. Without the craven Aetolians, Rhodians, Pergamenes, and Achaeans looking on, not to mention the cursed Athenians, he had a greater chance of seeing his offer, under which he would accede to almost all of the demands made the previous day, accepted. "If Flamininus agrees, sire, the mongrel Greeks will fall into line behind him," said Brachillus. "Yes," said Philip, "but we must remain awake to the possibility of treachery. Even when I have an agreement ratified by the Senate in my hands, I will not be totally at ease. In the end, it may still come to a battle. If that happens, I shall be there, sire." "I know, Brachillus," said Philip with a pleased nod. What was it about short men, he wondered, always looking for a fight? In this case he was glad, but Brachillus would pick a quarrel with his shadow given half a chance. He would have to be watched. The day before, he had been about to follow the 2 headstrong fools into the shallows. "Beach in sight!" called the lookout.
Philip thought of his visit to the temple at Gonos and the prophecy he'd been given there. It was impossible to know if the priest had been telling him what he wanted to hear, as priests so often did, or whether Zeus had spoken. To follow the prophecy entirely, in other words, to place all his hopes on a military victory, would be rash. Only a fool put every egg in one basket. Reach a negotiated settlement with Flamininus here, and the war could be brought to an early, bloodless end. Given the size of the Roman army in Phocis and his numerous enemies, that would be a satisfactory result for the moment. For the moment, thought Philip. In time, things might change. King Nabis of Sparta, as yet neutral in the conflict between Macedon and Rome, was someone to be won over. Philip's own overtures towards the Seleucid ruler Antiochus might bear fruit. Even if these possibilities never came to pass, his phalangists could defeat the legions given the right ground. No doubt Flamininus thought he held all the best gaming pieces, thought Philip. He didn't. Shingle crunched as the trireme ran up onto the beach. Accompanied by Brachillus and another general called Cycliadus, Philip leapt down. He was pleased to see Flamininus had come to meet him. His allies scurried behind, jostling one another in their efforts to be ahead of the rest. "You're late," said Flamininus in Greek. Resentful mutters rose from his followers, Aetolians and Achaeans, Rhodians and Pergamenes and Athemanians. Typical Macedonian. Arrogance beyond belief. I'd expect nothing less. Philip didn't even acknowledge their existence. "Well met, Consul," he said, half bowing. "And the same to you." Flamininus returned the gesture. "After your deliberation, did you reach a decision?" He smiled, but not in a friendly way. "The demands given to me yesterday were severe and unreasonable," said Philip. "I have therefore spent the morning considering them." Flamininus's features remained smooth and unperturbed. Deciding that this meant Flamininus remained well disposed towards him, Philip decided to throw the dice. "I would talk with you alone." "The Aetolians and Achaeans have not yet responded to what you said yesterday." Flamininus cast a look at the emissaries, who uttered indignant ayes. "I am sure that none of us wish the bickering of yesterday to be repeated," said Philip in a conciliatory tone. "Let us walk together, you and I, and come to agreement. 2 voices may find a clearer path than many. When we are done, your allies will have their opportunity to see if our plan is acceptable to them." "I would be happy to discuss matters," said Flamininus. Again he glanced at his allies. "What say you?" None of the emissaries seemed happy. One of the Aetolians, thought Philip, looked as if he was sucking on a particularly bitter lemon. None had the conviction to protest, however, and so, after a moment, Flamininus declared, "We are agreed, then." "Which direction shall we walk?" asked Philip. "West or east?" "West, if it please you, for Thermopylae lies that way." Philip had heard of Flamininus's interest in all things Hellenic, but witnessing it was a revelation. "You know of the battle?" "It remains one of the most famous clashes in history. Every educated Roman is taught about Thermopylae." Flamininus's sigh was wistful. "What it must have been like to stand there with Leonidas." Philip looked at the enthusiasm lighting Flamininus's eyes, and thought, perhaps he's not unlike me. "I often think the same thing." "I am not surprised. Would you have stayed to the end? Died merely so your allies could retreat?" "I would," Philip said at once. "If Leonidas had gone with the troops that retreated, the Persian cavalry would have wreaked a fearful slaughter on the open ground beyond Thermopylae. Someone had to stay, and he would suffer no one else to take it, the most dangerous task. To die that some of your soldiers might live is the mark of a hero." "Many would say that if an army loses its leader, defeat is inevitable. If you were to fall, say, Macedonia would not fare well against Rome." Flamininus cast him a look. Anger boiled up inside Philip that Flamininus should slide inside his guard with such ease. It was true.
His son Perseus was not quite old enough to rule, and none of Philip's generals had his tactical ability or charisma, whereas if he were to strike down the Roman general this very moment, another would be sent to replace him within the span of a few months. He fixed Flamininus with a hard stare. Maybe so. Yet here I stand, hale and hearty. The fates have woven me a long life, say the priests, and I believe them. Would you have stayed with Leonidas? Philip's tone was mocking, the implication that Flamininus was a coward clear. I, too, would have remained with the Spartans. Philip studied Flamininus's face and decided he was telling the truth. Barbarian he might be, but the man has balls. He nodded and said in a more conciliatory tone, Perhaps we could have stood side by side. I think we could. We are not so different, you and I. They smiled at one another, and the tension that had sprung up eased a little. The pair walked for a time, waves from the incoming tide threatening to erase their footprints, leaving no trace of their passage. He's waiting for me to speak, thought Philip, to give way to his demands. Clever. It was hateful to find himself in such a position, a king for Zeus's sake. And yet here he was. Better it was to have only one witness, rather than half a score of gloating hangers-on. In a measured voice he said, Rome shall have the entire coastline of Illyria, and any Roman prisoners or deserters I have taken. These are good tidings, said Flamininus. Attalus, said Philip, thinking the flea-bitten dog, shall have back his ships and crews. I will return to Ptolemy of Egypt his settlements, and the Peria to the Rhodians also, but my troops will continue to occupy Iassus and Bargilia. Italia can have all the towns named yesterday, save Thebes. Although the last city was at risk because of the close proximity of Flamininus's legions, Philip had hopes for it to resist assaults, as the Acrocorinth had. And Achaea? To Achaea I shall return Argos and Corinth. Philip made no mention of the Acrocorinth fortress, and hoped that Flamininus assumed he meant to surrender both. He did not. Flamininus rubbed a finger over his lips, thinking. A pulse hammered in Philip's throat. He watched the Roman sidelong, unsure if his offer was about to be thrown back in his face or fresh demands made. He would go to Tartarus before he would ask Flamininus his mind, however. It was a case of strolling on, pretending he hadn't a care in the world. The silence stretched on for almost 100 paces. It felt like 10 stadia. What of the fetters, Demetrius, Chalcis, and the Acrocorinth? He's sharp as a blade, thought Philip. Better to come clean. They have been Macedonian for generations. I wish to keep them. Without their protection, Macedon is vulnerable to attack from Greece. There was no immediate reply, and his nerves stretched wire taut. I accept your offer. You do? Philip almost cried. Smooth-featured, as if he had expected nothing else, he said instead, Why? Flamininus's expression now contained a mixture of coyness and embarrassment. The consular elections are almost upon us. Inevitably my successor as consul will want to replace me in the field. It's not certain that they will succeed in doing this, but my sources indicate that one of the largest groupings of senators that has supported me in the past is close to supporting another candidate. My command here seems unlikely to continue. You'll understand that I wish to avoid the humiliation of returning to Rome as the general who failed to defeat Macedonia, said Flamininus with a meaningful look. A negotiated settlement suits us both. I see. Philip's spies had brought him whispers of the moves being made against Flamininus, but until this moment he hadn't known how much weight to give the information. Letters would need to be sent to check whether the Roman was telling the truth. He was pleased by Flamininus's confession, yet wary still of the Aetolians' and Achaeans' enmity. "And if your allies will not accept your suggestion?" he asked, not seeing how Flamininus could do anything in that case but support them. "You are an eloquent man. If anyone can persuade them, it's you." Philip let out a pff of contempt. "You and I both know that it's unlikely. They must be given their chance to speak, to feel that their demands are being listened to." Had there been a sardonic note in Flamininus's voice, Philip wondered. "I have no argument with that. But if the Aetolians and Achaeans refuse my terms, say, we shall be back where we started." "Greeks do not determine the Senate's policies," said Flamininus with an unmistakable tone of contempt. "Nor can the importance of our potential agreement be understated. It offers peace instead of war. Failing to consult the Senate before making any decision to reject it would be both rash and inadvisable." "Go on," said Philip, still unsure where this was going. "In the event of your offer being refused by my allies, therefore, you could ask to send an embassy to Rome, its mission to speak to the Senate. No reasonable man would argue against such a request, I least of all. My allies would not dare take a different position from mine." Flamininus's smile was toothy. "And will the Senate accept the same terms as you have here with me?" It would be a pointless exercise, thought Philip, if the senators supported the troublesome Aetolians and Achaeans' demands. "I can make no guarantees, but a letter from the general in the field," Flamininus tapped himself on the chest, "recommending that you should be allowed to retain the fetters, will go a long way towards persuading the senators." "Very well." Philip stuck out his hand. "Let us shake on it as equals, as men who might have stood together at Thermopylae." Flamininus chuckled and took the grip. "Done." In more optimistic mood than he had been for some time, Philip strode towards the trireme and the emissaries waiting by it. Next morning Philip's good spirits remained, despite the lack of agreement that had persisted at the end of the previous day's negotiations. Returning with Flamininus, things had gone well at first. The Pergamenes had accepted Philip's offer, but matters had soured straight after, with the Rhodians, Aetolians, and Achaeans all refusing it. Causes for friction would linger forever if Philip continued to maintain garrisons in Greece, the Aetolians and Achaeans had repeatedly cried. So indignant had these emissaries been that he had been a little uncertain how to progress. Glancing at Flamininus, he had interpreted the discreet shake of the Roman's head to mean, "Do not mention the embassy today. They will argue against that out of stubbornness and anger." And so Philip had proposed an overnight halt to the talks, a suggestion accepted with reluctance by the Aetolians and Achaeans. His hunch about Flamininus's headshake had proved correct. On a pretence of settling a time and place for the next day's meeting, Flamininus had approached him and indicated that a night's rest would cool heads. "Tomorrow they will be open to your idea of sending ambassadors to the Senate at Rome," he had said conspiratorially. "I will see to it. They will think it a fine plan, too." With these words in his mind, Philip directed his trireme to the beach at Thronion, a little to the east of Nicaea, where they had met for the previous 2 days. Flamininus and his allies were already there. He could see them. How pleasing to have reached an arrangement with Flamininus alone, thought Philip. The Aetolian and Achaean emissaries' only agenda was his humiliation. That he should have to withdraw his troops from towns that had been Macedonian for decades and more was degrading enough, but that he, a king, had to negotiate this agreement with enemies who were his social inferiors was unbearable. In this regard, Philip decided he and the Roman general were quite alike. Some of Flamininus's comments the previous day had seemed to indicate that he also found the Aetolians and Achaeans petty and small-minded. It wasn't surprising, thought Philip. Men who served as consuls weren't of royal blood as he was, but they were noblemen whose families had long, proud lineages. They were leaders, accustomed to getting their own way. It stood to reason that Flamininus would hate having his every move scrutinized by those who followed at his heel. This, Philip had concluded, was why the Roman general had come to a private agreement with him. The Aetolians and Achaeans' displeasure at his request to send an embassy to Rome would give Flamininus as much pleasure as it would him. Philip remained wary. He was still at war with Rome. Flamininus was his enemy.
Yet the possibility of a settlement that allowed him to remain king of Macedon, with his pride and his army intact, now seemed possible. Chapter 12. Thronium, east of Nicaea. Sitting at his desk in his tent, Flamininus had to stop himself calling for Pacian. Worm food, buried in an unmarked grave outside Elatia, his secretary would never answer his summons again. Pacian had died without talking, something Flamininus still struggled to comprehend. He had always believed the face and personality given a man by the gods allowed judgment of character, but Pacian, someone he had judged to be entirely lacking courage, had proved him wrong. The notion that he had been mistaken, that he had unfairly accused Pacian, had entered Flamininus's mind, but as more time went by without another letter from Galba, the more convinced he became that Pacian had been the malevolent ex-consul's spy. It was a pity that the Greek had not given up what he knew, thought Flamininus, but a man couldn't have everything. Although part of him grieved for Pacian, it was satisfying to know that Galba's source of information in his camp had been cut off at the root. "Petitius," Flamininus remembered the name at last. "Get in here." A paunchy figure sloped in, a stylus clutched nervously in his ink-stained fingers. Short, chinless, and without any discernible personality, he had come recommended from one of Flamininus's senior officers. Petitius licked his fleshy lips. "Master?" "Stop that!" Flamininus despised the habit. Petitius looked like a child caught taking a honey pastry from the kitchen, surprised, guilty, fearful. "Stop what, master?" "Licking your lips. It's disgusting." "Licking my lips, master," Petitius repeated, doing just that. "Yes, like that," cried Flamininus. Petitius, aware of what had happened to his predecessor, quailed. "Sorry, master." Then, like a moth that circles a lamp endlessly to its death, he licked his lips again. Flamininus's cup hurtled through the air, catching Petitius on the side of the face. He reeled back, wine sprayed everywhere. The cup bounced off the floor, the last of its contents soaking into the thick carpet. Petitius fell to his knees. His bottom lip wobbled. There were tears in his piggy eyes. "Don't kill me, master, please." "Out of my sight!" Flamininus's temper was such that he could have slain the lip-licking idiot, but the idea of having to find yet another secretary was more irritating than he could bear. Petitius scuttled out like a whipped hound, all hunched back and downward-cast eyes. "Consul." From outside, the voice of the Aetolian emissary Euripides. "Gods give me patience," Flamininus grated. "I am surrounded by fools." He considered ignoring the call, but the shouts he'd directed at Petitius made it clear he was in the tent. It would appear childish to pretend he wasn't here. Flamininus ground his teeth. "Consul." Never mind decorum, thought Flamininus, presenting yourself to the sentries and asking to see me. Just shout my name, why don't you? Ignorant Greek. "What is it?" "I was hoping to have a word before the king arrives." Were you indeed, thought Flamininus. "I see," he said, managing to sound civil. "Tell the sentry you can enter." He smoothed down his tunic and wiped any traces of wine from his lips. He did not rise from his desk as Euripides was escorted in. "Greetings, Consul." Euripides bowed. "Greetings." Flamininus had encountered the grey-bearded Euripides 4 years before, when the Aetolian had visited Rome to beg for assistance in his city-state struggle with Philip. Euripides had been the more serious of the emissaries, his companion Neophron the comedic one. In their recent meetings, Flamininus wasn't sure he liked Euripides. "It is early to come calling." "Your pardon, Consul," said Euripides, looking discomfited. "You are such a busy man that I wasn't sure what hour to see you." Flamininus would have preferred not to talk with Euripides at all, but it was better to keep his allies sweet wherever possible. "You are here now?" Euripides nodded. His eyes dropped to the stool in front of the desk. Flamininus pretended he hadn't seen. "Speak." Euripides cleared his throat.
Yesterday's talks brought us no nearer to agreement with Philip, Consul. A pity, is it not? It is. Euripides frowned. And we Aetolians cannot countenance a settlement that sees Macedonian garrisons remaining in fortresses such as the Fetters and Thebes. They will ever be a reminder of Philip's ability to mount attacks on us and other city-states.
Flamininus made no reply, and Euripides hurried on.
Consider how the people of Rome might feel if Carthaginian troops occupied Capua, say. I'd wager 100 drachmae to 1 that they wouldn't like it, Consul. I would go as far as saying they would hate it.
Euripides folded his arms.
I cannot argue with you,
said Flamininus, thinking, it matters nothing to me if Philip's soldiers watch over parts of Aetolia or the Peloponnese. What's important is that I emerge from this war in the best possible situation. He smiled.
Rest assured, Euripides, Rome has your best interests at heart. So you will also insist, as you did at the outset of these negotiations, that Philip withdraws his troops from Greece?
I will. What you don't know, thought Flamininus, is that before I have a chance to do that, Philip will suggest sending emissaries to the Senate, and I will agree. By the time his embassy reaches Rome, my continued command will have been approved, God's willing, and the Senate will rebuff them. The war will be recommenced in the spring. If, on the other hand, I am to be relieved of my command here, the price of peace shall be for Philip to keep his fortresses and garrisons in Greece. Either way, I will go down as the general who subjugated Macedonia. Flamininus smiled at Euripides, thinking, and you will accept that or suffer the consequences.
Content?
He asked. Euripides seemed surprised to have achieved what he wanted with such ease.
Yes, Consul, gratitude. If there's anything else—
Flamininus's tone implied there had best not be.
No, until later, Consul.
Muttering his thanks, Euripides made himself scarce. There was a third outcome to Flamininus's plotting, in which he lost his command, and the Senate also rejected Philip's terms for peace. In that case, the war against Macedonia would continue under the command of another general. Flamininus did his best not to think about that possibility. Before the negotiations with Philip recommenced, he decided fresh messages must be sent to his most important supporters in the Senate. No effort could be spared to ensure that he was reappointed to the command of Macedonia.
Petitius. I am here, master.
Petitius shuffled in.
Have you writing materials, a stylus? We have letters to write. A moment, master.
He hurried out. Flamininus decided to pretend he hadn't seen Petitius licking his lips as he turned. There were only so many tribulations a man could deal with at a time. Over the course of the next 2 hours, Flamininus had more visitors. The Achaean emissary was followed by the Rhodian. The former came seeking the same outcome that had brought Euripides, and the latter an assurance that Philip would relinquish control of the towns of Iassus and Bargilia. Flamininus lied blithely, telling both what they wanted to hear. Fixed on nothing but his career and the growth of his reputation, he felt not a scrap of remorse. Nodding, smiling, he ushered them from his office, happier than when they had entered. At length a sentry brought word that Philip's trireme had been spotted. Flamininus was ready. Breastplate polished to a mirror-like finish, scarlet general sash tied just so around it. He donned his favourite helmet, which had a long red-dyed horsehair crest that trailed down his back. Yet again he made to call Passian. It had been the custom for him to perform the final check, ensuring Flamininus looked his best. With a glare at his lip-licking Petitius, he wasn't about to ask that fool. Flamininus stalked from his tent. Escorted by a century of Principes, he walked the short distance to the beach. It had irritated him that Galba had insisted his escort be soldiers from the 8th, just so he could also be present at the meetings. Wise to this, Flamininus had sent Galba back to Elatia on the pretext of ensuring that all was well there. He wouldn't witness this meeting, thought Flamininus with satisfaction. Philip's trireme was nearing the shallows. Flamininus's allies waited in a cluster on the sand.
He acknowledged their greetings with a dignified inclination of his head and let them approach his position rather than the other way around. While they muttered among themselves, he watched Philip standing at the prow of his ship. Flamininus wasn't the only one who had dressed for the occasion. Clad in an ornate panoply, wearing a fluted Boeotian helmet, he looked every part the monarch. Nonetheless, Flamininus decided, Philip didn't have his presence. He was the one more like Alexander, of that there was no question, and, God's willing, that was how history would remember him. If Flamininus closed his eyes, he could see himself standing in a chariot as his triumphal parade moved through the streets of Rome. He could hear the crowd's adulation. "Remember thou art mortal," Petitius whispered in his ear. "Consul." Flamininus blinked at the staff officer before him. "What is it?" "The king has come ashore, sir." "Good." Flamininus glanced at his allies. "Ready?" They paced towards Philip and his companions. Throughout the exchange of greetings and pleasantries, a distinct tension notched the air. Flamininus decided that the faces of the Aetolians and Achaeans were easiest to read, nervous, resentful, and expectant. The Rhodian emissary looked combative. Philip seemed tense but determined. Only the Pergamene appeared untroubled. Flamininus himself felt calm. He was in control. He smiled at the king. "Would you care to start proceedings?" Philip nodded. "I meet you today earnest in my desire for peace, Consul." Someone snorted. A voice muttered. Flamininus glowered at his allies, who subsided, and then returned his gaze to the king. "Continue, please." "Peace is possible," said Philip. "Yet we have struggled to reach agreement these past 2 days. It is my suggestion, therefore, that we bring matters to a temporary close. I ask to send a party of trusted counsellors to Rome, there to deal with the Senate. Zeus willing, I will gain peace on the terms I have offered here. If not, I will accept whatever conditions the Senate demands." Complete uproar descended. Everyone was shouting. The Aetolians and Achaeans, the Rhodians and Pergamenes and Athumenians. Fists were being waved, insults hurled. One emissary, an Aetolian whose name Flamininus could not recall, even took a few steps towards the king, shouting that he was delaying in order to gather more forces. Philip sneered, which infuriated the Aetolian even further. "Come, gentlemen!" Flamininus shouted. "Come!" Shocked, this was the first time he had raised his voice before any of them, the gathering fell silent. "I was not referring to you, King Philip," said Flamininus in a gracious tone. "You are the very picture of calm." Philip smiled. "What think you of my suggestion?" "My suggestion, you mean?" thought Flamininus with satisfaction. "It is a good one." "How can you say that?" cried an Aetolian. "Philip's intention can only be to give himself time to prepare his army." Loud cries of assent rose from around him, and he continued, "Clearly I am not alone in thinking this. We cannot allow him to pull the wool over our eyes like this, Consul." "Come now," said Flamininus in a bluff tone. "If this were summer, I would heed your words, but winter is upon us. To all intents and purposes, the war is over until the spring. Whatever might have been agreed on here would have to be ratified by the Senate anyway, which means there is nothing to lose and everything to gain in granting the king his wish. We have 2 months, perhaps 3, for the possibility of a peace settlement to be explored in Rome." It took a while, and assurances from Flamininus that of course his allies could send their own embassies to address the Senate alongside Philip's, but in the end agreement was reached. A 2-month truce was declared. Flamininus then sprang a final surprise, a move intended to show his allies that his stance towards Philip remained tough, but not one that would alarm the king overmuch. "Any remaining Macedonian garrisons are to be withdrawn from Phocis and Locris." The king's eyes narrowed. This had not been mentioned in their private discussion the day before. It was not a difficult thing to grant, however, because Flamininus already controlled most of this territory. Philip nodded. "So be it." With that, the meeting came to a close. Bidding a courteous farewell to Flamininus, but ignoring his allies, Philip returned to his ship. Not entirely happy, but unwilling to argue further with Flamininus, the various emissaries continued talking among themselves. That went well, thought Flamininus, deciding that a sacrifice to his favourite gods, Jupiter and Mars, would be appropriate. Retain their goodwill, and things would go well in Rome. There remained the unpleasant and costly matter of his secret arrangement with Galba, but ways around that might be found. His spies had been ordered to delve deep into his enemy's background. He would have Petitius pen a barbed reminder of this. Everyone has a weakness, mused Flamininus, a vice. Find the chink in Galba's armour, and their roles would be reversed as neatly as the flip of a coin. Remove him from the equation, Flamininus gloated, and Macedonia and Greece would lie at his feet. The thrill he felt from this was almost sexual. "Sir—" Irritation pricked Flamininus. He hadn't summoned Petitius to write the letter to his spies, yet here he was. And yes, curse it, he was licking his lips. Flamininus levelled his coldest stare. "Lick your lips in front of me again, worm, and I will see the skin flayed from your back. Maybe I'll cut your tongue after, understand?" "Yes, master." Petitius's face bore an expression of absolute terror. "Why are you here?" Pettishly, Flamininus decided he no longer wished to dictate letters. A large cup of wine would be preferable, a reward to himself for the proceedings he had just overseen. "I have this, master." In Petitius's trembling hand, a rectangular wooden tablet. "Who's it from?" "Perhaps it's news that Macedonia will continue to be in my charge," thought Flamininus with a little flash of excitement. There was no answer, and he glared at Petitius. "Well?" I don't know, master. One of the sentries gave it to me." The shock was as great as if Flamininus had been unexpectedly shoved into the cold pool at a public bath. "A sentry?" Petitius nodded, and before he could help himself, licked his lips. A little sob escaped him. "Hades below!" Flamininus snatched the tablet. He knew without looking that the wax seal would bear no mark. Galba wasn't here, but he could still reach into the heart of Flamininus's camp. Ripping it open, his eyes roved over the short message within. "In Rome, the sands are shifting. The fortunes of your political rivals wax even as your own wane. Know that to lose command over Macedonia would change nothing about our agreement. Your future and fate lies in your own hands." The word "nothing" had been underlined so deep that the wood beneath the layer of wax was exposed. As weary as if he'd spent an entire day at the gymnasium, Flamininus closed his eyes. He cared nothing for Galba's warning. Passion filled his mind. In normal circumstances, a slave's life mattered not a whit. But this was different. Passion, who had given him years of loyal service, had been innocent. Innocent. The knowledge ripped off an internal scab, and the grief and regret that Flamininus had been denying since his secretary's death washed over him. Passion's confusion and terror, as he'd been beaten, made sense now. It had sprung from disbelief that his master should treat him so. Irritated to find a quivering Petitius still before him, Flamininus was about to lash out, but he reined his temper in. He took a couple of deep breaths and thought of Galba. It was he who had caused Flamininus to leap to conclusions about Passion. It was he who should pay. Like that, the decision had been made. Flamininus would quadruple the men seeking information on Galba. Something would turn up in the end. It always did.
Chapter 13. Rome. As the city docks hove into view, Felix's delight at their situation began to escape at last. He checked, but Bulbus was nowhere in sight. No doubt he was further down the ship, browning his nose with the senior officers, thought Felix, and Callistus was too far away to hear.
"Can you fucking believe it?" he hissed to Antonius, standing beside him at the rail. "We're here, in Rome." 2.5 years it's been, said Antonius. "Do you remember the last time?" Felix could almost see Daudalus's ears waggle. The man was listening in so hard. It was vital that no one knew of their dishonourable discharge from the legions, so he rolled his eyes sideways, indicating Daedalus to his brother, and said, "Aye, of course." "It's good to be back, eh?" said Antonius. "First chance we get, we will raise a cup to Fabius." They fell silent, remembering their comrade who had died at Corinth. Their plan of opening a tavern together would never now come to fruition. "We could set up business anyway," said Felix. "Call the place the Legionaries' Rest, in his honour." "Fabius would have liked that," said Antonius. "I'll supply the girls, sir," offered Daedalus with his customary leer. "Sparax and Clavus could stand on the door." The brothers exchanged a look. "I've heard worse ideas," Felix admitted. "We'll think about it," said Antonius. "Knowing you, Daedalus, all the girls would be diseased, and I suspect Sparax and Clavus would drink us dry." Good-natured banter and insults followed. The bond between the 5 surviving members of the Contubernium was strong. A lot had happened in the 2 months they had served together. First it had been the savage battle at Corinth, then the march back to Phocis, and an unexpected voyage to Italia. The last had been a bolt from the blue, and had come thanks to Flamininus ordering officers to accompany his allies' embassies to Rome. Such men needed an escort. "I want fine examples of soldiery," Flamininus was purported to have said, prompting the commander of the 8th to volunteer his Principes. Felix and his comrades didn't know or care how and why, but Bulbus's century had been one of the 2 chosen. Long sea journey behind them, they had reached Ostia that morning. Paperwork checked by the port officials, they had been allowed to enter the mouth of the Tiber. It was an easy haul upriver to Rome, and now they were here. Small craft passed close by on either side, fishermen returning from the sea, merchants transporting goods and passengers over the river, lowlifes eyeing up any unguarded goods on the dock. Houses pressed in from left and right. Here and there, faces watched from small windows. The air was thick with the smell of human waste. Clouds of gulls screeched overhead. Anticipation was in every face, thought Felix, from the oarsman who would soon rest to his fellow Principes thinking of a night in the city's hostelries, and the officers whose duties were just beginning. With a shouted command, the trireme's captain directed the helmsman towards a space between a deep-bellied merchantman and a low-slung patrol vessel. Oarmasters shouted, and the port-side oarsmen dug deep, while those to starboard pulled their oars from the water. The prow turned several degrees. The flautist's tune slowed, then stopped. A short series of notes followed. Both sets of oarsmen backed water for a couple of heartbeats before lifting their oars free of the river. The ship was gliding now, moving at the same speed as a man strolling with his lover. Another order, and the port-side oars came rattling in. The trireme was close to the wharf now, less than a javelin throw. Dockers stood with long poles, ready to prevent it smashing into the great carved slabs that formed the quay. The starboard oars made one more gentle dip into the water, angling the approach a fraction, then they too were heaved in. With the last of its momentum, the ship came nudging in, prows scraping off the stone, as the first dockers failed to stop it in time. A shower of threats and curses from the captain saw their fellows leap into action, using their poles to see the trireme come to rest half a spear's length out from the quay. All along the deck, ropes flew from waiting sailors to more dockers. 3 and 4 to each line, they pulled the ship in against the stone with a satisfying thunk. The gangplank had dropped before even half the ropes had been lashed to bollards. A messenger, a member of the officer's staff, leapt down and ran off in the direction of the Senate. "If you wanted reminding of how important our mission is," muttered Felix, "there you have it." Philip's embassy was to have sailed the day after them. They'd seen no sign of it during their journey, and although that didn't mean it wasn't already here, chances were that they had reached the capital first. The messenger's immediate departure made it clear, however, that Flamininus had given instruction for his officers to meet with the senators as fast as possible. "Look lively!" roared Bulbus. "Even you fools will know that swords and javelins are prohibited in Rome. You're to leave them aboard. Shields, too. Helmets on, though. Onto the dock, quick as you can. Callistus, have them form up on either side of the gangplank. Move!" "What about our kit?" Felix asked Antonius as they assembled on the quay. "We'll have to come back and get it later." Antonius jerked his head at the ox carts that were already lining up, their drivers seeing the triremes' arrival as a chance for business. "No one's going to supply those for us, eh?" "Onionhead will have one," muttered Clavis. "Curse him." "Bastard," added Sparax with considerable venom. Bulbus had taken to mocking his lisp. Sparax, he called him. Hobnails clattered onto the quay. Bulbus appeared between them, his gaze raking left and right. Everyone stared into the distance, praying that he would find no fault. There wasn't a man among them without rust spots on his mail shirt. After a sea voyage, it was a fact of life, and few still had all 3 feathers atop his helmet. Fragile, susceptible, not just to knocks, but to gusts of wind, they were most unsuited to journeys aboard ship. To everyone's relief, Bulbus had more on his mind than parade-standard kit. Calling them to attention, he took up a position at the end of the tunnel they had formed. Within a few moments, the senior officers they had accompanied disembarked. Serious-faced, talking between themselves, the 3 paid no attention to the Principes as they strode past. Felix caught a few words of their conversation. "Do we know if Flamininus's command in Macedonia is to continue?" asked one. "The messenger will soon return with news, God's willing," replied a second. "If he's to be replaced," said the third, "the entire situation—" Felix strained his ears, but missed what was said next. "First 6 ranks, about turn," called Bulbus. "Form up, 4 wide. Follow." In neat ranks, Felix and his comrades marched off with the first half of the century in front of the 3 officers. Commanded by Callistus, the rest formed up similarly at the back. An imposing column, it created its own path through the crowded streets. No one wanted to stand in its way, from the butcher with a sheep carcass on each shoulder to the carpenter and his apprentice carrying lengths of timber to a half-built house. Carts proved more of an obstacle, but even they didn't need much encouragement to pull over to the side of the thoroughfare. Felix could see people looking, in particular women. He stuck out his chest, smiled at an attractive girl standing in the doorway of an ironmonger's. This was altogether more pleasant than the last time he'd been in Rome, a bruised and beaten ex-doorman. He wasn't the only one getting attention, either. "Been a while since they've seen men in uniform, eh?" muttered Sparax. "Women can't keep their eyes off us." "Legionaries haven't been needed in the city for several years, since Hannibal was contained down in the south. All the better for us, brothers. We won't need any help, Daedalus," jibed Antonius. Their comrade had been filling their ears with promises of the fine whores he'd find for them. Daedalus muttered something rude. The simpering girl was replaced by another further down the street, but Felix was able to talk to neither. Their business was at the Senate. It would be many hours before he'd get off duty. The knowledge didn't dampen his mood. Compared to a windy, exposed camp in Phocis, this was Elysium. During his previous time in Rome, Felix had walked by the Curia, the seat of Rome's power for nigh on 3 centuries, on countless occasions. He'd never paid the tall, square building any attention. The matters discussed within had little to do with him, he'd reasoned. Standing outside it now with his comrades, as the future of the war against Macedonia was being debated, he longed to enter the hallowed chamber. While that wouldn't happen, the great iron-studded doors remained open, allowing him from his close-by position to listen in on the proceedings. It was the day after their arrival in Rome. Their night off duty had been quiet. Bulbus had warned them on pain of death not to drink too much, and they had escorted Flamininus's officers back to the Senate a little before midday. Not long after, the various embassies had arrived and entered: Aetolians, Achaeans, Arthemanians, Rhodians, and Pergamenes. Philip's emissaries had also reached the city, but they were not to be permitted to address the senators until after their enemies. Instead, they stood in a glowering group by the Greekostasis, where foreign dignitaries waited for their invitation to enter the Curia.
"Their faces would be even sourer if they could hear what's being said about them,"
said Felix to Antonius from the corner of his mouth. Antonius's lips twitched. Every emissary had spent the first part of his address to the Senate pouring vitriol on Philip. Murderous and untrustworthy, the Aetolians had called him. Faithless and an oath-breaker, said the Achaeans. Craven and lacking any respect towards the gods, the Pergamines and Rhodians claimed. Mercurial, unpredictable, and liable to fits of killing rage, swore the Athenians. Felix pricked his ears. The senior consul, Caius Cornelius Cethegus, had been introduced. Thanking the various embassies for their assessment of Philip, Cethegus asked the Greeks among them to describe the Hellenic landscape, that he and his fellows might better understand the implications of Philip having garrisons outside his own kingdom. A chorus of indignant and descriptive comments followed about Demetrius in Thessaly, Chalcis in Euboea, and the Acrocorinth in Achaia. Having marched through much of Greece and seen the strategic importance of the Acrocorinth at first hand, Felix understood the emissaries' outrage at the king's intention to retain the fetters. They were a means of control, plain and simple. It seemed the consuls and senators saw this too. After thanking the ambassadors again, Cethegus told his fellows that he had heard enough, and asked had they. The roar that met this query carried out into the forum. Passers-by turned to stare, and the Macedonian emissaries gave each other worried looks. Within moments, Philip's representatives were summoned inside. They had barely stepped over the threshold when Cethegus spoke. "I have a single question for you," he shouted. Into the Macedonian's surprise, he demanded, "Will Philip evacuate the so-called fetters? Will he give up the fortresses of Demetrius, Chalcis, and the Acrocorinth?" A stunned silence resulted.
"They haven't the first idea what to say,"
whispered a grinning Felix to Antonius. "Well?" Cethegus' tone was peremptory. "We have no specific instructions with regard to the fetters," came the answer in poor Latin. "Our understanding was that the Senate would agree to their remaining in Macedonian hands." "After the illuminating information provided by our loyal Greek allies, the Senate will do no such thing," gloated Cethegus. "We cannot accept the loss of the fetters before consulting with the king," the Macedonian protested. "And the Senate will not negotiate a peace without these terms you are unable to offer," said Cethegus. "It shall be Flamininus, therefore, who determines whether the war continues or an agreement with Philip can be reached. You may go." Delighted, Felix mouthed at Antonius,
"That's it. The war goes on."
They would yet make their fortune, he decided. Returning to Rome, they would open a tavern called the Legionaries' Rest. "You're round," said Felix, aiming his cup at Sparax. Wine slopped onto the already soaking table. No one noticed. Hours had passed since the short shrift given Philip's emissaries at the Curia. Released from their duties, the 5 comrades had headed for a drinking den close to the forum recommended by Daedalus. The customers within were packed as tight as a mob at a boxing match, but they had worked their way into a corner, and by dint of time spent in the place, moved on to take ownership of a rickety table and 5 stools. "You're round," Antonius repeated. "Is it?" Sparax's face was the picture of innocence. "You know it is, curse you!" roared Clavis, giving Sparax an almighty nudge. "Felix bought the first one, then Antonius. I bought the third, Daedalus the fourth. You were last, as usual. We've done that twice, and now it's your turn again."
3 times,
said Daedalus owlishly. Clavis frowned. "Eh?"
"It's Sparax's turn, but this will be our 15th drink, not our 10th,
said Daedalus, and belched. Everyone laughed. All right, said Sparax.
He clambered, weaving onto his stool. After a time, he managed to catch the eye of a barman over the heads of the thronged customers. Signalling, he made it clear they needed more wine.
"It's coming," he declared, lurching to the floor.
"It'll be a long wait,"
said Felix, heaving himself upright. "Time to break the seal again?"
"I'll come as well,"
said Antonius. "Easier to forge a path with two."
"Do not let any whoreson take our stools," Felix warned.
At once his comrades promised to offer them to the first men who asked. He made an obscene gesture and warned them not to piss off their tesserarius. They laughed even harder, which warmed his heart. Promotion had brought changes to his life, most of them good, but he would always be comrades with his tent-mates. With Antonius a step behind, Felix shoved his way towards the back door. Beyond, an alley served as the tavern's latrine. Pissed as Felix was, the smell of sweat and unwashed bodies in the depths of the crowd was thick enough to cut with a blade. Fresh air diminished the reek close to the back door, but as he emerged, the familiar tang of piss and shit filled his nostrils. A pair of oil lamps in niches shed a weak yellow light on the alleyway.
"Take care where you stand," said Felix. "Some filthy bastard has emptied his bowels 2 steps from the threshold."
"What is it about civilians?" Antonius grumbled. "Dirty cocksuckers."
"Latrine duties are a pain, but it helps to have a place for this."
Felix waved a hand at the pool of foul-smelling liquid that extended off into the gloom.
"Ah, you two are soldiers."
Jiggling his hips to shake off the last drops, the man who'd spoken turned. Short, in a military-cut tunic and a metalled belt, he had an unkempt beard and a beaten-down look. He looked the pair up and down.
"You must be, or I'm no judge. We're in one of Flamininus's legions, eh? Only here for a few more days before we head back,"
said Felix, the wine easing his usual wariness.
"You a legionary as well?"
"I was.
Fought the Guggers for years like everyone, and then I served in Macedonia under Galba."
He raised his right arm, revealing a stump where the hand should have been.
"I'd be there still if it wasn't for this."
"Hades, brother," said Felix, feeling a rush of compassion.
"That's a terrible wound."
Beside him, Antonius made sympathetic noises. A shrug.
"I'm alive. That's more than could be said for a lot of my comrades."
"Aye," said Felix heavily, thinking of Fabius, Perry, Hopalong, Matthias, and a multitude of others who had died during the war with Hannibal. Easing past the amputee, he tugged up his tunic. Over his shoulder he continued,
"You were discharged after you'd recovered. It's the Legion's way, eh? They patch you up, and if you can't fight again, it's on to the straight before you know what's happening. Forget being given any money to keep the wolf from the door, either."
His laugh was bitter.
"It's always been the same. Foot sloggers like us are beggared, while the commanders do well for themselves."
"I can't argue with that,"
said Antonius, who had joined Felix.
"Is Flamininus any less of a thieving cunt than Galba?"
asked the amputee. Felix caught the man's eye.
"Eh? What do you mean?"
A knowing look.
"Heard of Celitrum?"
"Aye, we were close by when it fell, but missed the sacking of the town," said Antonius.
"You two were in Macedonia then, too? Why, we're comrades."
The amputee stuck out his left hand.
"Marcus Junius Pennus."
They shook.
"Felix Cicerus."
"Antonius Cicerus. We're brothers,"
said Antonius.
"I'd never have known," said Pennus, grinning. "You're like 2 peas in a pod."
"We can never see it," said Felix. "Come, let us buy you a drink, and you can tell us about Galba." Pennus's worn face lit up.
"I won't say no."
Clapping him on the shoulder, Felix led the way inside. Sparax's wine had just been delivered when they reached their friends. Introducing Pennus, Felix appropriated a discarded cup from a neighbouring table and insisted it be filled for their new comrade. A toast was made, and then the shouted conversations that had been interrupted by their arrival began again. Felix and Antonius were left with Pennus.
"Tell us about Galba," urged Felix.
"Aye," said Antonius. "We never had much to do with him."
"Nor did I,"
said Pennus, taking a great slurp of wine.
"What legionary does with a consul?"
He raised his cup. "Here's to us, rather than those noses in the air bastards, eh?" Laughing, the brothers saluted Pennis. They drank. "I was at Seletrum," said Pennis. "A shit-hole town it was, like so many in Greece and Macedonia. Nothing special, or so we thought during the attack. Who could have known that it was home to one of Philip's secret treasuries?" Felix and Antonius stared at one another. "Not us," said Felix. "Aye, which makes you the same as most men in the army," said Pennis, draining his cup. He nodded in gratitude as Felix quickly refilled it. "That's how Galba wanted it." "You're making no sense," said Felix. Pennis took a drink. "Me and my century, we were some of the first over the wall, see? You know what it's like when a town falls. Madness, bodies everywhere, men running, buildings on fire, women screaming." "Aye." Felix would remember Antipatrea to his dying day. "We were looking for booty, same as everyone. Came upon what looked like a big merchant's house. There were guards outside, which drew our attention. They fought well, too, like soldiers. Killed 2 of my mates, but we soon got the better of them. Inside the courtyard there were more soldiers, so we did for them, too. We assumed that they were garrison troops, but when our centurion went inside the main building, he came out with a stupid smile on his face. 'Those were Philip's men,' he said. 'We're rich, boys, rich as Croesus.'" Pennis winked at Felix. "Turned out the place was where local taxes were stored before being shipped to Pella, and we had attacked Seletrum the day after the year's levies had come in." "How does this make Galba a thief?" asked Felix, confused. A scowl. "We were sitting around on piles of coins, literally, drinking the scant amount of wine we had and talking about what we'd do with our shares, when a glory-hunting tribune happened to stray into the courtyard. He took one look and set a dozen of his men on the front door, sending at the same time for Galba." Pennis drained his cup again. "Here." Ignoring Sparax's glare, Felix seized the jug and poured until Pennis's cup was overflowing. "Gratitude." Pennis wiped his lips with the back of his good arm. "Galba arrived quicker than a fly lands on fresh manure. We were allowed to keep 50 denarii each, counted out by one of his staff officers, and told that the rest of the haul would go towards the war effort." Antonius frowned. "Galba rewarded you? Hardly theft from the Republic, was it?" "That's not what I'm talking about. I've an old mate who is a scribe in Galba's headquarters, say. It's a boring job, but, as he said, better to be at a desk than risking his life in the front line." Pennis saw their confusion and said, "Bear with me. 10 days after Seletrum, me and me mate was sharing a skin of wine, and I told him about the treasury we'd found. He laughed at me and my talk of all the coin. 'Come off it,' says he. 'I had to record the details of everything found in that building. It wasn't that rich a find.'" Pennis leaned back against the wall and eyed the brothers. "Explain that, if you will." "Galba secreted away most of the coin," said Felix, his gaze roving to Antonius, who nodded in agreement, and back to Pennis. "You got it in one. The clever cunt used his own men, presumably, after we'd been given the heave-ho. My scribe mate, who I'd trust with my life, was given a figure that must have been a quarter of the amount of coin we saw." Wine slowed. The brothers pondered what this meant. Loot taken in battle had to be surrendered to the quartermasters. It was shared out afterwards according to rank. In practice, high-value items like coins and jewellery could vanish into men's purses, but fear of punishment meant that, for the most part, the rule was obeyed. Theft on this grand scale was a crime punishable by law. Felix glanced at Antonius. "A tribune got caught doing that after Zama, didn't he?" "Aye. 6 gold and silver vases he took from one of the temples in Carthage." "He was discharged from the army for that, and fined 100,000 asses," said Felix to Pennis. "It sounds as if what Galba did was 20 times worse." 100, spat Pennis. 1,000! And nothing will ever come of it, because the only witnesses were simple soldiers like you and me." "What about your centurion and the other officers?" Pennis snorted. "They must have been paid off, because when we went complaining to them as we left Seletrum, They were having none of it. 10 days of forced marches taught us not to mention it again. Not long after, I lost my hand, and that was that. Now I scrabble to find enough to eat every day, while Galba gets appointed as a legate and sent back to Greece." He pulled a face and drank.
"That's a tale and a half, and no mistake," said Felix. "Someone like Galba is untouchable. We can't help you there.
But we can see you right, can't we, brother?" He gave Antonius a meaningful look. Pennus pretended not to look as they rummaged in their purses.
"This should put food on the table for a while."
Felix held out several denarii. Antonius offered 2 more. Shame flooded Pennus's face.
"I didn't start talking to you so you'd feel sorry for me.
We know," said Felix warmly. He placed the coins in Pennus's grimy palm and closed his fingers over them.
"Consider it a loan. You can pay us back after the war."
"Our tavern will be called the Legionaries' Rest," said Antonius grandly. "On the Esquiline, God's willing. You'll always be welcome."
"We might even have a job for you," confided Felix.
"Gratitude." Pennus's voice was tight with emotion. "Now, let's forget that prick, Galba, and get properly pissed," declared Antonius, pouring them all another cup of wine. That, Felix decided, was the most sensible thing he'd heard that night. Chapter 14. Pella. Philip was on his way to the city's main palestra. Despite spending much of the autumn in Pella, he hadn't spent enough time with his son Perseus. Word had reached him that his son was training with his friends that morning. It was a chance for Philip to escape the palace, and with luck see Perseus as well. With a workman's cloak over his simple chiton, wearing a causia, the king cut an unremarkable figure. If anyone looked, the 2 companions 10 paces to his rear were a giveaway to his high status, but on this windy autumn day, with rain threatening, most people were going about their business, heads down, arms keeping cloaks tight. 1,000 tasks awaited Philip at his desk, in his palace and at the army's camp, but he had decided that an hour would not affect his plans for the defence of Macedon, or, for that matter, the outcome of the war. Seeing Perseus might also keep his mind from the question that had troubled him since Menander had journeyed to Rome the month before. Had the Senate accepted his terms for peace? Philip's stride checked. Rather than the palestra, perhaps he should go to the docks, there to wait for a sign of Menander's ship. He discounted the notion and kept walking. It was impossible to know the day or hour of Menander's return. Besides, the messengers stationed in the port would hurry to his side with any news. The palestra was a long, unremarkable building with a plain, stuccoed outside wall. Overshadowed by the facilities at the newer gymnasium, it remained popular with noblemen and their sons, thanks to its proximity to the royal palace. A pair of herms, stone columns adorned with a phallus at groin level and topped by a bust of Hermes, flanked the doorway. Philip was careful to dip his chin and mutter a prayer as he entered. The changing area looked the same as when he'd been a young man. Wide benches around the walls with discarded chitons on them, a few more benches in the centre of the tiled floor. Sandals lying here and there. The 7 or 8 men present were in various states of undress or nudity. 3 were stretching, another pair were oiling their bodies in preparation for wrestling or pancration. The rest had their backs to the king and were laughing and throwing insults about who'd lost the most bouts. With the companions standing watch outside, Philip's pride would not let them follow him everywhere, he attracted little attention. Passing along a corridor, he glanced into the chambers on either side. Shelves and stacked amphorae marked the oil storage room. In another, a youth lay flat on a table having a massage. Philip glanced through the next open door. Grain-filled leather bags hung from the ceiling. Men stood close, punching them, 1-2, 1-2. Others lifted light weights. In a corner, 3 men took turns kicking and boxing a squat, sand-stuffed hide sack. A trainer paced about, commenting and encouraging. On occasion he tapped an athlete with his stick, a reminder that he could deliver a beating if he chose. A couple of men glanced at the figure in the doorway. Recognizing the king, they bowed low.
Philip gave the briefest sign of recognition and, satisfied his son wasn't present, moved on to the larger rooms. The first, roofed so the large central square of mud remained moist, was full of pairs of wrestling fighters. Grabbing, throwing, and attempting to roll one another over their hips, they bobbed and weaved to and fro in a centuries-old dance. Mesmerized, entirely forgetting his concerns, Philip watched two of the nearest men. Grappling fiercely, the larger managed to gain a hold on his opponent's right thigh with both hands. Lifting it, he dropped his head and pushed forward in an attempt to topple his opponent. Hopping desperately backwards, the second man wrapped his arms around his attacker's bent neck. The move and counter-move were familiar, classic even, and Philip chuckled. Effecting a choke hold on one's opponent while balancing on one leg was exceptionally difficult, but if a man could do it for long enough, victory was certain. Thump! Down went the hopping wrestler onto his back. The trainer signalled that the bout was over, with victory going to the larger man. Even if the choke-attempting wrestler had managed to keep a grip around his opponent's neck, he hadn't. The contest had been lost thanks to his fall. Perseus wasn't in this chamber either. Just like him to be at pancration, thought Philip. Easily the most dangerous of sports, pancration was his son's favourite. As he moved away from the doorway, a soft sound, that made by someone in bare feet, made him turn. Silhouetted against the light from the changing room far down the corridor was a figure. Something long dangled from his right hand, and with a sudden rush of fear, Philip thought, a knife. Half closing his fingers, the better to throw a punch or to grapple with his attacker, he slid his feet forward into the middle of the corridor. His combative stance brought the figure up short. "There's no fighting allowed, except in the mud-room or on the scammer." Philip peered, saw that the man was holding a strigil, not a blade. He barked to laugh. "Apologies, friend. I thought you were one of my mates. We're jumping each other whenever the chance presents itself." He dropped his gaze, and, grateful for the dim light and his cowsier, made for the scammer, the sandy-floored room used for wrestling and pancration practice. Tartarus, thought Philip. It was foolish coming in here without my companions. If that had been an assassin, I might well have been bleeding out on the floor now. There wasn't any particular reason to think he might be murdered. The last attempt on his life, plotted by his admiral Heraclides and the Aetolians, had been almost a year before, but he had enemies everywhere. The Aetolians hated him enough to try again. Attalus of Pergamum was known to have enemies assassinated. Closer to home, not every nobleman in his court could be trusted. Reaching the scammer, Philip poked his head around the door jamb. A smile touched his lips at the sight of Perseus, pickaxe in hand, preparing the floor with his friends. Heir to the throne he might be, but in the palestra he was just another student. A sinewy, muscled, grey-haired trainer watched, expressionless, as the 8 youths chopped at the packed sand until it was broken up to his liking. At length he grunted a command to stop. The youths leaned the pickaxes against the wall, and then, directed by the trainer, formed into pairs. They scooped up handfuls of sand and rubbed it over their bodies, making their skin easier to grip. "Remember, this is a training session," warned Sinewy Muscles. "Light sparring, no full punches. If I see even the hint of an eye gouge, you'll feel my rod across your back." "What about a bite, grandfather?" Despite his apparent deference, Perseus's tone wasn't entirely respectful. "My stick cares not who it hits, Majesty," came the acid rejoinder. "Biting is also prohibited, as well you know." "Yes," said Perseus, affecting not to notice his friend's titters. "Down to it, then. Olympic champions practice rather than stand around gossiping," said Sinewy Muscles. Philip leaned against the door-frame where he wouldn't distract the youths. Perseus attacked his opponent with vicious enthusiasm, driving him across the uneven sand with a blistering set of kicks and punches. It was all the other could do to block them. "He's over-eager," thought Philip. "Ease off, Majesty." Despite his age, Sinewy Muscles' attention was blade-sharp. Chest heaving, Perseus stepped back. His gaze flickered over his opponent's shoulder to Philip. Recognition flared in his eyes. His attention lapsed.
Seizing the chance, his opponent lunged forward, delivering a 1-2 punch combination to Perseus's belly. Full strength, they would have knocked the wind out of him. Even so, they carried enough force to make Perseus wince.
"Apologies, Majesty,"
said the youth at once. Perseus lifted his hands in rueful acknowledgment.
"Fairly landed. I didn't react in time."
He threw an annoyed glance at Philip. Amused, he would have reacted the same way at his son's age. The king elected to leave the young men at it. Perhaps he'd have a massage and come back after, he thought.
"Sire,"
from down the corridor a voice.
"At last I've found you."
This must be how Atlas feels, Philip decided, as the familiar weight of responsibilities sank onto his shoulders.
"Who's there?" "Stephanos, sire, commander of one of your spearii."
I have many spearii, thought Philip.
"Approach."
Stephanos drew near, and he noted the mud spatters on his officer's face, arms, cloak, chiton, and legs. It was the mark of a long journey, Philip decided, and the only spearer left in the field was the one he'd sent to quell the rebellion in western Macedon.
"You have returned from Orestes?" "Aye, sire."
Stephanos bowed from the waist.
"Forgive my appearance. I have come straight from the road."
"Mud never harmed anyone," said Philip, disliking the uncomfortable feeling in his belly.
"What news?"
Stephanos hesitated and then said,
"The people of Orestes remain defiant, sire, but I've blooded their noses."
Zeus above, thought Philip, can nothing be easy?
"Tell me."
Stephanos described the muddy, foot-dragging march into the mountains, the lack of food and horrific weather, the ambush and the heavy casualties taken during it.
"It was bad, sire."
Stephanos's eyes clouded.
"Boulders half the size of a house tumbling down at us. Men were crushed to death, maimed. Some of them lost limbs."
"Blades you expect, eh? But not rocks," said Philip.
"Aye, sire. I lost brave men. Understandably, the mood of the rest wasn't good. They wanted revenge. When we attacked the main settlement, things got a little out of hand. We killed all the men, and quite a few women as well."
"They had it coming," said Philip. Seeing the surprise on Stephanos's face, he added, "The fools could have paid their taxes, and none of this would have happened." Stephanos looked relieved.
"Did the other settlements surrender?" "No, sire. It was as if what we did made them more determined. I would have attacked each and every one of them, but the weather took a turn for the worse. Snowstorms, gale-force winds. It was as bad as you'd expect in the middle of winter. If I'd stayed, my losses would have been much worse. I made the decision to retreat. I failed you, sire."
Stephanos's voice was resigned.
"I am sorry. If you'd had more men, the conditions would have made the price very high, sire."
Stephanos hesitated.
"Speak your mind.
No harm will come to you."
"They're stuck in their cursed villages until the spring now, sire. Orestes can wait until then."
This had been Philip's inclination too. There wasn't much else he could do either, he thought wryly. Commending Stephanos for his efforts, he sent the weary officer on his way. Any plans he'd had for a massage and watching Perseus after vanished at the doorway to the changing room. A messenger Philip recognized came rushing in, the companions at his back. He caught sight of Philip.
"Sire!"
Philip thought again of Atlas and set his jaw. Every eye in the room was on him now, and ears would be pricked too.
"Tell me outside."
They stepped onto the street, and Philip beckoned the messenger close. "What news?"
"Manadas' ship is docking even as I speak, sire."
Philip's mouth was drier than it had been during his mad charge on the Dipylon Gate at Athens 2 years prior.
"You're sure?" "Aye, sire. The royal flag flutters halfway up the mast. It's the arranged signal."
Gripping the messenger's shoulder, Philip told him he'd done a fine job.
"Back to the port with you. Menander is to attend me in my private quarters at his earliest convenience."
Delighted by the king's praise, the messenger ran off as if he were in the final of an Olympic foot race. What would Menander's news be, Philip wondered, good or bad? Overhead, a brilliant blue sky. From over the palace walls, faint shouts of shopkeepers and playing children. Among the bare vines in the centre of his favourite courtyard, Philip was wondering if he would ever be here to see them heavy with grapes. As king, he had been at war almost every year from the first buds of spring to the first crisp, dew-laden days of autumn. His return was always too late to see the harvest. It was a pleasing notion, but a passing fancy nonetheless. Despite the odds facing him, he lived for war. It was what Philip did, what he knew best. The god of war Ares and his sons Fear and Terror were old friends. Footsteps echoed from the corridor that led into the rest of the palace, and Philip's heart gave a little leap, just as it did when he crossed blades with an enemy. He thought, one way or another, everything will soon be clear. A blind man could have read the news Menander carried from 50 paces. His face was tight, grim. Raising a hand in greeting, he hurried towards the king. Rome wants war, not peace, thought Philip, folding his face into an expression of welcome. "Hail, Menander!" he called. "Sire," Menander looked careworn, but his smile was genuine. "I am back. The Senate rejected my terms." "Is it that obvious, sire?" "It is," said Philip, managing a chuckle. "Who will take command of Flamininus's legions?" Looking awkward, Menander pulled his fingers through his beard. Philip swore again. To think I believed the whoreson! He said that he was sure to be replaced. Flamininus might not have been certain at Nicaea, sire, but he must have suspected. A clear majority of the Senate voted for his reappointment. So your embassy was doomed to failure from the start. Menander nodded. If there had been any doubt in the Senate, the Aetolians and Achaeans laid it to rest with their descriptions of the fetters. We were summoned inside soon afterwards. 2 steps inside the door, I was asked if you would surrender Chalcis, Demetrius, and the Acrocorinth. And you could give no answer, because Flamininus had told me they were to remain mine, which meant that I had given you no instruction. As you say, sire, we were dismissed on the spot. I heard within the hour that the Senate had voted for Flamininus to continue the war. We set sail for Macedon the same day." "Faithful Menander." Menander's eyes were troubled. "I failed you, sire. I could have done no better. Zeus himself would have come to grief in that pit of vipers." Philip clasped Menander's hand. "The fates weave is their own. You cannot change it, nor I." Relieved by Philip's acceptance, Menander's expression eased. "Flamininus wants war, and that is what he shall have," said Philip, furious at Flamininus's duplicitousness and at himself for having believed the lie. "A bitterer struggle shall not have been seen since the Persians invaded, when the soil of Greece was drenched in the blood of its sons and daughters. I will not walk away from the fight." "You know I will stand beside you, sire." "I do." Philip's smile was warm. "You must be weary, but I have need of your counsel." "I can sleep when I am dead, sire. What would you have of me?" "When Argos came over to us, I thought to use it and the Acrocorinth as bargaining chips with Flamininus. With that need gone, I find myself wondering what to do with them. To give up the Acrocorinth seems foolish. It offers the chance to attack Attica and the heart of the Peloponnese, should the need arise, as well as the coastline to east and west. Argos is a different matter. Entirely surrounded by enemies, it is bound to fall sooner or later. Joyous as it was for Philocles to steal in and seize control, I can do nothing with the town. Yet I do not want the treacherous Achaeans to take it back without a fight. I was thinking that Nabis might be interested." Enemy to Achaea, the Spartan king had on occasion worked with Philip. Isolated in the southern Peloponnese, he had yet to become involved in the war against Rome. "He is a hawk, sire. His gaze ever seeks for easy prey. He would wish to take it without paying any price, if I know him." "Yes, but if I entrust Argos to his care on a temporary basis, while also offering my daughter's hands in marriage to his sons, the offer would appeal more. After the war, he shall return it to me." "With every respect to your daughters, sir, what is in that deal for Nabis? Perseus shall take the throne of Macedon after you, and his brother after him, should he have no sons. Like as not, Nabis would take Argos and thumb his nose at you after. Which is why I will sweeten the offer. In the event of his having to return Argos, Nabis shall have a large chunk of my remaining territory in Achaia as compensation." Menander tugged an earlobe, thinking. After a moment he said, "It is a risky move, sire." "Curse it, Menander. I do not trust Nabis either. But what other choice is there? Do nothing, and the Achaeans will weasel their way into Argos before the spring. This way might prove Nabis to be an ally yet." "True, sir. Better to have some hope of success than none." "Oh, now, keep your spirits up," said Philip, his dark eyes glittering. "You haven't heard my latest plan. Lay it out in the right fashion, and Flamininus's legions will walk into a fine trap." "Tell me, sire." Menander's voice held a new eagerness, and so Philip did. Chapter 15. North of Pella. Demetrius squinted at the grey, lowering sky, willing himself to see a sign of improving weather. He soon gave up. Clouds roiled and swelled in great banks, scudding towards him with what seemed God-sent malevolent purpose. More snow was on the way. Demetrius had thought Pella was chilly, but here in the north-south running Axius Valley there was nothing to stop the wind, which seemed to whistle down from the furthest limits of barbarian Thrace. The village he was in with his comrades stood on the river's western bank, small buildings and sheds reaching almost to the water's edge. They would have to cross it later, an experience Demetrius was not looking forward to. At least they wouldn't have to face an enemy afterwards, he reflected, as the Romans had done against Hannibal at the Trebia. There was no battle to win or lose here, however, at least not one with spears and shields. The fight was to win men's hearts and to make them leave their homes and farms willingly rather than at coppice point. Demetrius's gaze ran down the line of men beside him. The entire file was armed and dressed for war, helmets and greaves polished, sarissæ aimed at the heavens. Empedocles was beside him, reminding Demetrius afresh of Philippus's death. Grief cut Demetrius again like knives. How he missed the big man, and how good Philippus would have been at securing new recruits. Demetrius had taken to saying that the Gorgon herself would have been won over by Philippus's huge smile and booming belly laugh, and none of his comrades argued. Truth was, thought Demetrius, it wasn't just him who was suffering. Everyone had been affected by Philippus's death. Before they'd left Pella, phalangists from other files had offered their sympathies. Even Stephanos had come to speak with Simonides about it. Demetrius was the only one to carry shame as well as sorrow, however. Ending his friend's life had taken its toll. He struggled to sleep at night. When he did drop off, his rest was fitful and plagued by terrible dreams, most of which featured Philippus. Sometimes he begged to be slain, at others he pleaded with Demetrius to be carried back to Pella that he might rest and recover. The worst dreams involved Philippus dying in his arms, as he had in the mountains of Orestes, only to come to life moments later. Sunken-eyed, bleeding from his chest, Philippus taunted Demetrius for saving Empedocles, not him, for having murdered him, for not killing him cleanly enough. Demetrius felt at a complete loss. Cimon and Antilian sympathized, but didn't have much else to offer. They tended to pass him the wineskin if there was one around. Once Demetrius would have refused it. Now he was glad to accept. Dionysus's comforting grip, reached after sufficient consumption, dulled the edge of his grief and allowed him to sleep. It stopped him from wanting to kill Empedocles, because, right or wrong, Demetrius blamed him for Philippus's death. Slaying Empedocles would solve nothing, he told himself when sober, but nothing made his desire for revenge go away. Nothing except vast quantities of wine. Demetrius's attention returned to the present. A raggle-taggle of farmers had come to listen to the man leading him and his comrades. Short, stout, and florid-faced, Abantidus was one of the king's epistates, or supervisors. The epitome of a bad government official, he was officious, thin-skinned, and fond of his own voice. It was an immense source of frustration to Demetrius and his comrades that Abantidus outranked Simonides. The supercilious prick liked to let every phalangist know it too. Judging by their file leader's fixed grimace every time they saw him with the epistates, Simonides had as low an opinion of Abantidus as they, but like them, he had orders to follow. Those orders were to march through a designated area of the kingdom, spreading news of Philip's recent diagramma, or royal decree, which had changed the age-old eligibility requirements for conscription into the army. Scores of similar groups, comprising an epistates, secretaries, and a file of phalangists, sometimes more, were spreading out through Macedon, doing the same as they. It was a mark of their task's urgency that before their departure the chosen soldiers and officials had been addressed by the king himself. "The army needs fresh blood, and plenty of it," Philip had declared. "New recruits, thousands of them, must be found the length and breadth of Macedon. I place my trust in you to fulfill this command." In each village or settlement, Abantidus repeated the king's message. That was what was about to happen now. Demetrius watched sidelong as Abantidus went through the little ritual he performed just before each of his speeches. Rub his hands together, frown, walk up and down a few steps, lips moving through what he'd say. Gesticulate, a fist in the air, a stabbed forefinger, a mimed sarissa thrust. There might be a cough, a clearing of his throat, or even a surreptitious scratch of his balls. It was comical, but Demetrius had to admit Abantidus was good at his job. Every place they had visited thus far, 5, or was it 6, had yielded more than the expected number of recruits. "I've got tools as need repairing," said a thick-set man. Despite the chill wind, he wore his chiton with one shoulder bare. "You going to tell us why you're here?" "I'm a busy man too," said a greybeard, another one with an exposed shoulder. His calloused, soot-blackened hands marked him as a smith. "Father will be wondering why I'm not back," said a stripling whose cheeks had never seen a blade. Abantidus gave them an irritated look. "I will address you in my own time." "Aye, well, let's do it soon, or you'll be talking to the air," advised the thick-set man to a rumble of amusement. A few of those watching shuffled their bare feet, as if to warn Abantidus they too were restive. Abantidus drew himself up to his full height, which was less than most men. "It would be advisable to stay where you are," he said with a sniff. "Why's that?" demanded a willow's slim man whose chiton was better cut than most of those present. "We're all free-born Macedonians here. There's no law I know that can compel us to stand about, rather than get on with our business. It isn't that far from Pella, but clearly this backwater doesn't receive much in the way of news," said Abantidus. "I am an epistates of the king, come to announce a new diagramma. Philip wants every man in the land to hear his words. In other words, I speak for the king. Is that enough for you?" "It is," said the willow-slim man, smoothing his features. Even in Macedon, famous for its plain-speaking population, criticizing the monarch was unwise. The crowd settled. Demetrius studied their faces, seeing a mixture of wariness and fear, and in the faces of the young, curiosity and excitement. The latter were the easy ones, often happy to enlist after they'd grasped a sarissa or tried on a helmet and held an aspis. As ever, it was the older men, the ones who knew what it meant to go to war, who had perhaps done so before and lost friends, who needed to be won over, if possible. One way or another, the newly eligible would be joining the army, but it was better for all if they came of their own free will. Ready at last, Abantidus raised his arms for quiet. 2 years ago, Rome landed its armies near Apollonia, soon after it invaded western Macedon. The war since has been bitter, as you will all know. There have been considerable setbacks, the defeat at Autolybus and the loss of Thessaly, for example. The king commands us not to forget the victories won, however, at Pluina, and of recent days at the fortress of Atrax. There the legions shattered on the phalanxes Sarissi. It was the phalangists' cue. "Now!" shouted Simonides.
Aspides already on their forearms, Demetrius and his comrades took a step forward, simultaneously lowering their pikes 15 degrees. Gasps rose. Several youths stepped back. A small girl hid her face in her mother's skirts. Abantidus smiled and flicked his hands at the crowd.
Move! Move away, if you don't want to lose an eye, or worse.
Obediently, the crowd shuffled back. Demetrius wasn't fond of this part. He felt like the performing bear he'd seen once, trained to dance so its master could earn a coin.
Rome will never forget its recent defeats, cried Abantidus. Thousands of legionaries were slain by our glorious phalangists, such as these men here.
Lower pikes!
Roared Simonides, and like that, 16 Sarisi came down to point at the gathered farmers.
Forward! 1 step!
Said Simonides, and the phalangists obeyed. Demetrius saw none of the terrified faces in front of him. His vision was filled with the snarling faces of legionaries, his ears with shouts and screams.
"Impressive, is it not?"
asked Abantidus in a loud voice. Heads nodded, men muttered to one another. A couple of excitable youths shouted, "Macedon!" A small boy ran out in front of everyone, lowering the stick in his hand. He turned and drove it at the legs of the nearest man, raising a laugh.
"Macedon has need of more brave phalangists," said Abantidus. "Rome has not yet learned its lesson. King Philip calls on you to set down your tools, to leave behind your sheep and goats. Join the phalanx here today."
A muted cheer rose, and Abantidus frowned.
"I thought to see more enthusiasm here." "All the men of fighting age have gone from here near us," said the grey-bearded smith to nods of agreement. "We've all seen more than 45 summers, or fewer than 20.
Abantidus's smile grew sharp as a fox's.
"The king has seen fit to alter the regulations, father."
Into the surprised silence he continued,
"The obligation of each household to provide 1 man of fighting age remains, but the age limit has changed. Everyone between the age of 15 and 55 is now eligible." To the greybeard he said, "How many summers have you seen, father?"
56, came the reply. "But I'll serve, if the king will have me."
"We can always bend the rules for the right man," said Abantidus with a greasy smile. "What about your smithy?"
"My wife can run the business blindfold, and my slaves have craft enough."
The greybeard stood forward from his fellows as if daring them to join him.
"A fine start," said Abantidus. "Who's next? My secretaries are ready to take your details."
9 or 10 men formed a line behind the greybeard. Most were young. Despite the greybeard's courage, Demetrius saw few of the middle-aged men had volunteered. This wasn't uncommon, and it was where the more unpleasant side to their duties came into play. Once Abantidus's secretaries, seated at the desk nearby, had taken the recruits' names, the epistates would take several phalangists and go through the village, door to door. Hard questions would be asked about eligibility, and neighbours brought in to corroborate or refute any seemingly doubtful answers. Demetrius watched Empedocles trying to make eye contact with those who had not come forward. His enemy was often first to offer himself for the task of seeking out those who had not volunteered at this stage of the proceedings.
"I've a nose for yellow livers and tent sulkers," Empedocles would crow, sometimes throwing an evil look at Demetrius.
"Trembler," Demetrius would mouth back at him, using the nickname given to a youthful, fearful Empedocles before his first battle, a decade and more before. The tactic always worked, enraging Empedocles just when he could not retaliate, and keeping the flame of their enmity bright, which was Demetrius's exact intention. One way or another, he thought, I'll get you back for living when Philippos did not.
"Don't be shy," shouted Abantidus. "Step this way and do your duty for Macedon."
To everyone's relief, the vicious northern wind had abated by late afternoon. The handspan of snow that had fallen lay pristine and white on house roofs. On the paths through the fast darkening village, it had been ground into a thick brown slush. Most people were in their houses, sitting by their fires or eating their evening meal. With their duties over for the day, the phalangists had headed for the only tavern, a small run-down building by the Axios. They made up the majority of the customers, some of the eager-faced younger recruits, the rest. Abantidus was not present. According to his browbeaten secretaries, who were there, he regarded himself as too good to share the company of mere foot soldiers.
"Aye, well, let's be grateful for small mercies," said Demetrius. "It's bad enough listening to him all day, without having our ears bent at night as well."
"He's doing a vital job," chided Simonides. "We need more men to fight the cursed Romans."
"I know that, but we could have a more agreeable epistates. Abantidus is a nose-in-the-air, arrogant prick," said Antilion.
Andriscus joined in.
"Putting up with him for the guts of a month is as bad as being set one of Heracles' 12 labours, I tell you."
He gestured with his cup at the amused faces around the fuggy, dim-lit room.
"Am I not right?"
Derogatory comments about Abantidus rained in, and the laughter rose to the smoke-blackened rafters. Simonides rolled his eyes and wisely kept his opinion to himself. The jokes had lightened Demetrius's mood. Happier than he had been since Orestes, he gave in at last to his twinging bladder. Slipping from the bench he was sharing with Cimon and Antilion, he made his way outside. With no latrine in sight, he wandered down to the Axios. There was something very satisfying about watching his piss arc up and down, vanishing into the turbulent water. Job done, he turned and took a step towards the tavern.
"Think you can escape that easy, you little shit?"
Empedocles' voice carried through the crisp, chill air. Demetrius peered into the darkness, making out 3 figures by a building behind the tavern. A slap rang out. Someone yelped in pain.
"Answer me!"
shouted Empedocles. Demetrius was moving before he knew it. Fast and silent, bent low, he ran towards the commotion. 20 paces away, he took cover behind a statue to Zeus, the only effigy in the entire village. Empedocles had 2 youths pressed up against the mud-brick wall of a house.
15 summers and older, the king says," he growled. "The size of you, you must be closer to 20. Your father hasn't a tooth in his head, and he's a cripple anyway, which means you have to join up."
He jabbed a finger into the chest of the taller youth once, twice for emphasis.
"A big lad he might be, but he's only 14,
said the second youth, the smooth-cheeked one who'd mentioned his father wanting him home. He had enlisted and been assigned to Simonides' file. The youth edged closer to Empedocles and said,
"He's not lying."
"I say he is," said Empedocles, giving Smooth-Cheeks a shove. "What say we walk down to Abantidus's tent and get you signed up right now?" The tall youth didn't answer, and Empedocles punched him in the belly. He doubled over, retching, and Empedocles laughed.
"Coward you might be, but you're still going into the army. King Philip needs every man he can get."
Smooth-Cheeks threw himself at Empedocles with a cry of anger. He didn't have a chance. Empedocles ducked beneath Smooth-Cheeks' left-right punch combination, and, with a vicious uppercut to his jaw, sent him sprawling to the ground. Demetrius stormed in, anger buzzing in his head like a swarm of furious wasps, images of Philippos lying in the snow, his legs useless. Empedocles began to turn, but was too slow to stop Demetrius leaping onto his back. Legs encircling Empedocles' midriff, he wrapped his left arm around his enemy's throat, and with his stronger right arm pulled it tight in a chokehold. Empedocles lurched to one side, pulling desperately at Demetrius's encircled arms. Unable to free himself, he reached up and backwards, fingertips seeking a home in Demetrius's eye sockets. Demetrius twisted his head to the side, saving his eyes and barely preventing Empedocles' nails ripping down his cheek. Even angrier, he squeezed tighter with his thighs, and with his right arm wrenched his left inwards, increasing the pressure on Empedocles' neck. Empedocles staggered, his arms fell to his sides, and Demetrius thought with savage delight, "Die, you whoreson! This is what you deserve." Empedocles made a second, weaker attempt to reach Demetrius's face with his hands. Its failure seemed to sap the last of his strength. One knee buckled, and then he was falling. They landed hard, with Empedocles mostly underneath.
His head slammed into the dirt. He went limp almost at once. Demetrius didn't slacken his grip even a fraction. In his mind, until Empedocles was dead, he was capable of anything. He lay there, left hip smarting from where it had hit the ground, arms tight around Empedocles' throat. Another 50 heartbeats, thought Demetrius, and the bastard will be gone. Philippos will be avenged. The youths can help me bury him.
"You're gonna kill him!"
Smooth Cheeks was crouching over Demetrius. Not before time, thought Demetrius. I should have done it a long time ago.
"He was bullying us, that's all."
The other youth was there too.
"He couldn't have made me enlist. My father would have sworn before the gods that I'm 14. So would half the men in the village."
There was more in their faces than fear, realized Demetrius, looking up. He could see revulsion too, and that hit him hard. They did not know of the long-standing enmity between him and Empedocles, nor that the malevolent bastard had almost drowned him near Corinth. They did not know that, because he had saved Empedocles, Philippos had been maimed. Shamed by their reaction, Demetrius slackened his grip. Empedocles' head lolled forward, limp as a rabbit with a broken neck, and Demetrius thought, Tartarus, he's already dead. Pushing Empedocles away so that he could get up, Demetrius rolled his enemy onto his back. Empedocles' face was puce, his lips swollen and engorged with blood. A purple line around his throat marked Demetrius's chokehold.
Is he gone?"
whispered Smooth Cheeks. Demetrius moistened a couple of fingertips and placed them under Empedocles' nostrils. A heartbeat hammered past, then another. Then, almost imperceptible, a cool feeling on Demetrius's skin. A breath. Disappointment mixed with relief. He eyed the youths.
"A tough one, this bastard. He's alive."
The 14-year-old looked as if he were about to cry.
"What should we do?"
"I suggest you make yourself scarce," said Demetrius, climbing to his feet. "Go and visit a friend in the hills or another village. Don't come back for several days, until you know we're long gone. And you," he said, eyeing Smooth Cheeks, "say nothing to a soul. If this prick—" here Demetrius poked a toe at Empedocles, who had started coughing, "says a word, threatens you, does anything at all, tell him it was Simonides who attacked him."
"Our foul leader?"
Smooth Cheeks' eyes were wide. "Aye. Empedocles here was in the wrong, and when he comes to, he'll know that. He also didn't see me. If the prick thinks it was Simonides, he'll have to forget about the whole thing." Smooth Cheeks looked confused.
"You don't want him to know it was you?"
Nothing would give me more pleasure, thought Demetrius, but instead he said, "I do, but this way, scared of Simonides, he'll leave you alone. If he thinks I attacked him, he will make your life a fucking misery as well as trying to get back at me." The pair still looked uncertain, and Demetrius added, "Being a phalangist is hard enough without having an enemy like Empedocles, believe me." They came to a decision almost in unison.
"Aye, we'll do as you say."
"Move. Be gone before he wakes up." Demetrius urged them into the darkness, away from the stirring Empedocles. A real opportunity had been missed, he decided as he retraced his steps to the tavern, but it wasn't all bad. Empedocles lived, but he had gained a new ally in the file. Chapter 16. Corinth. Flamininus winced as his thumbnail tore at an awkward angle. Removing his bleeding fingertip from his mouth, he regarded the damage he'd done with fury. Even at Atrax he hadn't bitten his nails. It was a mark of his nervousness, he admitted to himself. 2 months had passed since Philip's embassy had travelled to Rome only to be rebuffed, and Galba and Villius, both fresh appointed as legates by the Senate, had arrived in Greece. A just-departed messenger had brought the news of their ship's docking at Cenchreae. The pair would reach Flamininus's camp north of Corinth before sunset. Flamininus didn't care about Villius, that fool was malleable, but Galba was a different creature altogether. From this point, Flamininus would no longer be able to focus only on defeating Philip. One eye would always have to be kept on Galba. If he didn't summon the pair here to his tent the moment they entered the main gate, moreover, he would suffer the ignominy of Galba calling on him, which would hand an invisible advantage to his enemy.
"Curse it all,"
muttered Flamininus, sucking his smarting thumb.
"You called, master?"
Petitius came sloping in from his desk, gaze cast down. It was a newly adopted posture, chosen, Flamininus suspected, to prevent him from seeing Petitius lick his lips.
"I didn't,"
snapped Flamininus.
"Sorry, master."
Head still down, Petitius turned to go.
"Wait, master."
"I want to see my brother. Send one of the sentries."
"When, master?"
"Now!" Before facing his enemy Galba, Flamininus wanted to take counsel with his main ally in Greece. Lucius was a wastrel, but he was loyal.
"Yes, master."
Flamininus could have sworn that as the wretch Petitius scuttled out, he was licking his lips again. His concern about Galba was such, however, that he was able to set his irritation aside. Galba's and Vilius's appointments meant that Flamininus would have to relinquish command of 2 of his legions. Allocating the 8th to Galba and the 13th to Vilius, Flamininus continued to worry what else Galba might demand. "Gods!" he raged inwardly. "Why couldn't my spies in Rome have found something of value about him, something I could use against the cocksucker?" They had discovered various interesting details about Galba, it was true. A predilection for dark-skinned whores of both sexes, a tendency to wager large sums on chariot racing, but neither of these would disgrace Galba, less still cause him to be forced from office. "Calm," Flamininus told himself. "Stay calm. The Senate reappointed me to lead the war against Macedonia, not him. Galba can try to manipulate me, but I am in charge here. It is in his interest that I should succeed. That way only lies his chance of yearly receiving the 4,000 denarii we agreed in Rome." Part reassured, part consumed still by worry, Flamininus decided to pray at the stone altar in the antechamber to his bedroom. He held little hope that his household gods would intervene. They were as fickle as the greater deities, but he needed the distraction. How good it would be, he thought, to have sent a messenger to the commander of the Acrocorinth advising him of Galba's arrival. A swift mounted attack by enemy cavalry would see Galba sent to the underworld, and no one to blame but the Macedonians. It wasn't worth the risk, Flamininus decided. Any messenger he sent would have to be slain afterwards, and then he'd have the men who'd done that to worry about. If word ever got out that he had arranged the killing of a legate, forced suicide would be the kindest death he could look forward to. No, thought Flamininus, I shall have to bring down Galba another way. He hoped that the means to do so presented itself soon. As ever, Flamininus heard Lucius before he saw him. Possessed of a loud, enthusiastic character, his elder brother liked men to like him. It didn't matter whether they were of his own social class or just ordinary soldiers. He even wanted slaves to like him, thought Flamininus, listening to Lucius's attempt at friendly banter with Petitius. It didn't work, and Flamininus's lips twitched. In the main, however, Lucius succeeded, which was a cause of much irritation to Flamininus, because he didn't possess the same skill. If he admitted it, he was jealous that his brother could pass through life with such amity around him. Men tended to respect Flamininus, or to fear him, but it was rare for them to like him. Nonetheless, he smiled as Lucius entered his office. "Brother." As they embraced, he noted wine on Lucius's breath. Flamininus bit his tongue. A rebuke now would sour the meeting, and he wanted Lucius's support against Galba. "How goes your preparation?" Flamininus asked. "Well," said Lucius, taking the stool across the desk from Flamininus, "the ships are almost provisioned. We shall set sail for Acarnania tomorrow. You say it should be easy to take?" "Most of it, yes. My information is that the Acarnanian forces are grouped in or near the fortress on Leucas. You may have to storm that." Leucas was a peninsula in western Acarnania. Lucius waved a confident, dismissive hand. "Leave it with me, brother." Flamininus nodded, thinking, It was time to bring up Galba. Noting Lucius's eye roving around, he asked, "Thirsty?"
"You know me too well."
Lucius's smile was rueful.
"I wouldn't say no."
"Business first," said Flamininus, his tone crisp. Lucius made a face, but didn't protest. "Galba will be here within the hour. Villius, too." Lucius's expression changed, growing almost furtive. "Galba?" "Yes," replied Flamininus, surprised, and thinking you must have known he'd been appointed legate, and that he would make his way here soon after.
"Will you meet with him?"
"Of course. They are both legates. I shall have to give each the command of a legion."
"Galba will want more than that, from what you've told me."
Lucius's attention drifted to the documents on the desk, the jug of wine, the clay beakers, and the 2 expensive blue-coloured glasses, anywhere but Flamininus's face. "He will," said Flamininus, feeling suspicious now, and deciding that his plan to reveal the extent of Galba's hold over him might be best kept to himself for the moment. "Are you well, brother?"
"Me?"
Lucius's eyes shot to Flamininus's and darted away.
"A little rough-headed, perhaps. Too much wine last night. You know how it is."
"That might work on someone who knows you less well. I'm your brother," said Flamininus archly. "Are you also worried about meeting Galba?"
"Me? Why would I be concerned?"
replied Lucius a little too rapidly. Without asking, he helped himself to a glass of wine. "You tell me." Flamininus's flinty stare bore down on Lucius, the practised look he'd given Pacian and countless others who'd crossed him over the years. Lucius slurped wine, the wet sound amplifying the silence between them. Flamininus knew well the power of not speaking. The longer nothing was said, the more uncomfortable Lucius would feel, and the more likely he was to crumble. Face blank, he picked up a letter and pretended to read it. Lucius lasted another 30 heartbeats. Then, cursing, he said,
"I'm sorry."
"For what?" snapped Flamininus.
"I should have been stronger."
Puzzled, aware that Lucius might yet clam up, Flamininus said gently, "I don't understand, brother."
"Galba blackmailed me."
"As he did me, the bastard." Again, Flamininus considered telling Lucius about Galba's extortionate price for his silence. Again, he decided to say nothing. He guessed and asked, "Was it a man?" Lucius nodded miserably.
"A slave, in a favourite brothel of mine in Rome. Somehow Galba found out I was fond of him. He bought the slave, and then told me he'd have him crucified if I didn't do what he said."
Flamininus felt the first stirrings of disquiet. "What did he ask you to do?" Lucius's face grew anguished. He didn't answer. "Brother, what did you do?"
"I told him I wouldn't do anything to harm you."
"I'm glad to hear it," cried Flamininus, thinking even my brother can't be trusted.
"By the gods, tell me, Lucius!" I sent him word of your campaign against Philip, where your legions were, and my fleet, the details of the clashes with the enemy and so on. Just information he would have learned anyway."
"Yes. Days later, in the carefully worded letters I sent to the Senate."
"I didn't give him the full details of everything. Take the situation in the Ouse, for example. I never said how many men you'd lost, nor how you had failed to take any ground for 40 days.
"What am I supposed to do? Thank you for that?" roared Flamininus. Petitius chose this moment to enter. Seeing him, Flamininus's temper exploded. He hurled the nearest object to hand, a stone ink-pot, and caught Petitius in the side of the head. He stumbled and almost fell. "Get out!" screamed Flamininus, spittle flying from his lips. He could barely see through the red mist that had descended. White-knuckled grip on the edge of the desk, he breathed in and out. In and out. A modicum of control returned. He glared at Lucius and said, "What else did you do for him, brother? I warn you to be honest. Lie to me, and by all that's sacred, I will have you dragged out and slain." Lucius began to cry.
I'm sorry, Titus."
His brother's weakness repulsed Flamininus. "I don't want a cursed apology. I want the truth."
"There wasn't much else, other than the information I sent to Galba."
"Lucius!" More tears.
"Now and again, I had to pass his letters to you."
Flamininus didn't quite believe his ears. "Letters?"
"Yes. They would sometimes arrive with official correspondence. At others, they'd be delivered by a messenger, a different one each time, never a man I recognized."
"When did you pass on these letters exactly?" demanded Flamininus.
"The night before we sailed from Brundisium was one occasion. Another was more recently, when I had sailed to meet you at Antisera."
"Antisera," said Flamininus stupidly.
"Yes."
Passion's screams rang in Flamininus's ears. His secretary's terrified face filled his vision.
"Are you well, brother?"
With a start, Flamininus realized that there were tears in his eyes. He fixed Lucius with a furious glare. "Do you remember Passion?" Lucius's brow wrinkled.
"Ah, yes. I thought the fool you threw the ink-pot at was new. What happened to the last secretary? Passion, did you say?"
"Passion, yes. He was Greek," said Flamininus, even angrier now. A man could be forgiven for not recalling a slave's face, but Passion had been with him for more than a decade. "You met him countless times, brother?"
"Yes, I recollect him now," Lucius admitted. "The worried-looking one. Thoughtless of me to forget him."
"Curse you to Hades! I thought Passion was the one bringing me the letters," said Flamininus, wishing that he could march back time. "I had him tortured to death. Now I find out from you, from my brother, that he was innocent." Lucius's throat worked. Flamininus had never felt guilt over a slave before, but it washed over him now. He forced back tears. It would be unseemly to show such emotion over a mere slave. He also did not want Lucius to see him lose control. He marshalled his anger, focused his rage, and said, voice dripping with contempt, "After all I've done for you, this is how you repay me?"
"I'm sorry,"
whispered Lucius. "Sorry? An innocent man is dead."
"A slave."
Lucius's hand went to his mouth, but it was too late. Flamininus came around the desk so fast that Lucius was still gaping when Flamininus's fingers closed around his throat. "Yes, he was a slave," snarled Flamininus. "A slave like the catamite whose ass you were so fond of. That man-whore has sucked half the cocks in Rome, like as not. Yours was just another. Passion, on the other hand, was loyal to me. He was conscientious, discreet." Lucius made a little choking sound, and Flamininus realized his brother couldn't breathe. He wasn't resisting, however. He knew who was master. While the idea of suffocating him was pleasing, thought Flamininus, Lucius could still be of use. He did not want to have to appoint a new admiral, as well as 2 legates. He loosened his grip. Lucius coughed, retched. Tears spilled from his reddened eyes. Snot ran from his nose.
"Forgive me," he muttered.
"You are an embarrassment." Flamininus wiped his hands together in distaste.
"Will you tell Galba, you know?"
"Of course. He might have power over me, but I will not stand for him blackmailing my brother as well."
"And the slave he bought, the one I care for."
It was all Flamininus could do not to wrap his hands around Lucius's throat again. Through clenched teeth he said, "I will tell him that the man-whore is not to be hurt." Lucius's face lit up.
"Will you buy him?"
"No," said Flamininus, twisting the knife. "He shall remain Galba's property forever. But he shall not be harmed. That is a small price for you to pay compared to Passion, who paid with his life." Lucius looked unhappy, but had sense enough not to argue. "One more thing." Flamininus's voice was light, yet laden with threat.
"Yes?"
Lucius could not meet his gaze. "If I find out that you have been disloyal to me a second time, brother, Passion's fate will be as nothing to what you will suffer." Flamininus's meeting with Galba and Villius didn't last long. Both legates were tired from their journey, he'd declared, after giving them details of their new commands. The pair hadn't protested. No doubt remembering his dismissal by Flamininus at Apollonia the year before, Villius had been quick to make his excuses and leave. Galba lingered, which was no surprise. The moment Villius had gone, he returned to the large table that dominated the chamber where Flamininus met with his senior officers. A gaunt figure in late middle age, Galba wore a toga that was somehow the gleaming white it might be on an important day in the Senate. He planted his fists on the table, shoulders and arms stiff, the action of someone who thinks he is the master over the others present. "So, here we are." Galba's eyes moved from Flamininus to Lucius and back again. In an acid tone he added, "How pleasant." Flamininus took the bull by the horns. "Lucius is no longer yours to order about." Galba's turn to look surprised. "You know about our little arrangement?" "I do," said Flamininus, "and it's over." "Really?" Galba sounded curious. "There is the small matter of the slave, with whom your brother is besotted, who, I should add, belongs to me. The creature is all doe eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes. Quite the beguiler he is." Only a blind man could have missed Galba's leer. "Dirty old bastard," thought Flamininus, shooting Lucius a warning glance just in time. He fixed his eyes on Galba. "The slave is no longer of any consequence. He gives you no hold over Lucius. Does your brother agree?" Galba turned to Lucius, who turned his face away. "It seems he still cares for the creature." "You will keep your lecherous hands off him in future," said Flamininus. "You will not harm him either. If you do, rest assured I will hear of it, and you will pay. Listen to him." Galba's expression had hardened. "Remember, it is I who holds the whip, not you." "You will do as I ask in this regard, Galba," said Flamininus, slow and deliberate. "Because if you do not, I will gut you myself, here, now." He reached over to the stand on which his armour and weapons were arrayed and drew his sword. Its only concession to wealth was the ivory hilt. Otherwise it could have been an ordinary legionary's gladius. Long, tapered, keen-edged, its like had put the fear of the gods into the Macedonians during the summer. Flamininus pointed its tip at Galba and advanced until only the length of the sword separated them. "Well?" Galba's face had drained of colour, but he did not back away. "Have you gone mad?" "I have never been saner," said Flamininus, revealing his teeth. Even from the corner of his eye he could discern Lucius's amazement. Watch and learn, big brother, he thought. "The guards," began Galba, "are loyal to me, only me." Flamininus moved his arm a little, so the tip of the blade touched Galba's toga right over the breastbone. "The slave with whom Lucius is infatuated is to remain unharmed. He is not to be raped to death, or to be tortured or crucified. His life is to be tranquil. Do I make myself clear?" Galba's expression was murderous, but he nodded. "I will not forget this." "Nor I," said Flamininus, wishing that it was Passion he had saved rather than a slave he would never even meet. "Our agreement," grated Galba. "Stands," Flamininus finished. "You will receive the first payment when I take a city with a treasury worth talking about. That's not likely to be before the spring, before you start getting ideas." "Do not try any tricks," warned Galba. "Your brother may be lost to me, but I still have eyes everywhere. Get out." The sword swung to point at the entrance. "I leave because we have nothing left to discuss." Galba stalked to the threshold. Turning there, he said quietly, "Know that Benjamin is with me." With that, he was gone.
"Who's Benjamin?" asked Lucius.
"I have no idea."
Despite the confident lie, Flamininus's satisfaction at confronting Galba was seeping away like water through sand. He had won this skirmish, but his enemy had lost none of his strength. Moreover, a killer like Benjamin possessed the skill to creep past the sentries who guarded his tent night and day. Flamininus converted the involuntary shiver that tickled his spine into a roll of his shoulders and a forward thrust of his sword.
"What I'd have given to run this into the filth!"
A voice in his head shouted, "That might have been the only chance you will ever get, Titus Quinctius Flamininus." Chapter 17. Near Thebes, Boeotia, late winter 198-197 BC. Felix, Antonius, and their comrades were marching along a narrow road bounded on both sides by hills. Occasional shepherds' huts perched on the scrubby slopes above, abandoned since the arrival of the bad weather. Winter still held the land in its grip. Farmers and livestock alike kept to their houses and pens on lower ground. Few creatures were abroad. Several vultures hung in the grey, cloud-laden air overhead. A fox watched, beady-eyed, from behind a large boulder. Almost 2,000 legionaries, the Eighth's entire complement of Hastati and Principes, were on the move. In the ranks furthest from the senior officers, currently that included Felix's, the usual grumbling about not being in camp like the rest of the army continued. Although Felix would have preferred to have had his feet close to a warm fire, or better still, to be wrapped in his blankets having a well-earned nap, their purpose here today had his interest. It had been like this since Rome, when he had witnessed the Macedonian embassy being laughed out of the Senate.
"Thebes is the last place in Greece that's allied to Philip," Felix said.
"Apart from the Acrocorinths," observed Antonius, to much amusement.
"You know what I mean,"
said Felix, rolling his eyes.
"Do we, sir?"
asked Daedalus, now firmly established as one of the century's jokers.
"Aye, you dogs,"
Felix said into their laughter.
"Take Thebes, and Philip's isolation will be complete. Apart from the Acrocorinths, I know, but it alone cannot offer serious threat to our legions. After this, he will be barricaded behind Tempe."
"We have to get inside Thebes first, sir," said Sparax.
"Which is why Flamininus is a mile ahead of us, accompanied by only a single maniple," said Antonius, repeating what they all knew. "When the Thebans see him approaching with Attalus and the other deputations, they won't fear his small escort."
Clavus leered.
"He's going to slow his pace, as if to allow time to meet the crowds coming from the city to welcome him. That will allow us to catch up."
"When the Thebans realize what's happening, it will be too late, God's willing," said Felix. And so it proved. 3 hours later, the city was in Roman hands. Lulled into a false sense of security, hundreds of Thebans had flocked out to meet Flamininus and Attalus. The throng, and the winding road combined, had prevented soldiers on the ramparts from seeing the 2,000 legionaries massed behind the consul's party. There would have been time for a quick-thinking sentry to slam the gates, but human nature, not quite believing what one was seeing, and indecision, had seen that tiny window of opportunity vanish. The instant that the first century, Felix's, was inside the walls, they had fanned out and seized the gatehouse. Once the entire force had entered, the city was theirs. The garrison was perhaps 500 men in total, many of whom were not trained soldiers, and a sneering Bulbus had handed back control of the gatehouse to a still shocked-looking officer of the guard. Making their way to the Agora, the largest open space in the city, they joined the rest of their comrades, who were already setting up their tents. Shopkeepers, stall-holders, and passers-by watched in consternation and muttered in each other's ears, but not one dared protest. Space had been set aside for Bulbus's century. It was close to Flamininus's tent. Felix was able to see what was going on, outside their general's headquarters at least. There was lots of toing and froing. Flamininus entered, he had been meeting with the city's council apparently, followed by a large group of staff officers. Not long after, Attalus arrived and was admitted.
Various deputations came after. Felix didn't recognize them all, but he could hear them announce themselves to the guards. Achaeans, Aetolians, Athenians. There were even a few Spartans. How quick they are to turn on each other, Felix thought with contempt. The same had happened in Italia during the war with Hannibal, but not to the same extent. A sizable portion of Rome's allies, as well as its own citizens, had remained loyal, even when their territory was overrun by the Carthaginians. How the Greeks must hate Macedonia, Felix decided. He could think of no other reason. Thump. Something struck him in the head. Men laughed. Felix stilled his thumping heart. For a moment he had thought they were under attack, and regarded the hypastum ball at his feet with a jaundiced eye. Irregular in shape, it was formed from a piece of badly cured stitched leather packed with feathers. "Who threw that?" Felix asked, glaring at Clavus, its owner. Clavus shrugged. "I did, sir." "He did call your name, brother," said Antonius, smirking. "We're having a toss around."
"You were too busy spying on Flamininus's tent to notice, sir,"
said Sparax to a chorus of chuckling. Everyone in the contubernium except Felix was standing in a rough circle in the space before their tent. There was no room for a proper game of hypastum, the brutal contest beloved of legionaries. Besides, thought Felix, tackling each other with only the Agor's paving stones to land on risked injury. A toss around was the next best thing. "Where's Onionhead?" he asked, his eyes roving the tent lines. "Gone to talk with the other centurions," answered Antonius. "I heard him tell Callistus he'd be an hour at least, sir," added Daedalus. Felix glanced around again. "And the cocksucker?" Bulbus's nickname had soon given rise to Callistus's own. The danger of being overheard by either their optio or centurion only added to the thrill of using them.
"Drinking wine with a couple of other optioni, sir."
Clavus jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"We'll see him coming in plenty of time. Throw the ball."
Their distance from Flamininus's pavilion meant he couldn't hear anything of importance anyway, Felix thought with disappointment. He bent and picked up the ball. Clavus gestured.
"To me, sir."
Felix lobbed it the opposite way to Antonius. "Hey!" cried an annoyed Clavus. "I should have been next." No one needed to be told. For the next dozen throws, the ball flew back and forth between Felix, Antonius, Daedalus, and Sparax. Left out, Clavus ranted and raged to no avail. In the end, he lost his temper and tackled Antonius to the ground when he had it. That was the cue for Felix to dive in, defending his brother. The ball was quickly forgotten, and the struggle became a wrestling match. Not wishing to miss out, Daedalus and Sparax joined in as well. Headlocks were attempted and avoided, punches delivered to whichever part of a man presented itself. By unspoken consent, no one eye-gouged or bit. Such tactics were only used during a real game of hypastum against one's opponents. Spying the ball, the prize they were supposed to be fighting for, lying unnoticed a few paces away, Felix managed to worm his way free of the confusion of arms and legs. Picking it up, he thought with amusement that if this had been a real contest, he would have made the easiest score of his army career. "I have the ball, you fools!" he cried. Disentangling themselves from one another, his laughing comrades formed a circle again, and the toss-around restarted. Clavus's blood was still up. Whether this was from Felix's initial refusal to throw to him, or the spontaneous wrestling match, was unclear. Each time Felix got the ball, Clavus came lunging at him. To annoy his comrade, he was the one who had started it, after all, Felix waited until Clavus was almost on him each time before throwing. In the end, however, he grew cocky. On Clavus's fifth attempt, he got so close that Felix misjudged his throw, hurling it over a surprised Antonius's head and into the open ground beyond their tent. Bundled earthwards by Clavus, Felix did not see it land. He did hear Antonius mutter, "Shit." Freeing himself from Clavus's grip, Felix stood. "Who threw that fucking ball?" an irate voice shouted. Felix's eyes met those of Antonius, whose lips framed the word, "Galba." "No," thought Felix. "Please, Fortuna, don't do this to me." "I said, who threw that fucking ball?" The voice was coming closer. "I did," called Felix. Mouth dry, he stepped out into the space before their tent. The gaunt figure of Publius Sulpicius Galba, their new legate, stalked into sight. A gaggle of staff officers hurried at his heels. Gripping the Hypastum ball in his bony hands, face pinched with fury, Galba came to a halt in front of Felix.
"You did what?"
he hissed. Felix managed to come to attention, salute, and cry, "I did, sir!" in the same heartbeat. Fixing his gaze into the distance, he hoped, prayed, that Fortuna had finished laughing at him.
"Begging your pardon, sir. It was an accident."
"What were you thinking?" Galba bounced the ball off Felix's head. It hurt, as it was meant to.
I wasn't thinking, sir. Me and my comrades, we were just fooling about. I overthrew. I'm sorry, sir."
Galba bounced the ball off his skull again, harder this time. "Name and rank?"
"Felix Caesarus, sir. Tesserarius of Principes, 8th Legion."
"An officer should know better."
"Aye, sir,"
said Felix, embarrassed now as well. "You must have been in the army for years to be promoted."
"I'm a veteran of the Hannibalic War, sir. 7 years I spent fighting Hannibal."
For the first time, there was interest in Galba's fierce eyes. "Were you at Zama?"
"I was, sir, with my brother."
Felix waved behind him in Antonius's direction. Galba's gaze didn't move. "A bitter day, I'm told."
"It was a hard fight, aye, sir. We lost a lot of good men."
"You re-enlisted to fight in this war?"
"Yes, sir. I was here during your term of command. We fought at Antipatrea and at Ptolebus."
Never before had Felix so longed to have won an award for bravery, but even after he had slain the elephant at Zama, Matho had been too mean-spirited to see his feat acknowledged. Although it would have risked discovery of his dishonourable discharge, mention of such a thing might have leavened the punishment Galba was thinking up. Felix shoved the useless thought from his mind. A slight easing of the fierce expression. "You're a proper veteran." Wary, wondering if he might yet win over Galba, Felix ventured,
"I've seen a few things, sir."
Deciding to mention the elephant, he opened his mouth again. Bounce. The ball hit his head a third time. Catching it, Galba slammed it against Felix's chest, crying, "A soldier with your experience should know better, and a Tesserarius should be even more aware of his position."
"Aye, sir."
Hades, thought Felix with dread. He's properly angry. "Where's your Optio, your centurion?" demanded Galba. It took a few moments for Callistus to arrive, slightly longer, until Bulbus had been summoned from his meeting. Embarrassed that they hadn't been present, incensed by Felix's actions, they both had to endure a lecture from Galba about the standards he expected of his troops. "I may be old, but I've been around. I was consul during the war against the Gaga Hannibal, and a second time after, remember?" Every vein in Galba's neck and head was distended. His eyes bulged dangerously. "I have fought not just one war against the dog, Philip, but 2. "And you didn't win either of them," thought Felix. "I am the commander of this cursed legion. I deserve to be shown respect as I go about my business, not struck in the face with a filthy object like this, by an officer, no less." Galba hurled the ball, and it bounced off a startled Bulbus's mail shirt. Bulbus managed to catch it, just.
"You're correct, of course, sir. My apologies,"
he muttered, shooting an evil glance at Felix. "You were never any good at Hypastum, that's clear." Galba sneered at Bulbus, holding out his hands. He smacked the ball off Callistus's bald dome next, laughing as the Optio flushed with shame and humiliation. Felix would rather have charged a Macedonian phalanx at that moment than suffer the wrath of both his centurion and Optio afterwards, and that was before Galba doled out whatever punishment was rolling around his malevolent skull. In the event, the legate demoted Felix and sentenced him to 20 lashes and the loss of 3 months' pay. His comrades were each to receive 5 lashes and to be fined a month's pay. Callistus was given 20 nights of sentry duty. Bulbus received a brutal dressing down, much of which consisted of Galba mocking him for having such a useless Tesserarius. Tapping his foot with impatience, Galba then stayed to watch the whippings. Men gathered as a mule cart was fetched. Felix was stripped to his undergarment, and one hand lashed to either side of the back of the wagon. Ordered to administer the beating, Callistus shed his mail shirt to avoid himself more ability to swing. Puffs of dust rose as he flicked the whip to and fro along the paving. Felix could taste bile. 30 lashes could cripple a man. In the hands of a brute like Callistus, furious at his own punishment, 20 might do the same. Even if the cocksucker went easy on him, his back would be a raw mess by the end. The thoughts made Felix's bowels loosen. He clenched his buttocks, determined not to shame himself even further.
"Get on with it,"
ordered Galba. Felix made the mistake of looking at Bulbus, who drew a finger across his throat. Hades, thought Felix, my life is not going to be worth living from this day forward. Why did I even think of accepting promotion? If I'd still been an ordinary princeps, Bulbus wouldn't be half as angry. The air whistled. Sweet agony licked across Felix's back from the right shoulder to the left side of his waist. He managed just to hold in his cry. "One," said Callistus, changing his stance. Air moved again. The pain cut a line diagonally opposite to the first. Lips pressed tight, Felix bucked and twisted against his restraints. The leather strips held fast. 2. The third lash was an almost exact replica of the first, the fourth a copy of the second. Neat and precise, Callistus whipped Felix's back left and right, left and right. He had bitten his lip and was tasting blood by the 7th lash. By the 10th, he was grunting as the whip made contact with his smarting flesh. He cried out when the 12th landed, mortified, but no longer able to keep silent. Felix lost the tally at 15. He didn't hear Callistus count out the last 5 lashes. Hanging limply by his wrists, he felt nothing, as he was untied by a distraught Antonius and carried to one side. Felix awoke to a world of pain. He was lying on his front, clad only in his undergarment. His arms and legs were cold, but his back felt as if it were on fire. He opened his eyes, seeing in the dim light panelled leather, blankets, a rolled cloak that served as a pillow. He was in the contubernium's tent. He lifted his head, wincing at the agony even that small movement caused, and looked around. There was no one with him. "Tonius," he croaked. A heartbeat later, the flap was pulled back, revealing his concerned-looking brother. "I'm here. How are you feeling?" "As if there isn't an inch of skin left on my back." Felix could see by Antonius's reaction that his comment wasn't far from the truth. "It's fucking agony. And you?" A bitter shrug. "It hurts." Felix tried to get up on his elbow, but the pain mastered him. He sank down, sobbing for breath. "Stay where you are," ordered Antonius. "The surgeon gave me a salve, which I slathered all over you. It and rest are all that can be done for the moment." "My duties—" Felix could already see Callistus beating him out of the tent, with a leering Bulbus watching. "Don't worry, brother. You won't be able to do a thing for days. Onionhead and the cocksucker know that." Felix sighed into his cloak pillow. "Why did Clavus have to keep tackling me?" "There's probably little consolation, brother, but he's feeling bad about it. We all are. Fact is, we've decided to even out the loss of pay, so each of us is in the same boat. Simply put, that means you'll only lose a month and a half's coin instead of 3. Pay was the last thing on Felix's mind, but he managed to mutter his thanks. "Do you need water? Wine?" "A sup of water, aye." He closed his eyes as Antonius hurried outside. Left alone, Felix's mind soon turned to Galba. What a cruel bastard he was. As bad as Bulbus and Callistus, thought Felix, maybe even on a level with Matho. Matho. How good it had been to see that prick leave this world. Felix was quick to tell himself that the centurion's death, and the fact that his and Antonius's role in it remained undiscovered, had been a God's-given gift. Such things landed in a man's lap perhaps once in his life. The same would not be happening to Callistus and Bulbus. Felix and his comrades must needs endure the torment that the two officers would put them through because of the incident with the Harpastum ball. If Callistus and Bulbus were untouchable, Felix decided, Galba was akin to a god. Nobleman, senator, ex-dictator, ex-consul, now a legate, he ranked among the most important men in the entire republic. Lay a hand on him, and Felix could expect to die in the worst fashion possible. "You're a lowly foot-slogger again," he thought. "Remember that. Galba will have already forgotten you. Do the same thing with him. Move on, and remember always to look before you throw a ball." Even the smile that brought to Felix's lips hurt. For some odd reason, he heard the one-armed veteran Pennis's toast again. "Here's to us, rather than those noses in the air bastards, eh?" Galba was a thief, Felix remembered. He had stolen a fortune from the Republic. Somehow reveal that, and he might get his revenge for the savage whipping. Another heartbeat, and his hopes turned to ash. An ordinary legionary like him had no hope of bringing down a legate. He might as well plan to steal the sun from the sky. Grateful to be alone still, Felix gave in to the pain and wept. Chapter 18. Pella, early spring, 197 BC. Philip was pacing about his favourite courtyard. Despite the magnificence of the colonnaded walkway and the lemon trees and vines that filled its centre, it felt for all the world like a prison. Apart from regular visits to his army's camp and less common escapes disguised as an ordinary Macedonian, the royal quarters were where he had spent the winter. Hearing his youngest son Demetrius playing with a laughing Perseus in the next courtyard over, Philip thought, "Menander would tell me to enjoy the time with my family while I can." He had done just that after the conference at Nicaea, first seeking out the company of Polycratia, his concubine. He had also tried to make amends with his queen Penelope, the mother of Demetrius. The first tactic had soon palled. Polycratia's beauty was long departed. Coupling with her before had been a joy. Now it had become a chore. Her unfortunate tendency to bend Philip's ear about Perseus becoming king, even as they lay together, only soured his desire quicker. His efforts with Penelope had also been doomed to fail. Married by arrangement, as was the norm, Philip's union with her had ever been loveless. It was no surprise, he decided, that Perseus, Polycratia's child, had been born a full 4 years before Penelope's offspring, his legal son Demetrius. A rueful smile flitted across Philip's face. Not that the age gap stopped Penelope from wanting Demetrius to become his legal heir. On that, however, Philip would not budge. His kingdom had never been in greater jeopardy, and it was bad enough considering what might happen if he were killed and Perseus had to take the throne at 15, let alone the consequences of an 11-year-old Demetrius doing so. This was lost on Penelope, who maintained she could help her son to rule. As if his nobles would follow her against Rome, thought Philip. Men need a warrior to lead them in war. He rolled his eyes. Women. A man couldn't live with them or without them. The company of men, now that was a different matter. Philip knew where he stood with men. Lacking women's guile for the most part, Heraclides had been a notable exception, Philip remembered darkly. They were simple creatures like himself. Give me good food, fine wine, a battle every so often, and a woman to plough at the end of the day, and I'm a happy man, he thought. If only life was so simple. The company of his children was something he would miss once the campaigning season reopened. Perseus would come with him, but Demetrius and his 3-year-old sister Apama needs must remain at court. It might be months before he saw them again. An impetuous idea, to steal into the city and buy his younger offspring presents, took Philip. He could already picture their delight, hear their happy cries. Hurrying to his sparsely furnished bedchamber, he changed his fine chiton for the oldest he had, a favourite often worn to war. Finishing his disguise with a simple belt and a causia, the king left the palace by a long passageway that exited into a back street by way of a locked door. A dozen steps from the threshold, and Philip noticed a spring in his step. Zeus his beard, but I should do this more often, he thought. It was a complete pretence to imagine he was just a fond father in search of toys for his children, yet it served to lighten his load. Just like that, his worries about Flamininus returned with a vengeance. Cursing, Philip swept them away again. The weather had not grown warm enough for an army to march. He had another 10 days, if not more. His plans were set, his soldiers trained, his supplies bought and paid for. His hopes for a reply from Antiochus had almost died. If the Seleucid emperor hadn't replied by now, chances were he wasn't interested in an alliance. Victory could yet be Philip's, however. The plan he had laid out to Menander was daring, but by no means impossible. Philip paused to buy fried mutton at a street stall, and decided again that an hour of pretending to be an ordinary Macedonian would harm no one. Handing over an obol in payment, he was amused by the woman stallholder's shock as she realized who he was. Even as she tried to bow, there was no space behind her laden-down stall, he gestured at her no, she was to remain quiet. With a friendly nod, Philip went on his way. It was market day, and the streets were packed with farmers from the surrounding districts, and city dwellers and off-duty soldiers keen for fresh produce. The vegetables and grains on offer in the shops were the same as they had been all winter, however: barley, onions, cabbages, and leeks. A few green-fingered types, those perhaps who knew every line of Hesiod's Works and Days, had refused to sell to the shopkeepers. They sat instead in the agora, offering, for a high price, the fresh herbs they'd laid out on squares of cloth. Red-handed butchers bellowed about the quality of their cuts of mutton and pork, and bakers, always popular, relied on the delicious smells emanating from their ovens to pull in customers. The scene was no different from what it had ever been, and Philip loved its ordinariness. The war preyed on his mind night and day, but here in Pella life went on. These people, his subjects, were more interested in filling their bellies than knowing whether it would be he who emerged victorious or Flamininus. Life had always been so, he suspected. What was to hand, one's everyday situation, as it were, was of greater importance than world-changing events unfolding far from home. God bless them, thought Philip. They know no different. Let a horde of ravening legionaries come rampaging through the streets, and their opinions would soon change. Scowling, because of the ease with which his worries had resurfaced, he renewed his search for a toy shop. Finding one at last, a small premises squeezed between a ramshackle builder's yard and a vendor of parchments and ink, he ducked his head and entered. His humour improved at once. The shop was deeper than it looked from the outside. Counters on either side ran off to the back wall. He spied dozens of wooden dolls, varying in size, some painted, some not. Cloth versions lay alongside, for those with babies rather than children of a Palmer's age. Clay rattles with pebbles sealed inside had been moulded into animals' heads: lions, bears, wolves. Stone pull-along horses stood in rows, almost as if they were about to race one another. Carved bone and antler figurines represented the gods, or mythical warriors and animals. Dice, shaped from sheep tailbones, and boxwood served as temptation for old and young. This entire shop was Elysium for a child, Philip decided, wishing that Demetrius and Epama were with him. Inside a heartbeat, he set the notion aside. Epama would have demanded to be carried from the moment he exited the passageway, and Demetrius could be expected to run off whenever the notion took him.
"Looking for anything in particular, sir?"
The voice belonged to a middle-aged, slope-shouldered giant with an amiable face. Emerging from a doorway at the back of the shop, he nodded a greeting. Here was the most unlikely shopkeeper of a toy shop imaginable, thought Philip. The man looked born to be a phalangist. He wasn't here to recruit, however. He made a friendly gesture, at the same time keeping his chin dipped so the cowsier obscured his features.
"I have a 3-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old boy who thinks he's as old as his elder brother of 15. Aren't they all like that?"
The slope-shouldered man laughed, an odd, high-pitched sound for someone so large.
"He's allowed to do that, father. Why aren't I?"
It was as if the shopkeeper had overheard Demetrius's very words earlier that morning. Philip chuckled. "I could remember being the same way. Aye, and me. It has ever been so. Boys, men, they always covet what they cannot have." The shopkeeper ran a hand over a line of pull-along horses. "These are very popular. Your daughter would love one, I'm sure." "She would." Philip picked one up. Its body shaped from black stone, the horse had 4 brown wheels. A hole bored through the bottom of each of its front and back legs allowed the insertion of parallel wooden spokes to which the wheels were attached. A thin strip of leather attached to a ring on its head allowed the toy to be pulled along the ground. "Clever," said the king. "I make them myself." There was pride in the shopkeeper's voice. Philip's tongue ran away with him before he could help it. "Why aren't you in the army? Toys are secondary to Macedon's needs." "I could ask you the same thing, friend." The enunciation of the last word conveyed many things, but friendship was not one of them. The challenge was shocking, and yet, Philip thought, entirely understandable. The man had no idea who he was. His initial reaction was to take off his causia and thunder that he was the king. That would cow the shopkeeper and possibly provide another recruit for the army. But, he decided, his anonymous excursion would have been ruined. Philip raised a hand in apology. "True. Each man's business is his own. I'll take the horse." Surprised, mollified, the shopkeeper asked, "Don't you want to know the price?" "You seem an honest man, not a swindler. Am I right?" "You are." The shopkeeper named a sum lower than Philip had been expecting. "A gift for your son now?" "Demetrius would like these," said Philip, pointing to the antler figurines. "I'll take 2 different ones for him and another for my daughter." Again the price was fair. He handed over the necessary coins. Smiling, because he hadn't even thought to bring a basket, he scooped up his purchases. "I'll be on my way. Zeus's blessings on you." "And on you, friend." The shopkeeper's tone was genuine. Philip was at the door when the shopkeeper spoke again. "Both my sons were phalangists. They fell in the Aus Valley last summer. One died to save the other, I'm told, before he too was slain. My daughter helps to run the shop now." Never assume, thought Philip, ashamed that he had been so quick to form an opinion. He lifted his gaze to meet the shopkeeper's and said, "Your sons sound like fine men. I am sorry for your loss." A grateful nod, but still, to Philip's relief, no recognition. "Many fathers will know my grief before this year is out, sadly. God's grant that the king defeats the Romans, eh?" "Let it be so." Philip's wish had never been more heartfelt. To lose Perseus and Demetrius in one fell stroke of Ares' sword was unimaginable. Nor could the shopkeeper be the only father to suffer such a loss. As he said, more would soon experience it. Philip had long known the heavy price of war. A warrior king, he had seen countless men die in many terrible ways, but seeing the raw, naked grief of someone left behind was new to him. Still certain that the fight against Rome had to be continued, even with the price to be paid, but discomforted and feeling a little guilty, he left. Again pondering his best options when the time came to march south, he didn't see the man in his path until it was too late. Their heads clashed. Philip dropped the toy horse. Quick as lightning, the man stooped, grabbing it half a heartbeat before it struck the stone paving. "My apologies." His Greek was heavily accented. He held out the horse. "Here." "It is I who must say sorry. I walked into you," said Philip. "My thanks also for catching the toy. It would have been sure to shatter." A wry smile. "It's for your son or daughter?" "My daughter. She's 3. "An ice age." Something that might have been regret, grief, or perhaps both, flashed across the man's dark-skinned face. Of a similar age to Philip, he was tall, thin, with black hair and green eyes, and wore a tight-fitting red woolen singlet with a central white stripe and knee-length breeches. With a friendly nod, he took a step away from Philip. "Wait. By your dress, you're Carthaginian." The man's face hardened. "I? What are you doing here?" Without another word, the man walked away. The crowd swallowed him up at once. Philip reined in his desire to plunge after him. Pella wasn't that big a place. He would send out an order for any Carthaginians to be detained and questioned. In a friendly way, of course, he thought. Carthage might have been defeated, but it was still a power. There was no point potentially antagonizing a people who might once have been his ally. Curiosity filled him as he retraced his steps to the palace. What purpose had a Carthaginian in Pella? An hour later, Philip had forgotten the encounter. Delighted with their gifts, relishing the rare company of their father, Demetrius and Epama would not let him out of their sight. Like all small children since the dawn of time, they were jealous whenever the other got attention. Epama stamped the ground when he knelt down with Demetrius and his figurines, and he was no less jealous, standing stony-faced over Philip and Epama as they pulled the horse along the mosaic. "It's my turn, father!" Demetrius's voice had the whining tone every parent comes to loathe. "No!" Epama's bottom lip jutted. "Not yet," said Philip to his son. "I've only just started to play with Epama." Demetrius humphed. A moment later, he edged a foot forward. Another few heartbeats, and the pull-along horse would hit it. "Demetrius, mean!" cried Epama, seeing his intention. "Move your foot," said Philip. Sulkily, Demetrius obeyed. Delighted by what she saw as Philip's support, Epama stuck out her tongue at her brother. Angry, Demetrius tipped over the horse. Epama began to cry. Deciding that soldiers were easier to lead, Philip did his best to calm the situation. He was glad a moment later when one of his guards, a phalangist, appeared. It was just the excuse he needed. Giving each child an affectionate pat and promising to visit later, he consigned the pair to the care of their nurses. Philip beckoned to the phalangist. "Speak." "My file leader sent me, sire. We're on duty at the main gate. There's a man outside demanding to see you." Philip frowned. "This had better be good." The phalangist looked as if he'd rather be anywhere but in front of the king. "My apologies, sire. The file leader thought you should know. The man says he's been sent by Hannibal Barca." "Hannibal, you say?" said Philip, thinking of the man who'd caught the stone horse. "Aye, sir," said the phalangist, wincing in expectation of a blow. "Bring him to my private quarters at once." The palace's main gate was some distance away. Philip waited with increasing impatience for the phalangist to return. When at last the sound of footsteps announced the imminent arrival of the Carthaginian messenger, it was all the king could do not to go out into the corridor. Decorum was vital, however, so he smoothed his features and took an apparent interest in a bust of his stepfather, Antigonus Dawson. A rap at the door, and Philip cried, "Enter!" The original phalangist entered, preceded by his officer. Behind came the man Philip had met. At his back, for security, another phalangist. Recognizing Demetrius, the Demetrius who had saved him from an assassin's blade, Philip's smile of welcome broadened. "Simonides, sir," said the file leader. "My apologies for intruding." Philip waved a hand. "Approach. Tell me who this man is." "Says he's come from Carthage, sire. Says Hannibal sent him with a message." Simonides held out a rolled parchment. "This was on him, along with a knife." This last was said accusingly. "Rest easy, Simonides," said Philip, taking the document. "Most men carry a knife." "Aye, sire." Simonides' voice still held plenty of suspicion. Philip's gaze moved to the Carthaginian. "We meet again." Surprise blossomed on the man's face. "It's you!" Philip dipped his chin. "You saved a princess's toy." The Carthaginian performed a deep bow. "I hope she is happy with it, sire." "She is." Philip looked at the seal on the parchment, and his heart gave a little leap. The palm tree and horse were two important symbols of Carthage. "What do they call you?" "Hanno, son of Malchus, sire." "A common name, Hanno." A little smile. "That's true, sire, hence my mention of father." Philip stared him up and down. "You are no messenger. I know a soldier when I see one." "Your eyes do not deceive you, sire." "You fought for Hannibal?" "I did, sire." Hanno's chin lifted with pride, revealing a terrible scar on his neck. "At the Trebia, at Lake Trasimene. Cannae, Syracuse,
and many of the ones after in Hispania. I was at Zama too, curse the day."
Philip prided himself on being able to tell when a man was speaking the truth. He had been wrong before on occasion, but in general his gut instinct proved to be correct. This was a brave man, he decided, and he had been sent by Hannibal. "I'm sorry I didn't send more phalangists to Zama." "Gratitude, sire. You would have had to have sent thousands, and even then I'm not sure we could have carried the day. Scipio is a shrewd bastard, if you'll forgive me. He paid a fortune before the battle to win over the best of the Numidians, giving him an enormous superiority in cavalry. Our elephants haven't had enough training either, and when his legionaries opened up channels between their units, the wretched creatures charged straight through his army." "I heard," said Philip, shaking his head in sympathy and thinking, however bad it was to have Flamininus as an enemy, Scipio would be worse. His gaze returned to the parchment. "This is from Hannibal?" "I watched him dictate it to a Greek scribe myself, sire." Wondering what in all the gods' names the man he had nearly formed an alliance with more than 17 years before could want of him now, Philip slit the seal with a nail. "Greetings, Philip, King of Macedon. It seems but yesterday that we were to join forces and fight Rome together. Word reached me some time later how misfortune led the enemy to intercept your messenger on the open sea. If he had reached me, the war in Italia might have taken a different course. The gods can be cruel." Zeus, but they can, thought Philip, imagining the victories that might have been won if he had sailed a fleet to join Hannibal the year after 50,000 legionaries had been slaughtered at Cannae. It was almost too bitter to contemplate. He began to read again. "You will know something of the conflict in its later stages. I will not bore you with the detail. You have my gratitude for sending troops to join us at Zama. They fought well. On another day, with better cavalry, I might have prevailed against Scipio, but it was not to be. For a time after the battle, the ruling council saw fit to let me lead my people. Of recent months, however, political rivals in Carthage, jealous these 20 years of my achievements, have conspired against me, sending false messages to Rome about my plans to recommence the war at the earliest opportunity. Their support grows by the day. It will not be long before I am forced to flee the city of my birth. Know that my desire to see Rome vanquished remains undimmed. I wonder if you, King Philip, might see the value in retaining a general with some history of success against your bitterest enemy. I remain, with respect, Hannibal Barca." Under a squiggled signature, Hannibal's scribe had added in spidery script, "Hanno, who bears this message, can be trusted." Tartarus, thought Philip, letting out a long breath. In all my days I could never have predicted this. He looked up, finding Hanno's eyes on him. "Hannibal will have to flee Carthage?" Hanno's nod was grim. "It's inevitable. If not now, then soon. The cowards who gloried in his victories for a generation cannot bear to see him lead the city. They would rather ally themselves with Rome than stand with the greatest son of Carthage ever to have lived." "Hannibal will be welcome here," said Philip warmly. He had never spoken a truer word. Chapter 19. Dio, Macedon, Spring 197 BC. Warm sunshine bathed the land. A light breeze kept the air fresh. Birds trilled their joy at the heavens. It seemed every tree was budding, every plant green with growth. Close to the town of Dio, a great camp sprawled for tens of stadia in every direction. Winter was over, and the king's army had assembled. By far the greatest part of the almost town was given over to Philip's 16,000 phalangists. In the midst of those hundreds of tents, Demetrius strolled with Cimon and Antilion. The three had been here from the time of the first tents going up a month before. They knew the place like the backs of their hands. "Those tents belong to the Whites," said Demetrius, with a jerk of his head to the left. "I know," said Antilion, with a sly look that both the others knew too well. "Why are we here?" demanded Demetrius.
Antilion did not answer. Demetrius and Cimon exchanged a glance. There was no love lost between the two strategii of Philip's phalanx, the white shields and the brazen shields. Even the thousands of new recruits, with no knowledge of the historical rivalry, were aware of it. Beware the lone brazen phalangist who strayed into the tent lines of the whites, or vice versa. Even 3 men might come to grief. The same applied if one were to wander at the wrong time into the areas occupied by the king's allies, 2,000 each of wild Illyrians and Thracians, and the 1,500 mercenaries from every part of Greece and beyond. High standards were expected and maintained in the cavalry, so a man might expect to come to no harm in their tent lines. The same was possibly true of the 2,000 peltasts, but Demetrius wouldn't have wagered his life on it. "Where are we going?" demanded Cimon. Antilion marched on as if he hadn't heard. Demetrius could already see whites watching them. His sense of urgency grew. They were obeying the strict order not to carry weapons when off duty, but men running from their tents could easily pick up a blade. "Tell us, Antilion." Again, no answer. Demetrius ground his teeth and wondered why Antilion loved to wind people up, most of all his friends. There was always a degree of hostility between units. Since the dawn of time it had happened in armies. But with the war about to begin again, tensions were running high. Everyone knew that Flamininus's legions would march north any day. Drills and weapons training, ordered by Philip himself, served to dissipate some of the troops' nervous energy, but not all. Barely a morning went by without news of a terrible beating inflicted on a brazen, a white, or a tribesman the previous night. Rumours of men being murdered were rife and never disproven. Unless you were with a large group of comrades, Demetrius had concluded the safe policy was to stay close to one's tent, although with Empedocles nearby the potential for trouble remained. With their comrades all around, and Demetrius, Antilion, and Cimon on the lookout for treachery, however, Empedocles could do little except spread spiteful rumours. This was his latest trick. Demetrius had been bad-mouthing their commander, Stephanos. It was Demetrius who had taken a shit beside Simonides' tent, or the sentry who'd mistakenly called the alarm 2 nights before. For the most part, men told Empedocles to shut his mouth, but, as Demetrius thought bitterly, if you threw enough dung at a wall, some of it stuck in the end. Perhaps he was imagining it, but it felt as if those in other files — Empedocles was flapping his lips to anyone who would listen — seemed to be less friendly than before. What a pity it was, he thought, that he hadn't killed his enemy by the Axios. In the same instant, Demetrius remembered the shock on the 2 youths' faces as he'd strangled Empedocles. Better, he decided, to have another friend, as the baby-faced recruit Eumenes had become, than a dead Empedocles.
"Brazen bastards!" called a voice. "Go back where you belong!" added another.
A third man whistled his disapproval, and Demetrius's attention returned to the present with a jolt. He looked to his left. A group of perhaps 10 phalangists, all whites, was watching. None of their faces were friendly. Demetrius spun and planted himself in Antilion's path, forcing his burly friend to stop.
"Tell me what you're up to, you dog, or I'm going not a step farther."
"What he said, I," muttered Cimon.
"There'll be fighting enough in the coming months without having 7 shades of shit beaten out of us for no good reason."
"Have you no trust in me?" Antilion could put on a hurt expression with the best of them.
"We have, if you tell us what in Tartarus you're up to," said Demetrius.
By way of answer, Antilion tapped the cloth-wrapped bundle under his arm. Demetrius had been asking him about it since they had left their tent, but Antilion had refused to answer. He glared now at his friend.
"What is it?"
"A sword,"
guessed Cimon. Antilion nodded.
"Yours?"
demanded Demetrius. A shake of the head.
"It's not mine, because I put an edge on that just before we left," said Cimon, glancing at Demetrius.
"Did you thieve my coppice?"
Demetrius lunged at Antilion, who danced out of the way, grinning.
"I didn't," Antilion answered.
"Can't you guess whose it is?"
"Dionysus's sweaty balls," said Demetrius. "You didn't."
As Antilion smirked, Cimon looked from one to the other, confused.
"Why?"
cried Demetrius,
by turns delighted at his friend's ingenuity, annoyed that he hadn't thought of it himself, and worried about what would happen when the theft was discovered.
"Taking his sword is nothing compared to what the prick did to you," said Antilion.
At last Cimon understood.
"You stole Empedocles' coppice? Zeus above, but that would put him in a killing rage. You know it was his father's blade, and before that his grandfather's."
"No," said Antilion, with it a shrug. "That would explain why it's been so well looked after." Demetrius had noticed how proud Empedocles was of the sword, but hadn't been aware of its history. He gave Antilion a look.
"What are you planning?" "I was at the end of our section when we were on sentry duty the other night. Not all the whites are pieces of shit, it turns out. I fell to talking with one, the next man along the perimeter. His coppice had cracked during an over-eager training session with a comrade. He was worried that the smiths weren't up to making a good enough replacement."
Again Antilion tapped the cloth-wrapped bundle. "He'll pay a good price for this, or I'm no judge." Part of Demetrius wanted to give Antilion a piece of his mind for interfering in his business. Then he laughed, picturing Empedocles' face when he noticed the theft.
"You think it's funny?"
Cimon was regarding him with disbelief.
"I do," said Antilion, chuckling. "You would, big oaf," said Cimon, giving him a shove. "It's not you who Empedocles wants dead, though."
"Decles won't have the vaguest idea of who took it," said Antilion.
"He'll blame Demetrius regardless,"
challenged Cimon. He looked at Demetrius, who was still laughing.
"What's so funny?" cried Cimon.
"It doesn't matter if we sell his sword. The whoreson hates me anyway. He almost killed me once already, remember, that time we went fishing? He also suspects that I attacked him in that village where we were recruiting."
"But Babyface told him it was Simonides," said Cimon.
"His name's Eumenes," said Demetrius. The lad's permanent expression of wide-eyed wonder and smooth cheeks had earned him the immediate nickname of Babyface. Naturally, Eumenes hated it, but could do nothing to prevent the men from using it.
"I know," said Cimon, grinning. "So Empedocles blames you, rightly as it happens, for choking him half to death, and now he'll blame you for this?"
Demetrius shrugged, happy to infuriate Empedocles.
"What can the prick do? I can handle myself. People keep an eye on him."
Simonides had laid down the law to both Demetrius and Empedocles more than once, warning them to leave each other alone. He'd told his men that he would hold every one of them responsible for any blood that might be shed.
"There are enough fucking Romans to kill without sticking blades in our own," he'd growled, giving Demetrius and Empedocles the evil eye.
"See, Demetrius is happy enough," said Antilion.
"Come on."
"I'm still not sure this is wise," said Cimon, ever the level head.
"If Simonides or another officer hear of this—"
Execution for theft wasn't common, but a man could have his hand amputated.
"How could they ever find out?" said Demetrius, growing more confident. "The phalangist who wants to buy it is one of 8,000 whites. Soon the coppice will be gone forever. Even if Empedocles were to accuse one of us, it would be his word against ours."
"Exactly," said Antilion. "Smug bastard," retorted Demetrius, but he was grinning.
"Show it here."
Checking no one was looking, he unrolled enough cloth to examine the weapon. He let out a low whistle.
"Old it may be, but it's a beauty. Even the scabbard is a work of art."
"I thought of keeping it for myself," said Antilion, adding drolly, "but I decided Empedocles would notice."
"Who would he hate more then?" said Cimon. "You or Demetrius?"
They all laughed. Demetrius relished the idea of angering Empedocles, whom he still held part responsible for Philippus's maiming. He wasn't sure that he could murder his enemy in cold blood, but stealing his coppice was more than acceptable. Hours had passed before they returned to their spearers' tent lines. Impressed by the coppice, Antilion's phalangist had made little attempt to haggle. The coins he'd handed over had convinced even Cimon that the theft had been worthwhile. Making their way to one of the many tavern tents outside the camp, the trio had laughed and joked their way through first one, then several jugs of wine. Demetrius had called it a night in the end, reminding his reluctant friends that they had training in the morning. "Simonides will have something to say if we can't even hold our pikes up," he'd warned, shaking a not entirely steady finger. Encased in a warm glow, they weaved through to the brazen tent lines, grateful for the protection granted by the blackness. Hundreds of points of light stretched away to either side, the fires outside men's tents. Bursts of song mixed with laughter, and from further off the occasional bray of a mule was answered by a horse's whinny.
"Let's have another drop when we get back," suggested Antilian.
He lifted the skin of wine they'd purchased before leaving the tavern tent.
"Bed,"
said Cimon, tutting. Surprised, Cimon was never the one to hold back, Demetrius said,
"Aye, bed."
"Killjoys, the pair of you," said Antilian, but there was little heart to his protest. Reaching their tent, they saw that Eumenes, babyface, was still up. The instant he saw them, he leapt up, his blanket falling unnoticed from his shoulders. With a wary glance at Simonides' tent, he beckoned. From nowhere, a sick feeling in Demetrius's stomach.
"What is it?"
"Empedocles," whispered Eumenes.
"He's searching for you."
The three friends exchanged a look. "Why?" asked Demetrius, in as casual a tone as he could manage with his now pounding heart.
"His coppice is missing. He says you took it."
Eumenes' eyes were wide.
"Me? Did you?"
"No," said Demetrius truthfully. Beside him, Antilian and Cimon rumbled a protest.
"Is he angry?"
asked Demetrius. Eumenes looked a little afraid.
"I've never seen a man so furious. He'd been drinking all night, which maybe didn't help. After he'd been ranting and raving for a time, he grabbed a dagger and went off with Scopas, who's as pissed as him, swearing that this would end tonight one way or another."
Demetrius's wine glow was diminishing by the moment.
"Does Simonides know?" "He's not here. He went to see an old friend in another sphere hours ago."
Tartarus, thought Demetrius, wishing yet again that Philippos hadn't died. In Simonides' absence, his was one of the few voices that Empedocles might listen to.
"Andriscus and Taurian, what about them?" "They went with Simonides,"
said Eumenes. This is not good, thought Demetrius, seeing his misgiving mirrored in his friends' faces.
"What should we do?"
asked Eumenes. His heart warmed by the word we. The lad could have said you. Demetrius clasped him by the shoulder.
"We shall have to keep guard all night."
"Aye," said Antilian,
"and hope he doesn't do anything stupid when he returns."
"Simonides will sort it out in the morning," said Demetrius, hoping that this was true.
"Scopas!"
Out of the darkness, Empedocles' voice.
"Where are you?"
"I'll be there in a moment," came the reply. "Nature calls. Better out than in before bed, eh?" Before Demetrius could decide whether ducking into his tent was a good idea, Empedocles emerged into the orange glow cast by the fire. His expression went flat and hard at the sight of the three friends. He ignored Eumenes and said, "Here you ass-humping dusty feet."
"Empedocles,"
said Cimon, his normal friendly tone absent. Demetrius and Antilian didn't say a word.
"Where's my coppice?"
Empedocles came closer.
"Oh, in Hephaestus's name would I know where your cursed sword is?" asked Cimon.
"I'm not talking to you." Taking several steps nearer, Empedocles levelled his gaze at Demetrius.
"You took it, didn't you?"
"No," said Demetrius, again telling the truth.
"He didn't,"
added Antilian, his features as innocent as a babe's. Empedocles' eyes moved from Antilian to Cimon to Demetrius and back over them again. His lip curled.
"You're all lying. I can smell it."
Eumenes found his voice.
"Perhaps it will turn up in the morning."
Empedocles blinked, as if seeing him for the first time.
"Shut your mouth, babyface."
"Don't call me that," said Eumenes, colouring.
"Babyface, babyface, babyface,"
Empedocles repeated.
"I'll call you what I like, child. You shouldn't even be here. Scrapings of the barrel you are. 10 drachmae says you will shit yourself before the Romans get within 100 paces of our Syria."
Eumenes hung his head.
"Leave the lad alone, trembler," cried
Demetrius. He smiled as Empedocles' head whipped around at the insult.
Aye, you didn't tell Eumenes that was your nickname, I'd wager. I've had enough of you. Empedocles' gaze was murderous. Drawing his dagger, he paced around the fire. Cayman, fetch my knife. Heart hammering, Demetrius dropped into a pancration stance, arms out from his body, hands half clenched, half open. Antilion, go behind him. You're not going to run? Empedocles lunged a little too soon. His blade sliced the air a handspan from Demetrius's belly. Wishing he hadn't drunk so much, aware that a wrong step could see him stand in the fire or trip over a piece of kit, Demetrius shuffled away. Empedocles used the opportunity to turn on Antilion. With a series of savage thrusts, he drove him back a dozen steps. When Antilion fell over the guy rope of a neighbouring tent, a laughing Empedocles spun back to Demetrius. "It's just you and me again, Dustyfoot," he sneered. "Coming!" shouted Cayman. "Hang on, Demetrius!" Empedocles realized time was running out. He darted towards Demetrius faster than a drunk man should have been able. Firelight winked off his blade. "Shit," thought Demetrius. "He's going to gut me." Dust scuffed behind Empedocles. He turned. There was a gasp of pain. "Try to stab me, was you?" cried Empedocles, grappling with someone behind him. To Demetrius's astonishment, it was Eumenes. Each man had a hold of the other's right hand, attempting to control their blade. It was an unequal contest. Despite his drunkenness, Empedocles was far stronger. With graceful ease, the tip of his dagger moved closer to Eumenes' neck. "Trembler," Babyface said. Empedocles' lips peeled back with fury. His blade ran in deep. Eumenes cried out. Blood sprayed as Empedocles tugged back his arm, and Eumenes fell in a heap at his feet. "That was self-defense." Empedocles was glaring at Demetrius. "The whoreson tried to murder me." "You didn't have to kill him," said Demetrius dully. Cayman's face was white. "Why didn't you disarm him?" "Murdering bastard!" From nowhere, Antilion had a coppice in his fist. "With me, Demetrius! Cayman!" Empedocles' eyes flickered like those of a cornered rat. "Scopas!" At last, Scopas blundered into the light. His head twisted this way and that. "What's going on?" "Babyface attacked me with a knife," said Empedocles mildly. "I put him down, and these bastards look set to jump me. I'm glad you got here." Scopas looked unhappy at the prospect of fighting 2 against 3. "Isn't one death enough?" he asked in a falsely hearty tone. "Simonides is going to tear us new arseholes for it." Mention of their file leader was enough. With a curse, Empedocles wiped his blade clean on Eumenes' chiton. Spitting a final curse at Demetrius and his friends, he disappeared into his tent. Demetrius exchanged a sorrowful glance with Cayman and Antilion and hurried over to the unfortunate Eumenes. Scopas slouched by the fire and pulled at his wineskin. A dark, throbbing anger took Demetrius as he closed Eumenes' staring eyes. Simonides would punish Empedocles, but it was hard to see that he'd get more than punishment duty for the killing. Men had been watching from other fires, had seen Eumenes attack first, and in the minds of most, playing with fire resulted in burns. That wasn't enough for Demetrius. One way or another, he decided, this will end in blood. Blood. Chapter 20. Phthiotis, on the Thessalian border. In fine humour, Flamininus was riding to meet the latest of his Greek allies to arrive. 2 maniples of Principes and a turmour of cavalry accompanied him, as did a gaggle of staff officers. An unhappy-faced Potitius trailed behind on a mule. Flamininus had given orders for the Greeks to present themselves just outside the vast camp containing his headquarters. Let the subjects come to their master, he thought. The addition of these Greeks would complete his army's muster, a pleasing prospect. All in all, spring had started well, Flamininus decided. There had been minor setbacks, it was true. Troops promised by the Athenians had yet to materialize, and some supplies had not been sourced before the legions had left their overwintering camps near Elatia. His attempt to take another Thebes, here in Phthiotis, had to be abandoned because news had reached him of Philip's arrival in Thessaly. Set against these small matters, his wastrel brother Lucius was doing well in Acarnania. From the apologetic tone of his letters, Flamininus judged he was following orders and not much else, which was also satisfying. The stronghold of Lucus had just fallen to Lucius's attack. It but remained for him to seize control of the rest of Acarnania. Closer to home, the Aetolians had proved true to their word. 6,000 infantry and 400 cavalry had joined Flamininus's legions several days before. Now, he thought, the latest contingents of Greeks will appear. If his messenger's information had been accurate, 500 Cretan archers, 300 Apollonian peltasts, and 1,200 Athumenian infantry under the fat fool Amminander were marching in from the south. The reinforcements were welcome. Losses sustained the previous summer and detachments left in garrisons all over Greece had combined to deplete Flamininus's legions. They now totaled a shade under 18,000 soldiers, meaning the combined Aetolians, Cretans, Apollonians, and Athumenians would form a third of his strength and increase his army's size to some 26,000 men. It wasn't an enormous force. Alexander's had often been more than twice as numerous, as had Scipio's in the recent Hannibalic War, but it was large, and if Flamininus's scouts were to be relied on, it equalled the Macedonian kings. Flamininus's gaze moved north towards Thessaly. Philip had assembled his men at Dium some time since. Now he was on the move. Where was he heading? What were his plans? A smile tickled Flamininus's lips. He was nervous, but his excitement was greater. The day he had so longed for these past years was on him. Since starting to climb the slippery-runged ladder of Roman politics, all he had wanted was to be consul, to be the general in charge of an invasion. Now, in Greece, his dream had become reality. Shorn of every ally beyond Macedonia's borders, his influence south of that reduced to the fetters, Philip was on the defensive. The momentum was with him and his legions, thought Flamininus with delight. Ensure the gods were on his side with the right offerings, unfold the campaign with care, taking no risks, choosing where to fight and where not, and victory would be his. Anticipation thrummed through his every vein. It lifted the tiny hairs on his neck and arms. Defeat Philip, he decided, and I shall go down as one of Rome's greatest military leaders. The man whose legions smashed the all-conquering Macedonian phalanx. The division of Greece, the organization of its city-states, who shall rule and who shall not, will fall to me. This land's vast riches shall lie at my feet, and history will remember me as a general and statesman combined, a visionary, the like of whom is rarely seen. An image of Galba flashed into Flamininus's mind before he could help himself. The price for Galba's silence was eye-watering, and would greatly reduce the wealth he had intended to seize for himself. His good mood soured. Flamininus ran through his mind the latest information from his spies in Rome. He gave up within half a dozen heartbeats. Nothing. They had found out nothing again.
"You're a secretive one, Sulpicius Galba,"
he said. His mount, the only creature to hear, flicked its ears.
"I'll find out your dirty little secret,"
said Flamininus, although inside he wasn't so sure. Spying his Greek allies massed on flat ground to one side of the road, Flamininus's good humour returned. Apart from Amminander, who knew that Flamininus could speak Greek, they would be surprised and pleased by his command of their language. He would sweet-talk them, as he always did with new supporters, and after inspecting their troops, invite them to a meeting at his headquarters, where they could discuss his plans to defeat Philip. Galba would be there, with Villius and the rest, but Flamininus would keep him on a short leash. Even a man with Galba's vitriol would not dare to question him in front of so many others. Deciding it would be useful to have his ideas written down to use during the meeting, Flamininus called for Petitius. He was sure his secretary managed a furtive lick of his lips in the time it took his mule to catch up, but decided to say nothing. Oddly, Flamininus had grown used to the shambling, lip-licking Petitius. Efficient, possessed of a sharp memory, he could often be found at his desk deep into the night. Flamininus's mounds of paperwork had rarely been smaller during Passion's reign. The instant that Petitius was close enough, Flamininus said, "Remember these points. You're to write them down when we reach the Greeks."
"Yes, master,"
said Petitius. They had done this before. Flamininus began to hold forth. Now and again he paused, allowing Petitius to repeat what he'd said. Enjoying the sound of his own voice, he didn't notice Petitius clearing his throat. Flamininus's concentration was only broken when his secretary did it twice in quick succession. He glanced over his shoulder, irritated. "Stop that!" Petitius licked his lips and quickly, before Flamininus could react, said,
"Galba, master."
Flamininus stared at his secretary, puzzled and annoyed. "I said nothing about Galba."
"No, master," Petitius pointed. "There, he is with the Greeks."
To Flamininus's astonishment, Petitius was right. There was no mistaking the gaunt figure at this distance, some 250 paces. He knew at once what his enemy was up to, glad-handing the Greeks, winning their friendship before he put in an appearance. The enraged part of Flamininus wanted to force his horse into a gallop. Arriving, he would announce in no uncertain terms that he was in charge of the army, not Galba. In that eyeballs pulsing with fury moment, Flamininus was grateful for the cold, calm self-control he was able to exert. React as he wanted to, and he would seem the child, Galba the adult. Maddening though it was, he had been outmanoeuvred and outthought. His best ploy was to get through the situation as fast as possible, thought Flamininus. He could assert his dominance at the meeting later that day. He focused again on Petitius, who was watching him nervously. Flamininus gave him a brittle smile. "Well spotted." Petitius was so pleased that he forgot to lick his lips. Closer to the Greeks, Galba's ruse was revealed further. He had come with only a handful of staff officers. The prick will have slipped out of the camp, Flamininus decided. If his enemy had taken the usual legate's retinue of soldiers and cavalry, he would have been told about it, if not at once, then as he left himself. The noise of their approach dragged men's heads around. Straight-backed, staring into the distance, Flamininus paid the assembled Greek soldiers no heed. He rode along their front until he reached the group of officers around Galba. He noted with annoyance that Amenander, the Athenian commander, was smiling and laughing. That was until he spotted Flamininus, when his expression changed to that of a child discovered with a hand in the honey jar.
"Welcome, Flamininus,"
he cried, his tone conveying quite a different emotion.
"Amenander,"
replied Flamininus. "Galba?" Galba half smiled, but his expression held no warmth either. Flamininus derived some satisfaction from how put out Galba looked. "Eager, aren't you?" he asked. "I have spent too long kicking my heels in Rome," said Galba, as urbane as if Flamininus were a colleague or friend. Switching to accented but understandable Greek, he added, "It has been a pleasure to meet you, Amenander. Allies work better together if they know and respect one another, eh?"
"True,"
said Amenander, beaming. He glanced at Flamininus.
"Galba doesn't have quite your fluency, but for a student of only 6 months, his command of the language is impressive."
Flamininus could happily have gouged out Galba's eyes, but he replied, "The legate is a man of ability, it seems." He laid enough emphasis on the second word to make it clear who was the more senior, and relished how Galba's lips pinched in reaction. "Have you met with the others yet?" "No," said Galba stiffly. Excellent, Flamininus thought. Much as he wanted to, it would look bad to shun Galba in public, so with a polished politician's smile, he said, "After you have shown me your troops, Amenander, will you introduce us to your fellow commanders?" Galba could not help himself. "I